Chapter 626. Senior Brother Wang. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Lu Chaoxian said, "It's the junior brother who was bitten by the five-colored snake." Then, he immediately stopped and jumped down from the carriage, puzzled. "Didn't you just let him take the antidote pill? How could it be that he can't do it now? By the way, did you inform Senior Brother Su?" The disciple hurriedly said, "Yes, Senior Brother Su is the leader of our pill expansion hall. How could we not inform him?" At this time, the convoy had stopped. In the dark forest, the other disciples were faintly anxious. This was not a good place to park. Just now, a series of carnivorous beasts and five-colored snakes had appeared. Maybe other beasts would appear soon. Walking to the front of the carriage, he saw Senior Brother Wang lying flat in front of the carriage. His face was already a patch of gray. When he looked at his leg, he saw a five-colored snake biting on his right leg. However, the lower half of his body was missing. It should have been chopped off. Lu Chaoxian had just arrived when the leader, Senior Brother Su, also came over. He walked to the front and looked at Senior Brother Wang's eyelids. He looked at his mouth and smelled his breath. He frowned and said, "After Junior Brother Wang was bitten by the five-colored snake, didn't he take the antidote pill?" The disciple called Lu Chaoxian hurriedly said, "Yes, he took it out and took it when he was talking to Senior Brother Lu. Later, I saw that the snake venom was still spreading. I also took out my portion, but it was still useless." I saw Senior Brother Wang's face turn black. "Strange, this antidote pill is most effective against snake venom. It is most effective against five-colored snakes. How could it be useless? What should we do now?" Lu Chaoxian asked anxiously. Senior Brother Su's face was filled with grief as he said, "His eyes have already collapsed, and there is a sweet fragrance in his breath. I'm afraid that the snake venom has already entered his heart meridians. There is no hope for him. Alas, Junior Brother Lu, let's leave Senior Brother Wang here. We still have to hurry on with our journey. If anything else comes out, Senior Brother Wang won't be the only one to suffer." Lu Chaoxian was anxious, but there was no other way. This was the rule of the Orchid Dusk refinement. If there was an abnormal situation, it must be dealt with in time. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua walked up and said, "Can I take a look?" Although it was a question, he knew that time was of the essence and there was no time to waste. He reached out and grabbed Senior Brother Wang's wrist. What are you doing? Hurry up and get in the car. He can't be saved. What are you waiting for?" Senior Apprentice Brother Su was by Yifeng's disciple, so he didn't know Zhang Xiaohua. He had only seen Zhang Xiaohua when she was being scolded by Vice Hall Master Su. He knew that she wasn't a trusted disciple, so he didn't hesitate to scold her. How could Zhang Xiaohua listen to him? She only transferred her true qi over and carefully probed. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was ignoring him, Senior Brother Su could not help but be a little angry. "I am the leader of the disciples. I have already said that this disciple is hopeless. Why are you still putting on an act here? Didn't you not trust me?" Thus, he reached out and pushed Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. "Stop putting on an act. Hurry up and get back to your car. Now is not the time for you to show off. If another carnivorous beast comes out, none of us will be in a good mood." Who knew that Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder lowered slightly and she actually dodged? Senior Apprentice Brother Su did not notice and actually pushed empty air. His expression turned even uglier as he immediately shouted, "What is your name? You must be from Tianmu Peak. When you came out, how did Chen Fengxiao educate you?" At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's true qi had already probed clearly. The Qi Huang technique she learned in Rejuvenation Valley finally had a use. Knowing that Senior Apprentice Brother Wang could still be saved, she retracted her hand and said softly, "Headmaster Chen instructed us not to abandon or give up. Not a single person can be left behind. You. Senior apprentice brother Su didn't expect Zhang Xiaohua to say this and couldn't help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. Seeing this, Lu Chaoxian rolled his eyes and stepped forward. Senior apprentice brother Su, it's humid here and there are many wild beasts. Even if we leave senior apprentice brother Wang here, won't his body be trampled on? Why don't we put him in the car first and properly bury him when we get out of the forest and into the mountains ahead? Senior apprentice brother Su was no fool. When he saw Lu Chaoxian handing him a ladder, he immediately stepped down and glared fiercely at Zhang Xiaohua. "Pay," Deputy Hall Master Su said clearly when he mobilized everyone to listen to his orders. "Your ice soul grass hasn't even been found yet and you're already thinking of going against my Bai Yefeng people. I'd like to see how Chen Fengxiao will explain this to the Hall Master when we get back." Then he looked at senior apprentice brother Wang, whose face was already covered in black gas, and said with disgust, "Those bitten by the five-colored snake will have their bodies festered in less than an hour. The stench will assail our nostrils. Don't dirty our carriage." Then he swept a glance at the disciples who were watching at the side and shouted loudly, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and leave. Let's see how you can escape when the carnivorous beasts come." The disciples didn't dare to be negligent. They quickly jumped into the carriages and followed the team in front of them. The guards of the Wuming Hall just watched from the side and didn't say anything. When they saw the team moving, they also turned their horses around and followed the team forward. Even the disciple of Wuming Hall who saw the five-colored snake flying towards senior brother Wang and only chopped off the latter half of the snake's body with his sword, leaving the former half of the snake's body intact, shrugged his shoulders. He didn't look guilty at all and just walked forward with the team. After all, he had done what he should do. If the disciple of the pill-expanding hall was bitten again, it could only be his bad luck. It had nothing to do with him if he lost his life. Seeing that everyone had left, Zhang Xiaohua said to Lu Chaoxian, "Senior apprentice brother Lu, you go to the back of the car and we'll follow. It's inconvenient for senior apprentice brother Wang to move, so I'll stay in this car." Then she said to the disciple who was driving the car, "You can drive the car. It doesn't have to be too slow. It just needs to be stable." The disciple seemed to wake up from a dream and immediately nodded like a chick pecking rice. Okay, junior brother Ren, I'll listen to you." Can you do it?" Lu Chaoxian next to him was also puzzled. "Junior brother Ren, alas, forget it. Man proposes, God disposes. Let's do our best." Junior apprentice brother Wang seems to be. Seeing that junior apprentice brother Wang was no longer angry, Lu Chaoxian didn't know how to persuade Zhang Xiaohua who wanted to save him. He just quickly walked back to the last carriage and drove it to catch up with the team. Zhang Xiaohua hugged senior apprentice brother Wang's body and sat in the carriage. He stretched out his finger and skillfully pressed several major acupoints next to his heart to prevent the poison from attacking his heart. In fact, when he was feeling his pulse, Zhang Xiaohua had already sent his true qi into senior apprentice brother Wang's meridians and firmly protected his heart meridians. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted time with senior apprentice brother Su. Although the black qi on senior apprentice brother Wang's face was thicker now, in fact, there was no change in his heart meridians. Zhang Xiaohua took out a bottle of pills from his arms. It was the detoxification pill that he had refined himself. He had never used this pill himself, so he didn't have any confidence. However, he heard from Lu Chaoxian that the detoxification pill, refined by the pill department in the past, could cure the poison of the five-colored snake. Although the snake's poison was powerful now, the pills refined by his own immortal method might not be useless. Of course, the most important thing was that Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't watch a living life die in front of his eyes. Even if there was a glimmer of hope, he was willing to try. Senior apprentice brother Wang's mouth was stiff and couldn't open. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to use force, so he had to remove his chin. He threw a detoxification pill into his mouth and then put his chin back on. This kind of method of taking medicine was really rare. Then, Zhang Xiaohua put his finger on senior apprentice brother Wang's chin and sent true qi over. He urged the detoxification pill that entered his body to dissolve the medicine and then sent it to all parts of his body. Sure enough, not long after, the black qi on senior apprentice brother Wang's face slowly disappeared. The sweet fragrance in his breath also disappeared. His chest gradually rose and fell. It should be that the snake's poison in his body was being eliminated. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. According to the method he learned from Rejuvenation Valley's Qi Huang courtyard, he used his true qi to force the remaining snake's poison in senior apprentice brother Wang's injured right leg bit by bit. The right leg that was bitten just now was abnormally swollen due to the poison. It was twice as big as before, black and shiny. Now that the snake's poison was about to be removed, the swelling was still the same, but the color had turned gray. Zhang Xiaohua put senior apprentice brother Wang's right leg outside the carriage. His right hand's finger made a cut. With a "cheat" sound, a smelly and fishy black liquid shot out from the leg. Once it landed on the flowers and plants on the ground, it immediately corroded the flowers and plants with a "chi-la" sound. Then, where Zhang Xiaohua made a cut, some pus still flowed out. The wound on senior apprentice brother Wang's leg, under the pressure of Zhang Xiaohua's true qi, also continued to bleed out some black blood. After a while, the blood gradually turned red, and his leg gradually returned to normal. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua lightly tapped a few more times to seal the acupoints on his leg to stop the bleeding. Then, she laid senior apprentice brother Wang flat in the carriage. She walked out of the carriage and stood behind the disciple driving the carriage. When the disciple driving the carriage heard Zhang Xiaohua coming out, he said sadly, "Junior brother Ren, I'm afraid senior apprentice brother Wang is dying." "It doesn't matter. We all know your intentions. I thank you on behalf of senior apprentice brother Wang." Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "Senior apprentice brother Li, you seem to lack confidence in me." "What? Junior brother Ren, you actually..." Senior apprentice brother Li couldn't help but cry out. At this time, senior apprentice brother Wang in the carriage also made a weak sound, "Ouch, it hurts so much. Water, I want to drink water." Senior apprentice brother Wang. Senior apprentice brother Li couldn't bear it anymore. He stopped the horse and turned around. He took the water bag from the carriage and was about to feed senior apprentice brother Wang water. The nearby carriages were also happy to hear this. They all stopped and gathered in front of the carriage, wanting to see if senior apprentice brother Wang really came back to life. Even the disciples of Wuming Hall who were guarding at the side looked over curiously. Seeing the carriage at the rear stop, senior apprentice brother Su, who was leading the group, had to run over and scolded, "What are you doing? One just died, and now we're stopping." Chapter 627. A disciple next to him said softly, that senior brother Su, senior brother Wang is not dead. He was saved by junior brother Ren. "What?" Senior brother Su said in disbelief, "How is that possible? I've seen his face before. He's dead for sure. If you don't believe me, take a look for yourself." Senior brother Su pushed through the crowd and saw senior brother Wang leaning against the side of the carriage. At that moment, senior brother Wang had basically returned to his original state. However, his face was pale and his lips were dry. Senior brother Su walked to the front of the carriage in disbelief. He carefully looked at senior brother Wang's eyes and smelled his breath. He said in disbelief, "Junior brother Wang, do you still feel uncomfortable?" "Thank you for your concern, senior brother Su. I just feel weak and my legs still hurt a little. Nothing else." "Oh, that's good. Have a good rest in the carriage. We'll be arriving at the strange birch forest the day after tomorrow. If you're still not feeling well, don't tire yourself out. I'll report your situation to Deputy Hall Master Su. I hope he'll be merciful. Thank you, senior brother. Please put in a good word for me. Then, senior brother Su turned around and asked, Junior brother Ren, what's going on? What did you do? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I didn't do anything. I just gave senior brother Wang another detoxification pill. Detoxification pill? Can I have a look? I'm sorry, senior brother Su. Zhang Xiaohua rejected him without hesitation. I won that from a bet. There's only one left. I've already given it to senior brother Wang. I don't have any more on me. Senior brother Su was furious. He was almost certain that Zhang Xiaohua would not cooperate. He had to admit that his feeling was extremely accurate. Zhang Xiaohua continued to spread her hands and said, also, I don't know which senior brother lost to me. There are about 1,000 senior brothers in Tianmu Peak. If senior brother Su wants to know, I'll tell you after I ask them one by one. Senior brother Su pointed at Zhang Xiaohua, not knowing what to say. At this moment, they suddenly heard a commotion in front of them. When everyone looked up, they saw a group of disciples raising their heads and pointing at the top of the forest. Above them, there was a group of animals that looked like humans and monkeys. They were climbing the trees and moving forward. Human-faced monkey? Senior brother Su blurted out. It is indeed the human-faced monkey. This is a gift from the heavens. The disciples of the Wuming Hall who were watching the fun cheered. Senior brother Chen, who was leading the team, smiled and said, Junior brother Su, now that we have reached the edge of the forest, there are no major obstacles ahead. Your Pill Expansion Hall's team can go ahead first. Our brothers of the Wuming Hall need to warm up with the human-faced monkey. Please forgive us. After that, he put his finger in his mouth and whistled before senior brother Su could say anything. All the disciples of the Wuming Hall drew their swords and jumped up from their horses. They used their lightness skill to chase after the human-faced monkey on the tree. When the human-faced monkey on the tree saw that someone was chasing after it, it immediately panicked and screamed and fled in all directions. Seeing that the Wuming Hall disciple had abandoned him, senior brother Su's face was filled with anger. However, there was nothing he could do. When he turned around and saw that Zhang Xiaohua was ignoring him, the anger in his heart grew. However, the forest was dangerous and he did not dare to stay for long. He shouted, Are all of you stupid? What are you looking at? Hurry up and go. The outer disciples have left. If we don't hurry up, are we going to be bitten to death by the five-colored snake? After that, he ignored the crowd and went back to the front of the team, ordering the disciples to hurry up. The disciples behind did not have time to watch the fun. They quickly got on their horses and wanted to get out of the forest as soon as possible. Seeing that senior brother Wang was fine, Zhang Xiaohua went back to her car. Looking at the disciples of the Wuming Hall who were leaving, she asked, What's wrong with the human-faced monkey? Why are all the senior brothers of the Wuming Hall like this? As if they saw a beauty? Beauty? Lu Chaoxian swallowed his saliva and said, How can they be compared with a beauty? It's just that these human-faced monkeys are the most suitable hunting targets for the disciples of the Wuming Hall. Oh, I see. Last time I heard senior brother Lu Lihong talk about the ferocious beasts refined by Yulan Mu. Why didn't I hear him talk about this? Lu Chaoxian smiled and said, although senior brother Lu is lucky and is a blessing, he was still a disciple of the Pill Expanding Hall last time. He didn't bring good luck to the Wuming Hall, so it's normal that he didn't encounter the human-faced monkey. You don't know, junior brother Ren. I heard from the outer disciples that the human-faced monkey is extremely agile and its claws are sharp. It won't be at a disadvantage when facing an ordinary outer disciple. It seems that the points of the outer disciples in the trial are very high. Think about it, the points of the piang and the elk are too low. Even the pig is not enough. Although the points of the blood wolf and the thunder tiger are high, several people have to fight together and the points have to be divided after the battle. How can they be more suitable than the human-faced monkey? It's the points that they are good at. Then, he said mysteriously, moreover, the cubs of the human-faced monkey are the most intelligent. If they are properly trained, they will understand human nature. The inner disciples of the lingering fragrance peak like them the most. If they can catch one and teach it to the lingering fragrance peak to please a disciple, it will be a great benefit. Think about it, who doesn't want to do something that can earn points and make extra money? This is also their luck. It's estimated that senior brother Lu brought them here. Usually, the human-faced monkey can't be seen. While they were talking, there were screams coming from the distance. It was the shrill screams of the human-faced monkey. Presumably, the disciples of the Wuming Hall were on a killing spree to earn points and make a future for themselves. The lives of the human-faced monkeys. Zhang Xiaohua listened to the screams and couldn't bear it. Unfortunately, what could he do? Maybe he could only sigh. Thunder Tiger ate the disciples of the Wuming Hall, and now the Wuming Hall killed the human-faced monkeys. Everyone should do what they needed. Without the protection of the disciples of the Wuming Hall, the team of the Pill-Expanding Hall seemed to lack a sense of security. They didn't dare to stop for a while and hurried out. Soon after sunset, they broke out of the rainforest. Fortunately, they didn't encounter any ferocious beasts or abnormal rain. Coming out of the rainforest, there was an unusually tall mountain range in front of them. There were rugged mountain roads leading to the inside of the mountain range. The team of the Pill-Expanding Hall went forward for a long time before they came to the front of the mountain range and stopped. It was the place where they would camp tonight. The horses of the disciples of the Wuming Hall came out with the team of the Pill-Expanding Hall and followed beside them. Tonight's campsite was the same as the first night. It was a cave dug into the mountain wall according to local conditions. It was just that the caves here were abnormally sparse and arranged irregularly on the mountain. Just by using his divine sense, he could see that the caves were very shallow and could only accommodate one person to rest. Jumping off the carriage, before Zhang Xiaohua could say anything, she saw senior brother Wang, who was in the front carriage, walk over with difficulty with the help of senior brother Li who was driving the carriage. Zhang Xiaohua hurried forward and supported him. Senior brother Wang's face was full of gratitude. He held Zhang Xiaohua's hand and said, "Junior brother Ren, Junior brother Li has just told me that he is really grateful for junior brother Ren's righteousness. If it weren't for junior brother, I would be a pile of rotten meat in the orchid rainforest now. I can't repay you for saving my life." Zhang Xiaohua supported him and said with a smile, "Senior brother Wang is too polite. You and I are senior brother. I know that I can save your life, so how can I let you die there casually? If we were in different positions, I think senior brother would also lend a helping hand." That's right. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I won't let go." Senior brother Wang was hesitant at first, but then he said resolutely. Hearing senior brother Wang's tone, Zhang Xiaohua secretly laughed. This matter was easy to say, but to do it, it was difficult. If there was really only one detoxification pill, when knowing that there would be a 5-colored snake attack, this detoxification pill was equivalent to a life. Anyone would consider it. However, did our Zhang Xiaohua only have one pill? Therefore, there was no need to put Zhang Xiaohua in the furnace of conscience to interrogate her. Zhang Xiaohua said again, "Senior brother Wang's body is still weak because the snake venom has just been removed. I heard that the two of you will be able to reach the strange birch forest tomorrow. Senior brother, you should rest more these 2 days. I think you will have to work hard at that time." At this time, the other 6 disciples also came over and said, "Fortunately, we are with junior brother Ren." Otherwise, Senior Brother Wang would be miserable. Senior Brother Wang, don't worry. Since we are already in a group, when we reach the strange birch forest, we will still work together. Even if your body is not good, you still have us, right? That's right. It's all thanks to Junior Brother Run. If it was any other group, our lives would have flown to the sky. The disciples were very glad. Of course, at the foot of the White Mountain Peak, there was no love for the new and hate the old. While they were talking, the horses of the Wuming Hall neighed. All the disciples turned around and saw a group of people using qinggong from the orchid rainforest. The disciples of the Tuodan Hall couldn't help but show an envious look in their eyes. When the disciples of the Wuming Hall came closer, Zhang Xiaohua saw clearly that each disciple was holding a bloody monkey tail in their hands. There were also faint bloodstains on their bodies, but their faces showed faint excitement. Some of the disciples were even very happy. They were holding a fist-sized monkey in their hands that seemed to have not opened its eyes yet. Zhang Xiaohua was sad. Not to mention these little monkeys that were just born, each of the disciples of the Wuming Hall had about 5 or 6 monkey tails in their hands. That was 600 human-faced monkeys. In the time it took to eat 2 meals, they were all hunted down. Presumably, these human-faced monkeys didn't expect that passing through the orchid rainforest would bring about an unexpected disaster. Congratulations, congratulations. The leader of the Pill Expanding Hall, Senior Brother Su, went up to greet the leader of the Wuming Hall, Senior Brother Chen. Senior Brother Chen was also carrying a little monkey in his hand. With a smile on his face, he said, "Congratulations to you too. Didn't we borrow Junior Brother Su's luck? I'm sure that once we reach the strange birch forest, Junior Brother Su will also have a huge harvest. Hee, this is all due to Senior Brother Chen's luck. Hopefully, this luck will bring us some benefits," Senior Brother Su said humbly. Looking at the two of them taking pictures of each other, Zhang Xiaohua grew impatient. She raised her eyes to look at the rainforest behind her. Suddenly, her heart palpitated. Chapter 628. In the easternmost part of the Yulon Grand Canyon, under a gentle slope, there was a bonfire crackling and burning. 2 women were casually sitting on the grass beside the bonfire. One was wearing a green palace dress with a veil on her face, while the other was wearing a purple palace dress. She was holding a branch and roasting something on the bonfire. It was Chen Chen and Wuxia. Smelling the aroma gradually emitting from the bonfire, Chen Chen smacked her lips and asked without any ladylike image, "I say, Junior Sister Wuxia, I didn't expect your barbecue skills to be so good. Even Martial Uncle Jing Xian doesn't know how to do it. You. Where did you learn it? Could it be that the burning of the zither and cooking of the crane on Lingxiang Peak was done by you?" Wuxia's face showed a hint of sadness. She shook her head and said, "Senior Sister Chen, I don't know. Maybe I knew how to do it before I lost my memory." Then what did you remember these years? Is it because your family found you a young husband or an old rich man that you ran away from home? Then, you met with an accident and lost your memory? Or, did you elope with your childhood sweetheart? Halfway there, you encountered robbers who wanted to take you away as a mistress. You would rather die than submit and jumped off the cliff. Was that why Martial Uncle Jing Xian saved you? Sweat Wuxia's face turned red again. She carefully turned the branch in her hand and calmly replied, "Senior sister, you must be joking. I have been racking my brains for a while. When my master was alive, he often treated my head, but it was still to no avail. I know nothing about things that happened before I was 12 years old. Perhaps I was an orphan who wandered in the mountains. How could there be childhood sweethearts and childhood sweethearts?" Sigh. Seeing Wuxia so calm, but her tone was filled with endless worry, Chen Chen couldn't help but sigh. For a moment, on the slope, there was only the crackling of the bonfire and the silence of dusk. After a long while, Wuxia handed the things on the branch to Chen Chen and said, "Senior sister, you eat first." Chen Chen didn't refuse and took one of them. She said, "I alone am enough." Wuxia didn't hold back and very naturally took it back. She said somewhat enviously, "I heard that senior sister's mortal mantra is the most powerful. Almost all of them can be used for fasting." "In India?" Chen Chen was stunned and said, "How do you know this word?" Wuxia thought for a moment and said, "I'm not sure. It should be my master who told me." "Oh, it should be. Martial Uncle Jing Xian is very powerful." Chen Chen nodded and said, "However, I'm not fasting. I'm just trying to lose weight." Clang! Wuxia steadied herself and picked up the things that had fallen from the ground. She asked weakly, "Senior martial sister's figure is already very good. You don't have to do this, right?" Chen Chen ate the food on the branch in one bite. She was not satisfied, but she forced herself to burp and said complacently, "Prepare for a rainy day. Haven't you seen how many heartless people have abandoned their wives and children for the sake of beauty since ancient times? I have to be prepared in advance." Wuxia wiped the non-existent sweat on her face and said helplessly, "Well, senior martial sister is knowledgeable and indeed amazing." Chen Chen felt very comfortable with this flattery. She took out a small porcelain bottle from her arms and opened the lid. A fragrance came out of the bottle. Seeing this, Wuxia asked, "By the way, senior martial sister Chen, this heaven stalactite milk seems to be taken when practicing at night. If you take it now, you have to adjust your breath immediately. I'm afraid it's not convenient here." Chen Chen said with a smile, "Of course I know this. I'm just overjoyed and took it out to admire." Wuxia was speechless again and could only eat by herself. Chen Chen said again, "That karst cave is a good place. Why haven't I heard about it from the previous senior martial sisters? If junior martial sister Wuxia hadn't seen it by chance, we would have missed this millennium-old stalactite milk. Hee, I didn't expect that I, Chen Chen, would have such good luck one day. By the way, junior martial sister Wuxia, don't be jealous. It's not that I don't want to give it to you as your senior martial sister, but your current cultivation is really too low. If this stalactite milk enters your body, there might be some changes. Wait for me to give it to the hierarch and ask her to make a decision." Wuxia smiled. "Senior sister Chen, what are you talking about? Although I was the one who discovered the cave, if it wasn't for senior sister Chen accompanying me in exterminating the blood night bats in the cave, how could I have safely obtained the sky stalactite with my skills? However, this stalactite milk can only be taken one drop at a time. Senior martial sister, don't be greedy. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious." Chen Chen was startled for a moment and said, "Perhaps. This thing is really rare, and I've only occasionally seen it in books. Its usage is also unknown. Hee, if it wasn't for, junior sister, I wouldn't have taken it here." Wuxia pursed her lips and smiled. "Senior martial sister Chen, don't worry. I don't know anything. Hee, good junior martial sister, with your words, I'm relieved." Chen Chen said with a sinister smile, "In the future, if you take a fancy to any disciple, don't hesitate to tell me. I don't care if he has a good match or not. I'll make the decision for you." Bang! Wuxia disappeared. At this moment, a bolt of lightning shot from the distance and rushed toward the jade bottle in Chen Chen's hand. However, when the lightning was 3 feet away from Chen Chen, he suddenly raised his head and raised his hand. A cold light flashed in his hand and directly chopped toward the lightning. Clang! Chen Chen's body swayed and the cold light in his hand was revealed. It was a soft sword that looked like a peacock. The lightning was also blocked and was bluntly sent flying back by the soft sword. When its figure was revealed in the air, it was actually a huge eagle with black feathers, iron claws, and a sharp golden beak. The eagle sat cross-legged and circled in the air. Then, it dived down and flew toward Chen Chen. Golden eagle? Chen Chen was surprised for a moment. Then, he became happy and said, I was wondering why I didn't see any powerful beasts in the Yulon Grand Canyon. I didn't expect to meet you here. After he finished speaking, he put away the jade bottle containing the heaven stalactite into his bosom and leaped into the air. He actually raised his flexible sword and stabbed at the golden eagle that was charging past him. It must be said that the martial arts of Chuanxiang cult were extremely powerful. Although Chen Chen couldn't fly in the air like Zhang Xiaohua, he could stay in the air for a very long time. It was almost comparable to the levitation technique. However, the golden eagle was extremely fast and its beak was sharp. After fighting for a while, it seemed that the eagle couldn't split its attention. However, seeing that the stalactite had been put away, the golden eagle who was caught off guard decided to retreat. It turned around and dodged the soft sword. Then, it rushed into the dark night sky and headed east. Chen Chen's figure landed on the ground. He didn't say anything and pulled Xia, who was watching the battle, from the side. Then, he flew again and followed the golden eagle on the ground. Xia operated the internal energy in her meridians and tried her best to use her qing gong. While reducing Chen Chen's burden, she asked, Senior sister, it's already dark. Why are we still chasing the golden eagle? Chen Chen's qing gong was also very good. Even though he was in the air, he could still speak freely. He said, You don't know that this golden eagle has a hobby. Its nest has always been built on cliffs with spiritual herbs. If we follow this golden eagle, we will be able to gain a good harvest. I didn't kill the eagle just now because of this reason. If we don't chase now, when will we? Xia suddenly understood. She tightened her small mouth and followed Chen Chen's figure. Not to mention that Chen Chen and Xia had chased the golden eagle into the depths of the forest. Zhang Xiaohua stood behind the carriage and looked into the forest. The dense forest was still the same as before, like a ferocious beast lying there quietly, making people shudder. His divine sense swept over the forest and found that it was normal. However, Zhang Xiaohua knew that now that her divine awareness had a new divine awareness, the throbbing in her heart must have a reason. Although she was not sure what caused it, she was sure that it would be unfavorable to her. But when she saw that the disciples of the Wuming Hall were almost too excited and the disciples of the Pill-Opening Hall came to greet them, Zhang Xiaohua sensibly closed her mouth. The resting cave was dug in the mountain wall. The disciples of the Wuming Hall naturally occupied the upper level and the disciples of the Pill-Opening Hall were at the lower level. Zhang Xiaohua and the other 8 people found several caves in the corner and stayed there. When senior brother Wang saw Zhang Xiaohua, he thanked her profusely, which made Zhang Xiaohua a little embarrassed. Lu Chaoxian and the others started a bonfire next to the cave. Everyone sat in a circle and sighed about the dangers of the day. A few disciples who were competing with them secretly glanced at them, as if they wanted to get closer. After all, Zhang Xiaohua had saved senior brother Wang today, and they still remembered it. After a short while, the sky was completely dark. Everyone went back to the cave to sleep, leaving some disciples of the Wuming Hall to patrol. Zhang Xiaohua and others also went back early. Just before entering the cave, Zhang Xiaohua repeatedly told them that it might be dangerous at night and no matter what happened outside, they should not come out. Lu Chaoxian and the others were very surprised when they heard this, but they still nodded honestly and promised to sleep until the next morning. Zhang Xiaohua also fulfilled her responsibility as a leader. When it was almost midnight, she quietly came out and sealed the cave entrance of her and the other 9 people's cave with a restriction formation. This restriction formation prohibited entry and exit. As long as they listened to her and hid in the cave to sleep, even if the 5-colored snake came again, it could not hurt them. As for the other disciples of the Pill-Opening Hall, even if Zhang Xiaohua wanted to, she was powerless. So, she had to sweep the snow in front of her door first. After doing these things, Zhang Xiaohua returned to her cave and took out the primordial stones to start her daily routine practice. The night was dark and the whole mountain fell into a deep sleep. Only a few disciples of the Wuming Hall were walking around and patrolling the surroundings from time to time. However, in the distance, in the darkness, a pair of eyes filled with hatred stared at those disciples. Then, it nimbly flashed into the night and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 629. The next day, Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes. The first thing he did was to release his divine sense to see what had happened outside. However, after scanning for a long time, he found that those who were sleeping were still sleeping, and those who were patrolling were still patrolling. There was nothing different from last night. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, am I wrong? Yes, you are right. As long as everyone is safe, isn't it better than anything else? She removed the inhibition at the entrance of the cave and quietly walked out of the cave. She removed the inhibition at the entrances of other people's caves as well. Then she walked out of the cave and came to an open space. Ignoring the stares of the patrolling disciples, she began to practice her Big Dipper magical fist. Although Zhang Xiaohua's Big Dipper magical fist was a combination of hardness and softness, she was still despised by the disciples of Wuming Hall. Looking from afar, they curled their lips slightly. This boxing skill was obviously an external cultivation method and had nothing to do with internal strength. How could it catch the attention of the outer core disciples who often practiced internal strength? Moreover, there were only so many moves in a set of boxing skill. She practiced it over and over again. After practicing it for 2 or 3 times, the disciples of Wuming Hall were no longer interested in her. Even Lu Lihong, who got up later, just glanced at her for a while, shook his head, and did his own morning lesson. When the sun rose, all the disciples stood up and fed the horses that pulled the carriages, packed up their things, and the Pill Tower Hall's carriages were about to set out again. Senior brother Wang, who was poisoned yesterday, seemed to have recovered after a night's rest. But his face was still a little pale. Lu Chaoxian, who was in the carriage, turned back from time to time to ask Zhang Xiaohua who he won the detoxification pill from. Seeing it was better than hearing it 100 times. The detoxification effect was really good. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, I already said yesterday that I didn't get the pill by myself. Senior brother Bai Huan and other senior brothers helped me. There are so many disciples on Tianmu Peak. How could I know who won? Lu Chaoxian thought about it and found it was true. He also knew that some pills used by inner core disciples were often spread out in the pill opening hall. Some were often mistaken by the disciples of pill opening hall and treated as ordinary pills. The pill that saved senior brother Wang yesterday might belong to this category. Then, he stopped asking. Not long after, the car turned into a mountain road and gradually climbed up along the winding path. Zhang Xiaohua sat in the car and looked at the scenery outside the window. She asked casually, Senior brother Lu, what's the name of this mountain? Lu Chaoxian was also used to Zhang Xiaohua's ignorance, so he said, this is Hansue Ridge, which should be connected to the Orchid Mountain Range. This section stretches for hundreds of miles, and both sides are not easy to pass through. We can only go over the mountain from here. Then, he cracked the whip in his hand and urged the carriage to avoid a large rock. He continued, don't underestimate this Chui mountain range just because it's not high, but the area it covers is not small. In addition, the mountain path is difficult to traverse. Just crossing the mountain range alone will take a day. However, this is the last part of the journey. After crossing the mountain range, we will reach the strange birch forest. Oh, using 3 or 4 days to reach the strange birch forest is considered fast. I thought it would take at least 5 or 6 days. Lu Chaoxian looked at the continuous mountain range and said, "The journey to the strange birch forest is considered the shortest. I heard from the seniors in the hall that 300 years ago, our pill-expanding hall's herbs were located in the northeast. I think it was called the Eagle Stream Gorge. It takes 10 days to go there and 20 days to go back and forth. We only have less than 10 days left to pick herbs. Moreover, since the journey is longer, we will encounter more dangers. Compared to the seniors, we are much more fortunate." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and smiled. "What about the disciples of Wuming Hall? Did they change the place where they train?" "This." Lu Chaoxian scratched his head and said, "I don't know. When the outer disciples send us to the strange birch forest, they will go to the place where they train. When we finish picking herbs, they will also finish their training and return to the strange birch forest to join us. As for where they will train, how do we know?" Zhang Xiaohua was just curious. Since Lu Chaoxian didn't know, she didn't ask anymore. She closed her eyes and sat in the carriage to comprehend the array. Although the mountain path in the Chui mountain range was rugged and often bumpy, and there were many stones on the road, it was really not easy to walk. The carriage traveled for half a day and the sun was already high up in the sky. Looking back, they didn't seem to have gone far from the place where they started. Although the mountain path was difficult to walk on, the disciples walked happily. This place was not like the orchid prairie, nor was it like the orchid rainforest. There were no fierce beasts here. Occasionally, there were several fierce vultures and eagles, but they just hovered above their heads for a few times, and then spread their wings and flew away. There was no sign of difficulty. The disciples of the Pill Tower Hall and Wuming Hall already knew that this place was safe, so they were very relaxed. A few bold ones even opened their voices and sang a folk song. The leading disciple wanted to control them, but when he thought of the previous day's fright, he gave up the idea and squinted his eyes to appreciate it. After a while, it was noon, and the sun gradually became a little fierce. At this time, the carriages traveled to a real canyon. The canyon was very narrow, and could only accommodate 2 carriages side by side. The disciples of Wuming Hall had to form a pair with the Pill Tower Hall's carriages, and 1 horse and 1 carriage alternately moved forward. When Zhang Xiaohua's last carriage entered the canyon, the sun just reached the top of everyone's head. Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the carriage and looked up at the sky above her head. There was only a line of sky left, and there were towering mountain walls on both sides. She couldn't help but sigh, "Senior brother Lu, this canyon is very steep. It is really a line of sky." "Huh? Junior brother Ren doesn't know anything, does he? How did he know the name, Line of Sky?" Lu Chaoxian was very surprised. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and was about to answer. Suddenly, there was a sudden shock in her heart, and she blurted out, "Senior brother Lu, be careful. This canyon is so steep. Before this, came out, there was a burst of crashing sound in front of them, followed by the sound of rocks falling to the ground, the sound of rocks smashing the carriages, followed by the neighing of horses and the screams of injured disciples. Looking up, at the top of the Line of Sky canyon, there were flickering figures. Huge rocks rolled down from the top of the canyon, and the soil was raised high. Zhang Xiaohua's face was shocked. The canyon's terrain was special. It was very easy to fall rocks from a high place, but it was not easy for people to dodge in the canyon, especially so many disciples, carriages, and horses. They could only watch as they were smashed to death. Fortunately, no matter whether it was the disciples of the Pill Expanding Hall, they were all selected. Even if their martial arts were far inferior to the outer disciples, it was not too difficult to dodge the falling rocks. At the beginning, a few disciples were accidentally killed, and then they began to jump to avoid the falling rocks. However, the mountain path in the canyon was narrow. Even if their skills were extraordinary, after all, the space to move was limited. It was fine for a short period of time, but as time went by, it was difficult to escape the misfortune. Therefore, the disciples in front quickly rushed out of the canyon. If the disciples of the pill-expanding hall were like this, needless to say, the outer disciples of the Wuming hall were even more so. Seeing that the situation was critical, and the carriages were destroyed, blocking the way forward, they immediately dismounted their horses, jumped up, and used their lightness skill to rush out. At this time, there were a few loud boom sounds, and several huge rocks fell from a high place in front of the canyon, blocking the way out. Seeing this, everyone turned pale with fright. The disciples of the Wuming hall were fine, and they could use their lightness skill to get out, but the disciples of the pill-expanding hall were as pale as ashes. The disciples who were walking in front of the canyon ran forward, and the disciples who were walking at the back naturally had to quickly retreat out of the canyon. Needless to say, how could the carriages be freely turned around in a short time? Only the disciples jumped off the carriages and ran desperately to the back. The outer disciples at the back, such as Lu Lihong, saw the sudden tragedy in front of them. At first, they were shocked, but then they came to their senses. Looking at the steep stone walls around them, they knew that they did not have superior lightness skill to climb to the top of the mountain, so they immediately retreated from the canyon, and each of them looked for a place to climb up, and used their lightness skill to go up the mountain. Zhang Xiaohua had just reminded Lu Chaoxian to be careful, as the falling rocks were in front of them. He knew that the terrain of the canyon was dangerous, so he did not dare to delay. He was the last carriage, and there were two outer disciples behind him. He immediately jumped off from the back of the carriage and quickly ran out of the canyon. At this time, the two outer disciples were still stunned at what was happening in front of them, and did not have time to pay attention to him. Zhang Xiaohua came out of the canyon, dodged to one side, and immediately used the imperial wind technique to fly straight to the top of the mountain. When the outer disciples ran out of the canyon and looked up, he had already made an incantation and escaped into the mountain. Not long after, he appeared on the top of the mountain. He saw that on the top of the mountain, there were more than 10 things that looked like monkeys and humans. A human-faced monkey was jumping up and down and screaming, and they were working together to push down the rocks. When Zhang Xiaohua came up, they had just pushed down a few huge rocks and were about to go to Zhang Xiaohua. The place where Zhang Xiaohua came up was the end of the canyon, where there were also several huge rocks. Seeing the human-faced monkey, Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood that this was the survivor of the human-faced monkeys that were killed by the disciples of Wuming Hall yesterday. And this human-faced monkey thing that looked twice as tall as himself must be the helpers of the human-faced monkeys for revenge. This should be the reason why he was vigilant last night. Alas, this retribution came too fast. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and looked at the rocks next to him. If they really pushed the rocks down, the casualties of the outer sect disciples would not be too great. Basically, none of the disciples of the pill-sprouting hall would be able to make it out of this place alive. Moreover, the canyon was surrounded by steep rocks. It was extremely difficult to climb up using Qinggong. By the time the outer sect disciples found a suitable place, the mountain rocks would have been pushed down. Perhaps the human-faced monkey and the others would have already clapped their claws and succeeded in their revenge. Chapter 630. Seeing the human-faced monkey jumping up and down in the distance, pointing at him and the monkey-like thing and saying something, Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose and shook his head secretly. He strongly disapproved of the Wuming Hall's action of slaughtering the human-faced monkey yesterday, but he could not let the human-faced monkey smash the disciples of the pill-sprouting hall to death in the canyon. The human-faced monkey's revenge might be justified, but since he had encountered it, he could only stop it. At this moment, the human-faced monkey had already understood the human-faced monkey's intentions. A few of them continued to throw rocks into the canyon, while the others fiercely charged towards Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua did not hesitate. He took out Chasing Dream from his bosom and threw it into the air. The small sword chirped happily and quickly flew towards them. The human-faced monkey and the other wild beasts had never seen such a scene before. They raised their huge palms and used all their strength to slap the small sword. Chasing Dream was like a nimble little bird. It dodged with a twist and seemed to ignore them. It went straight for the wild beasts that were using all their strength to push the rocks in the distance. With a poochie sound, Chasing Dream nimbly pierced through the palm of a wild beast. Then, without stopping, it pierced through the huge mountain rock and came out from the other side, piercing through another palm. That wild beast howled in pain, holding its bleeding palms and jumping around. However, that small sword did not stop at all, and continued to attack another wild beast. In just a moment, those few wild beasts that had stayed behind and wanted to push the mountain rock down the canyon had their hands pierced through by the small sword. They stood there in pain, their shoulders twitching. How could they still be able to do anything? The wild beasts that were charging towards Zhang Xiaohua were surprised when they saw the small sword fly away. They did not stop and continued to charge towards Zhang Xiaohua. However, the screams behind them stopped them. When they saw the injuries of the wild beasts, they could not help but take a few steps back with fear in their eyes. At this moment, the small sword that had succeeded in its mission whistled past their heads. With a clever circle, it stopped in front of them. The tip of the sword trembled up and down, facing the mountain wind as if it was provoking them. Voila! The dozen or so wild beasts took a step back at the same time, as if they had no idea what to do. They all looked at the human-faced monkey beside them. Although the human-faced monkey was also afraid, its eyes still flashed with hatred. It could not tell whether Zhang Xiaohua was among the humans who slaughtered its people yesterday. It was chirping and screaming again. It even jumped up and down and patted its chest, causing the few wild beasts to want to go forward but not dare to, hesitating. The human-faced monkey seemed to be impatient. It screamed a few times and stood up. With a whoosh, it rushed into the air and pounced at Zhang Xiaohua. Alas, I was eager for revenge, but I was blinded by hatred. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. He had released Chasing Dream, and everything within a radius of 10 feet was under his divine sense. He had already seen the human-faced monkey's actions clearly. Moreover, the human-faced monkey was the most suitable hunting target for outer sect disciples. To Zhang Xiaohua, even if he did not have divine sense, there was absolutely no suspense. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua only stood there quietly without any thoughts of dodging. That human-faced monkey leapt into the air, but it had made many plans. When it arrived in front of Zhang Xiaohua, seeing that Zhang Xiaohua still did not move, it was already bursting with joy. With a wave of its 2 claws, it grabbed at Zhang Xiaohua's throat. Under that sunlight, the sharp claws flashed with a trace of cold light. There was no mockery in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes, nor was there a sneer. It could only pounce to a suitable distance away from the human-faced monkey. Rolling its eyes, it stared straight into its eyes. Suddenly, its left hand stretched forward and like a ghost, with a pang sound, it landed on the human-faced monkey's throat. Following that, the left hand exerted a little force. That human-faced monkey immediately had difficulty breathing and its face and ears turned red. The arm that was grabbing out no longer cared about hurting Zhang Xiaohua. It hurriedly grabbed onto Zhang Xiaohua's left hand, wanting to remove its hand from its throat. Unfortunately, even when it used all the strength in its body, that arm was still like cast copper and iron, unable to move at all. As for the human-faced monkey's strength, it was getting weaker and weaker. After a few struggles, it gradually weakened. Following that, the human-faced monkey's eyes gradually rolled back into its head and its face that was as clean as a human face was now so red that it was about to drip blood. The 2 legs that were still struggling earlier were now limp and hanging down. It was not known if it had stopped struggling on its own or if it had lost all its strength. As the human-faced monkey's eyes rolled back into its head, it stared at Zhang Xiaohua. Its eyes that were initially filled with hatred turned to abnormally terrified. Following that, it became pleading, panic and finally a flash of serenity. The 10 over large wild beasts behind the human-faced monkey saw that the human-faced monkey was caught in the air by Zhang Xiaohua. They roared angrily and were about to charge forward. However, Chasing Dream, who had stopped in front of them, swooped down magnificently and pierced through the arm of one of the beasts. A painful cry once again stopped them in their tracks. They could only watch anxiously as they howled. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua sighed. He really did not expect that these wild beasts were actually so intelligent. Other than the fact that they could not speak, how different were they from normal humans? He didn't intend to be heavy-handed in the first place. Now that he saw the ferocious beasts conceding, he shook his left hand and the human-faced monkey shot towards the huge wild beast. Seeing this, the wild beast let out a hee-hee sound and stretched out its thick arms to catch the human-faced monkey. The human-faced monkey laid in the wild beast's arm and breathed rapidly. Its face slowly regained its original color. Then, with a flip, it climbed down from the wild beast's body and glared fiercely at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua did not show any signs of weakness and directly went forward to meet it. After looking at each other for a moment, the human-faced monkey's eyes seemed to shrink back. It blinked a few times and turned to whisper a few words to the other large beasts. The wild beasts also responded with faces full of joy. They then pulled on the human-faced monkey's slender arm and the human-faced monkey nimbly jumped onto the large beast's shoulder. Then, the large beasts turned back and waved at Zhang Xiaohua. All of them laughed and walked towards the mountain peak. Even the injured large beasts endured the pain and followed closely behind. After walking for a few dozen steps, the human-faced monkey sitting on the large beast's shoulder turned back and looked deeply at Zhang Xiaohua. Its eyes were no longer filled with hatred but had been replaced by gratitude. Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her eyes in disbelief. This human-faced monkey is really, alas, full of emotions. At this moment, there was a slight panting sound behind Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua did not need to turn back to know that it must be the outer disciples of Wu Minghao. She made a gesture and escaped into the mountain. The first few outer disciples who came up were those with excellent lightness skills. When they arrived at the mountain peak, they saw more than a dozen human-faced monkeys slowly retreating down the mountain peak. Seeing the human-faced monkey on the large beast's shoulder, they were immediately stunned and could not help but cry out, "Giant ape?" Although the giant ape was a close relative of the human-faced monkey, its strength was not on the same level as that of the human-faced monkey. The giant ape had thick skin and strong flesh, and it was not clumsy either. The outer core disciples of Wu Minghao could deal with the human-faced monkey with ease, but they were no match for the giant ape even if there were 3 or 5 of them. Now that they saw more than 10 giant apes, how could they easily go forward? After waiting for a while, the number of senior and junior brothers gradually increased. The giant ape and human-faced monkey also gradually went far away. Only then did these people follow and observe. However, the entire mountain peak, except for the mountain rocks, there was nothing else. Everything was very normal. They couldn't see any traces of fighting. Occasionally, some blood spilled on the ground, but it didn't mean anything. Senior brother Chen, who was leading the group, stood in line and carefully observed everything on the mountain peak. He could not help but gasp. The mountain peak was full of huge rocks. The rocks that were pushed down just now were to block the path in front of the canyon. If the path behind was blocked, the disciples in the canyon would have nowhere to hide. As long as the giant ape easily pushed down the remaining rocks, no one would be able to escape with their lives. Less than half of the disciples of Wu Minghao that he brought could reach the top of the mountain in time. Even if they could tie with the giant ape, they would not be able to prevent the tragedy from happening. However, the giant ape, who was confident of winning, actually left so easily. What was going on here? Senior brother Chen scratched his head. The disciples were happy. Of course, they were happy that they did not have to risk their lives to fight with the giant ape. As for why the giant ape retreated, it was naturally because they were lucky enough to scare the giant ape away. Giant ape? This name really lives up to its name, Zhang Xiaohua said to herself. She escaped from the top of the mountain to the ground, and found a place where no one would notice her. At this time, the entrance of the canyon was already in a mess. Half of the disciples of Wuming Hall went to the top of the canyon, and the rest of the disciples were shouting and organizing the disciples of Pill Expanding Hall to escape. If it were normal times, it would be easy for 300 people to get out of the canyon. But at this time, it was a matter of life and death. Who would think of anything else? There was only the word escape in their minds. They were all in a hurry and scrambled to be the first. They did not even realize that they were trampling on their fellow disciples. They just wanted to run out of the canyon as soon as possible. As a result, when everyone was in a panic, the horses were also in a panic. They could not retreat and could only move forward. People bumped into the horses, and the horses rushed at the people. For a while, the canyon was in a mess. No one knew how many disciples were killed or injured inside. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua went up early and stopped the giant ape's next move in time. The rocks above the canyon did not fall anymore. Seeing that the disciples at the entrance of the canyon were still urging the disciples in the canyon to come out quickly, Zhang Xiaohua walked behind Lu Chaoxian and whispered, "Senior brother Lu, it seems that there are no more rocks falling from the top of the canyon. I have been paying attention for a long time. Did the senior brothers of Wuming Hall go up and solve the problem?" Lu Chaoxian heard it and said in surprise, "Junior brother Ren, you came out early. I thought you were inside. Where did you go?" Junior brother Ren is right. There hasn't been any mountain rocks falling down. I was so scared that I didn't notice it. Chapter 631. Then, Lu Chaoxian rushed forward and shouted, "Senior brothers, don't be anxious, don't fight. There are no rocks falling from the mountain, just come out slowly." Everyone was so anxious that they couldn't hear him. It was only after Lu Chaoxian shouted several times that they finally heard him. They all unconsciously stopped and looked up. Sure enough, there were no more rocks falling from the sky. Then, everyone slowly calmed down and became polite again. Since they had restored order and returned to the ranks of civilized people, the quality of being well-behaved was reflected. Not long after, the disciples of the Pill Tower Hall all withdrew from the canyon. Senior brother Chen, who was at the front of the team, had an ashen face and an injury on his left arm. After resting outside the canyon for a while, the outer disciples of the Wuming Hall also returned from the top of the canyon. Hearing that there was no more danger in the canyon, senior brother Chen then organized the disciples of the Tianmu Peak who were walking behind the team to clean up the tragedy in the canyon. Zhang Xiaohua naturally volunteered. Just now, she had heard the screams from the back. When she went in, the deeper she went, the more frightened she was. The giant apes must have planned this for a long time. The rocks they threw down were huge. Although not much time had passed since Zhang Xiaohua discovered them and stopped them from throwing more rocks down, within the canyon, more than a dozen carriages had been smashed to smithereens, especially at the front of the caravan. There was some mangled flesh and blood on the walls of the canyon, on the ground, and on the carriages. It was unknown whether it was the horses that pulled the carriages or the disciples that rode the carriages. Zhang Xiaohua and the others sighed as they helped the injured and immobile disciples out of the canyon. They also cleared some of the debris out of the canyon. After the time it took to eat 2 meals, they finally cleared everything out, leaving behind only huge rocks that couldn't be moved. Senior brother Chen, the leader of the Pill Tower Hall, reorganized the team and counted the losses. In just a short period of time, they had lost more than 10 carriages, more than 10 horses, and nearly 20 disciples. Moreover, these disciples who died were all smashed by rocks. Even their corpses were incomplete. In addition, there were 50 to 60 disciples who were injured. Due to the fact that the disciples of Bayou Peak were at the very front, the dead disciples were all from Bayou Peak. As for the injured disciples, most of them were injured from running over each other and trampling on each other. Bayou Peak disciples, on the other hand, did not suffer many injuries. While the pill-sprouting hall was counting the casualties, the disciples of the Wuming Hall were not idle either. They had fewer people injured. After the pill-sprouting hall had cleared the canyon, the leader, Senior Brother Su, led everyone to observe the canyon that was blocked by huge rocks. It didn't matter if they didn't look, but once they did, they sucked in a breath of cold air. The giant ape was the strongest, while the human-faced monkey was also the smartest. The mountain rocks used to block the exit of the canyon were much bigger than the mountain rocks thrown into the canyon. There was not just one mountain rock, but nearly 10 of them. Moreover, these rocks were stacked on top of each other, reaching a height of 10 zhang. Senior Marshal Brother Su used his qin gong to leap to the top of the rocks. After taking a rough look, he secretly complained in his heart. There was no problem for the disciples of the Wuming Hall to pass through here. Even the disciples of the pill-sprouting hall should be able to pass through smoothly with the help of the disciples of the Wuming Hall. However, what should they do with the carriages and horses? The place for the trial of the outer disciples was not the strange birch forest. There were still a few days' journey to the strange birch forest. If they only used their qin gong, they would have exhausted their internal energy and physical strength by the time they reached there. Besides, the jade boxes used by the pill-sprouting hall to store medicinal herbs were all on the carriages. If the carriages did not pass through, they could only carry a few jade boxes in their arms. How many medicinal herbs could they pick? Therefore, the horses and carriages had to pass through this canyon. However, if they wanted to pass through this canyon, the huge rocks blocking the exit had to be cleared away. Such huge rocks made one dizzy just by looking at them. Who would have the extravagant hope of moving them away? Even for the giant apes, it was easy for them to push the rocks down together. If they were asked to move them away, even the giant apes would shake their heads. Senior Brother Su jumped down from the tallest rock and landed on a slightly lower one. He first took a horse stance and circulated qi in his dantian. Then, he stretched out his arms and pressed them tightly against the rock in front of him. He gathered all the internal energy in his body into his hands. Then, with a loud shout, he pushed out with both hands. The huge rock did not move at all. Instead, the huge rock's rebounding force numbed Senior Brother Su's arms. Sighing, Senior Brother Su looked back at the exit of the canyon. Then, he jumped down from the rock and led everyone to the entrance of the canyon. He briefly told the situation in the canyon to Senior Brother Chen of the pill-sprouting hall. He sighed and said, "Junior Brother Chen, it looks like we can't move the rocks for the time being. Let's find a place to rest first." Let's set up the tents and other things first." Senior Brother Chen was stunned. He looked at the noon sun and said, This is still early." Senior Brother Su said unhappily, "This has nothing to do with the time. Even if it's early in the morning and we can't move forward, shouldn't we rest early? Just now, our brothers were all frightened in the canyon. It's better to be quiet." Senior Brother Chen looked at the bare mountain path and said awkwardly, "Senior Brother Su, the terrain here is narrow. It's not easy to set up camp. Why don't we retreat to the place we rested at yesterday?" Senior Brother Su was speechless. He said in a low voice, "The ones who attacked us just now were the human-faced monkeys and giant apes. Those are the ferocious beasts of the orchid rainforest. Don't tell me you want to send yourself under their noses?" Then, Senior Brother Su ignored Senior Brother Chen. He turned his head and shouted, "Junior Brother Kong, Junior Brother Mi, each of you take 20 people and carefully search the left and right sides of the canyon. See if there's a place for a carriage to pass through. 2 disciples stepped out of the crowd and bowed. They led the disciples to the left and right sides respectively. Junior brother Ma, you take 2 brothers to the top of the mountain and prepare the smoke signal. Wait for my command and prepare to call for help. A short and fat disciple next to him was obviously stunned. Then, he hesitated and said, "Yes, Senior Brother Su." Seeing that Senior Brother Su didn't speak, he took 2 disciples and went to the top of the canyon with some things. At this time, a wretched-looking disciple next to him came up and said with a smile, "Senior Brother Su, I saw you channeling your inner strength on the giant rock. Although you didn't move it, your wise move moved me. I have an idea, but I don't know if I should say it." Senior Brother Su's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, "Just say it. If it works, I'll give you credit first." That disciple was excited and said, "Doesn't our Wuming Hall have the technique of transmitting inner strength? Although you don't have enough inner strength, 10 people's inner strength might be enough. If it doesn't work, we can channel more than 100 disciples' inner strength to you. It will definitely work." After that, that disciple waited there happily for Senior Brother Su's praise. After a long while, Senior Brother Su still didn't speak. When he stole a glance, Senior Brother Su's face was full of black lines. When he saw that disciple looking at him, he said sarcastically, "Junior brother, that's a good idea. The giant rock at the top can also be moved by 10 people. But the problem is, among these 10 people, except for me, where can the other 9 people stand?" Then, he said, "If all 10 of us stand on the ground, how can we move the giant rocks?" Seeing that the disciple was about to speak, Senior Brother Su didn't let him speak and said, "Do you know the taboo of transmitting inner strength? Even if 10 people's inner strength is transmitted to my body, my meridians may be able to withstand it. But if 100 people's inner strength is transmitted to my meridians, Junior Brother Su, don't you think I'm an eyesore? Do you want my meridians to explode because of the inner strength?" That wretched disciple blushed and murmured, "Junior brother." Junior brother just had an idea and gave Senior brother a suggestion. Senior Brother Su waved his hand and said, "Okay, go and help Junior brother me look at the smoke signal. If there is no passage left or right, we can only rely on the help of other senior brothers." Not far away, Zhang Xiaohua found it strange and asked softly, "Senior Brother Lu, what is this smoke signal for help?" Lu Chaoxian said, "The ancient said, lone smoke rises straight in the desert. This lone smoke is the smoke signal. After the blood wolf's dung is dried and ignited, it will shoot straight into the sky. It can be seen even from far away. Our Orchid Evening refinement relies on this for long-distance communication. As long as the smoke signal is not extinguished, it means that the problem hasn't been solved. If someone sees it, they must hurry over as soon as possible." "Oh, I see." Zhang Xiaohua pondered. Not long after, Junior Brother Kong, who was scouting on the left, came back. He didn't come back empty-handed, but everyone's face and hands were abnormally red and swollen. After asking, they found out that there was a nest of poisonous bees not far away. Not to mention finding a way through the mountain path, they were stung as soon as they got close. All the disciples returned in defeat. After a while, Junior Brother Mi also came back. They were even more miserable as they lost 2 disciples. A few miles to the right of the canyon was a mountain stream, which didn't allow carriages to pass. Just beside the stream, the outer disciples who were caught off guard were attacked by dozens of wolf crocodiles. In a hurry, 2 disciples were eaten by the crocodiles. After listening to the 2 junior brothers' report, Senior Brother Su didn't hesitate anymore and asked Junior Brother Ma to light the smoke signal. Not long after, a thick black smoke rushed straight to the top of the mountain. Then, Senior Brother Su waved his hand and said, "Everyone, let's set up camp and rest. We will discuss again when the other senior brothers come." Therefore, the disciples of Wuming Hall followed the disciples of Pill Tower Hall and set up their tents on the narrow mountain path, waiting for rescue. As expected, the first disciple of the incense cult who arrived was an elite disciple of the Wuming Hall. That disciple was full of confidence at first, but after listening to Senior Brother Su's introduction and looking at the huge rocks in the canyon, he could not help but shake his head. What a joke! Even the giant ape could not do this. The disciple was about to leave, but Senior Brother Su begged him to stay. Seeing that it was getting late, he decided to stay. When the sky turned dark, more than a dozen Wuming Hall disciples came, but not a single inner disciple showed up. These disciples were all at their wits' end, chatting idly on top of the canyon. Suddenly, a tall and skinny disciple with a mask on his face appeared on the mountain peak. Chapter 632. The first one who saw this disciple was Senior Brother Su from Wuming Hall. He only saw a tall and thin figure floating up the mountain like a ghost. He thought it was a senior brother from his sect, so he quickly stood up. The elite disciples in front of him were all stunned. When they turned around and saw the figure in the distance, they were all shocked. Not to mention other things, just the Qin Gong alone was definitely more powerful than them. He had already reached the peak, but he still didn't attract their attention. If it was a sneak attack, they shuddered. Who was this senior brother? However, when this person came closer, everyone was even more puzzled. They thought this person would be an inner disciple. Although the robe he wore was simple and unadorned, it was not the usual attire of the inner disciples of fragrance cult. Moreover, this person's face was covered. It seemed that the male disciples of fragrance cult didn't have such a rule. Only the true female disciples of the inner sect were qualified to wear a veil. Even if this person was an outstanding disciple of Wuming Hall, this person's attire was not the standard of Wuming Hall. Moreover, everyone here was an outer sect elite disciple. Who wasn't familiar with each other? This person didn't need to cover his face, right? However, everyone didn't raise their vigilance. In this Yulon Grand Canyon, if there was a beast, you should raise your vigilance. Maybe you would be bitten by the beast. But at this time in the Yulon Grand Canyon, other than the disciples of fragrance cult, who else could it be? Everyone didn't dare to neglect. The eldest disciple came forward and bowed. I'm Chen Wei, a disciple of Wuming Hall. Greetings to senior brother. The disciples behind also bowed. Nonsense, after guessing for a long time, they couldn't guess the identity of this person. However, this person's light body technique was superb. It was very likely that he was from fragrance cult. It was impossible for him to be from Heaven and Earth Hall, Cleansing Jade Hall or Expanding Pill Hall. How could they not be polite? The two words senior martial brother didn't even cost him money. He just casually said it. The person was slightly stunned and immediately returned the greeting, my surname is Zhang. His voice was hoarse and low. Chen Wei smiled, so it's senior brother Zhang. I don't know if senior brother is from fragrance cult. Without waiting for Chen Wei to finish, senior brother Zhang waved his hand and said, I saw the smoke signal from afar. I don't know what happened. It's been an entire afternoon, and the smoke hasn't gone out yet? Seeing senior brother Zhang's displeasure, Chen Wei didn't dare to ask any more questions. He stepped forward and recounted what happened in the canyon. When senior brother Zhang heard this, he laughed and said, such a small matter, yet you're helpless? All right, extinguish the smoke. Senior brother Su was taken aback. Not daring to move, he turned to look at Chen Wei. Chen Wei raged, junior brother Su, quickly go and extinguish the smoke signal. If senior brother Zhang says there's no problem, then there's no problem. The methods of inner disciples are not something we can imagine. Inner sect disciple? Can we? Senior brother Su was also shocked. He didn't know how Chen Wei could tell that senior brother Zhang was an inner disciple, but he didn't dare to disobey Chen Wei. He hurried over and called out to several disciples to extinguish the smoke that rose straight into the night sky. At the same time, several miles away, more than 10 disciples who had rushed over saw that the signal for help had been extinguished. They all stopped and went their separate ways. Far away, a few ladies in palace attire also casually raised their heads. When they saw that the signal was extinguished, they only smiled and ignored it. They were busy with their own matters. After senior brother Su extinguished the signal, he saw senior brother Zhang walking to the top of the canyon and looking around. He pulled Chen Wei's sleeve and said, "Senior brother Chen, how do you know that senior brother Zhang is an inner disciple? Didn't you say that the inner disciples wouldn't bother with 5 smoke signals? I was thinking that if I couldn't solve it tomorrow, I would light 5 smoke signals. Should junior brother Su, can you lower your voice? He's an inner disciple. He's proficient in secret sound transmission. Won't you be heard if you talk like that?" Then, he looked at senior brother Zhang who was looking down at the canyon. He lowered his voice and said, "Do we have a disciple whose lightness skill is better than mine in our Wuming Hall? If he's not an inner disciple, then who is he? He didn't wait for you to light 5 smoke signals before coming. It's enough to show his enthusiasm. Don't say anything more. Let senior brother Zhang deal with the mountain rock first." Then, he thought for a while and said, "I'm curious about the means of the inner disciples. How do they deal with the mountain rock? Can they shatter the mountain rock into pieces with their inner force? It's very possible." Just then, senior brother Zhang raised his head and smiled at them. Chen Wei quickly shut up. He pointed to the side and said with a smile, "Senior brother Zhang, it's a good place to go down the canyon." Unexpectedly, senior brother Zhang shook his head and jumped down from the canyon. The dozens of elite disciples behind senior brother Zhang all opened their mouths wide. They had seen the canyon in the afternoon. It was hundreds of feet high and both sides of the canyon were smooth. There was no way to stand on it. If they jumped down directly from here, they would either die or be disabled. Therefore, they all went down from the gentle slope on the side. Now, seeing senior brother Zhang suddenly jump down in the dark, how could they not be surprised? When they ran to the top of the canyon and looked down, they saw senior brother Zhang floating down with the help of the fire at the bottom of the canyon. He landed lightly on the mountain rock like a falling leaf. He didn't even bother to do a somersault to counteract the momentum. Tisk, tisk. There was a burst of admiration. If this didn't prove that he was an inner disciple, what kind of martial arts could? Everyone on the canyon no longer doubted senior brother Zhang who came from lingering Fragrance Peak. However, what surprised them was yet to come. They thought that senior apprentice brother Zhang would use his inner strength to smash the mountain rocks into pieces, but when he floated down, he didn't even use his inner strength. He stretched out his hands and grabbed the 2 protrusions of the topmost boulder. With a little bit of strength, he lifted the boulder above his head and threw it towards the exit of the canyon. After a long while, they heard the sound of the boulder falling to the ground. He actually threw it extremely far away. Was this a human or a giant ape? While the disciples on the canyon were surprised, senior brother Zhang didn't take a break. He kept jumping down from the huge rock. For every step he took, he would throw the huge rock above his head. In just a short while, he had landed on the ground. On the ground, the disciples of Wuming Hall who were guarding the canyon were stunned. They watched as the giant ape landed on the ground and senior brother Zhang threw the last huge rock far away. They panicked and bowed to salute him. Senior brother Zhang smiled and bowed to salute them. Then, he raised his head and looked at the top of the canyon. He waved his hand and floated up toward the exit of the canyon. "Io, senior brother Zhang, please wait." Chen Wei and the others on the canyon didn't expect that senior brother Zhang would leave immediately after throwing the boulder out of the canyon. He didn't even talk to them. Only then did they pick up their jaws that had fallen to the ground and quickly jumped down from the side. They chased after senior brother Zhang into the canyon. However, when they chased out of the canyon with torches, they only saw the huge boulder on both sides of the mountain path. There was no sign of senior brother Zhang. What a godlike person! Chen Wei couldn't help but praise. He was heartbroken that he had wasted such a good opportunity to get close to the inner disciples. However, this kind of character also showed the inner disciples' arrogance. The inner sect had always been a mysterious place, and this simple male disciple was already so amazing. The boulder that dozens of outer sect disciples were helpless against was easily dealt with in a few moves. What about the female disciple who had inherited the inner sect's true teachings? Was there even a need to say anything? The inner disciples were indeed the lifelong goal of the outer disciples. For a moment, the outer disciples standing at the exit of the canyon were all excited, as if they could see the future they could look forward to. Behind them, at the entrance of the canyon, a tall and thin figure emerged from the ground. Wasn't that the inner disciple they admired, senior brother Zhang? Senior brother Zhang didn't look around and took out a set of clothes from his chest. Well, he took out a set of clothes from his chest and put them on. Then, he took off the handkerchief covering his face and turned to look at the entrance of the canyon in the dark. Then, he slowly walked toward the tents in the distance. Under the moonlight, the small eyes, the slightly flat nose, and the ordinary face. Wasn't that Zhang Xiaohua and Xiaoxia? It was a quiet night. The next morning, the disciples of the pill-sprouting hall were all excited when they heard the news that the canyon had been cleared. If the canyon was blocked, they would be at a disadvantage. The disciples of the Wuming Hall could use their lightness skills to get through, but they couldn't. Even the team leader, senior brother Chen, didn't plan to let the outer disciples carry a few jade boxes to jump over the huge rock. Let alone the disciples of the pill-sprouting hall, even the ordinary disciples of the Wuming Hall didn't know how the huge rock in the canyon was cleared. Only when the disciples who were on guard at the canyon got up in the morning and whispered what had happened did they know that a god had come last night. The dozens of outer disciples who saw the smoke yesterday didn't leave immediately, but stayed at the top of the canyon. They didn't leave until the disciples of the pill-sprouting hall and the Wuming Hall had passed through the canyon safely. After the caravan of the pill-sprouting hall passed through the canyon, the disciples of the pill-sprouting hall saw the huge rocks thrown by Zhang Xiaohua on both sides of the mountain road. Only then did they know that such a wonderful thing had happened here when they were resting. They couldn't help sighing secretly. Even Lu Chaoxian, who was in the carriage, asked Zhang Xiaohua in a low voice, "Junior brother Ren, the rocks are so huge. How did they move to the sides of the mountain road?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I don't know. I only know that the task of the pill-sprouting hall is to pick the spiritual grass. These troublesome things should be solved by the professionals. If outer disciples can't do it, then inner disciples can do it. If one pillar of smoke doesn't work, then 5 pillars of smoke." 5 pillars of smoke? Lu Chaoxian exclaimed, "My God, I didn't seem to tell you about the 5 pillars of smoke yesterday. Did the Wuming Hall light up 5 pillars of smoke yesterday? Did the inner disciples appear?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled mysteriously. "Anything is possible. Come, there are more chapters." Chapter 633. Perhaps the disciples of the pill-spreading hall and Wuming Hall had used up all their bad luck in the past few days, so they didn't encounter any obstacles during the rest of the journey. Cough, cough, it was just that there was nothing worthy of Xiaoxia's help. Although it took them nearly a day to cross the mountain range, and they didn't even set up camp at the appointed place at night. Even after the mountain range, there was a swamp and a torrential stream, but the disciples of the Wuming Hall easily dealt with the small beasts in the grass and the ferocious beasts in the swamp. They only lost a few horses, threw them into a few carriages, and a few disciples were slightly injured. At noon on the second day, after crossing the swamp and climbing a gentle slope, they came face to face with a vast and verdant forest that seemed to be dripping with water. Well, it couldn't be said to be a simple forest. Instead, it was an undulating mountainous region. Some parts of the mountainous region had trees that were several feet tall, while other parts had green grass. There were even more places where different types of medicinal herbs were planted. The most peculiar thing was that this huge mountainous area was faintly shrouded in white fog, and the strong afternoon sun couldn't penetrate it. It was the best place to plant herbs. Zhang Xiaohua was the last to climb the gentle slope. Seeing this strange scene, she couldn't help but ask, "Senior brother Lu, do you dare to say that this isn't the back garden of our fragrant cult?" "Oh, the back garden of herbs?" Lu Chaoxian also had a dumbfounded look on his face. After a long while, he opened his mouth and said, "I've long heard from my senior brother, but I didn't really believe it. Now it seems that our pill expanding hall's grass department should be moved here. The herbs here are almost incomparable to all the herbs planted in the grass department." While the two were talking, the leader of the Wuming Hall, senior brother Su, walked to the leader of the pill spreading hall, senior brother Chen. He cupped his hands and said, "Junior brother Chen, this is the strange birch forest. I didn't disappoint you and brought you here safely. The day before yesterday, we were delayed for half a day in the canyon. Now is the time to say goodbye." Senior brother Chen also smiled wholeheartedly, "Thank you for the support of the Wuming Hall. I thank you on behalf of all the brothers. I wouldn't dare. It is my duty." Then, he pointed to a small river in the distance and said, "I presume that Vice Hall Master Su has already told us that as long as we don't cross that river and don't climb up the mountain, this area is safe." Senior brother Chen nodded, "Now that I've woken up, I won't be able to break through easily. I wish senior brother Su success in your trial. I'll wait here for senior brother's good news." "Ha ha ha, well said, well said." Senior martial brother Su whistled and grabbed the reins with both hands. The horse he was sitting on let out a long neigh and headed in another direction. All of the outer sect disciples turned their horses around, clamped their legs together, and followed. Lu Lihong was at the back of the group. When all the disciples passed by him, he cupped his hands towards Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Junior brother Ren, see you later." "Ha, senior brother Lu, be careful. See you after the trial." Zhang Xiaohua replied politely. However, Lu Lihong's eyes flashed with a trace of a smile, and he also left. When the disciples of the Wuming Hall were far away, senior martial brother Chen shouted, "Junior brothers, this is the strange birch forest, the destination of our trip to the Yulon Grand Canyon. For the next 20 days, we will be staying here. Look at the herbs everywhere. Many of them are decades-old spirit herbs. As long as we bring these spirit herbs back to the Pill Repository Hall, it will be a great merit. Think about it, we don't have to risk our lives like the outer sect disciples. As long as we raise our hands, we can achieve merit like them. Why not?" All the disciples were happy, and said, "Senior martial brother Chen is right, we will listen to senior martial brother's arrangement. Everyone must have made sufficient preparations before coming here, so I won't say more. I just want to emphasize 2 points. First, pay attention to your safety and don't cross the border. Everyone must know that this area was explored by the predecessors, and if you step out, you will have to bear the consequences. There have been such precedents before, and although there were some who returned safely, there were many who died outside. Second, when picking spiritual herbs, you must pay attention to the age. Don't pick those that are less than 20 years old, and only pick those that are older. If we pick all the herbs and return to the Pill Tower Hall, not only will we not be rewarded, but we will also be punished. Otherwise, 5 years later, how will our junior brothers come to pick again?" Senior martial brother Chen said humorously, and everyone laughed. "I know, senior martial brother, this is just common sense. You should hurry up and give the order. We have long wanted to achieve merit for our Pill Repository Hall." Senior martial brother Chen nodded, then I announced the official start of the Yulon Evening Refinement. Then he waved his hand. Everyone laughed and rushed down the gentle slope in the carriage. Under the gentle slope, they continued for several miles until they came to a flat place. There were many stones placed here, which seemed to be divided into different areas. Everyone stopped, and under the arrangement of Senior Marshal Brother Chen, the disciples of the 4 peaks each occupied a different area. There were many spirit herbs in the strange birch forest, and the area was very wide. Naturally, they could not just pick them randomly. Under the leadership of Senior Marshal Brother Chen, the disciples of each peak were divided into areas to pick herbs, and then under the leadership of their respective leaders, they went to different places. The first to go was naturally the disciples of White Mountain Peak. Under the leadership of Senior Marshal Brother Chen, they went to the east, followed by the disciples of 3 Reeds Peak and Jing Peak. Under the leadership of their respective leaders, they went to the south and west respectively. Finally, the disciples of Tianmu Peak also moved. The 3 areas of the strange birch forest were occupied by the disciples of the other peaks, and they only occupied the last area. Although this area was very close to the river, it was still safe. Moreover, the herbs everywhere were lush, and no one could see the difference. The area near the river was in the north of the strange birch forest. It was not very far, and it did not take long for them to arrive. The 3 Arhats and Lu Chaoxian divided the area into 4 areas, each leading a group of disciples to different areas to pick herbs. Needless to say, Zhang Xiaohua, Lu Chaoxian, and the other 8 disciples were considered a group. Although they were few in number, the strange birch forest was very large. Even after being divided again and again, there was still a lot of space for the 10 of them to pick. Looking at the lush herbs, Lu Chaoxian and the others smiled. When they returned this time, the rewards from the haul would definitely not be small. Senior Marshal Brother Wang, who had been bitten by the 5-colored snake a few days ago, had completely recovered. He walked in front of Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Junior Brother Ren, I am not willing to say too much about saving your life. I know that you are looking for the ice soul grass that has been here for hundreds of years, but according to the disciples who came here, this thing cannot be found in the area where we picked it. Therefore, Junior Brother Ren wants to go to other places to look for it. And it is best to go now, and not wait until the end to look for it." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "That's right. If there was, it would have been picked 5 years ago. How could it be left until now?" Senior Marshal Brother Wang smiled and said, "What I mean is, since you are our leader, I will not argue with you. You go look for your ice soul grass, and we brothers will pick it here. I will give half of the herbs I pick to you. Even if you can't pick the ice soul grass, there won't be too much loss in other aspects. What do you think?" Several disciples beside him also said, "Since Senior Marshal Brother Wang said so, we can't fall behind. How about we give 30% of the herbs to Junior Brother Ren?" Seeing the deep affection of the disciples, Zhang Xiaohua was really moved. He also knew that this was the effect of the antidote. This thing was insignificant to him, but in the eyes of others, he was warm-hearted. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "I appreciate your kind intentions, Senior Marshal Brothers. It's just picking 100-years-old ice soul grass, it's no big deal. You guys go ahead and pick it. If I can't find it, then I will do as you say. If I can pick it, then I will pick it for the rest of the time. What do you think?" Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's tone, the disciples pretended that they didn't hear it. They only thought that he was comforting them, so they smiled and agreed. After the crowd left, Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose and the corner of his mouth curved into an unfathomable smile. First, he jumped on top of a tall tree and carefully identified it. Then, he directly used his qin gong and flew in a direction. As he sped, he was secretly proud of his good luck. How could they not say that Zhang Xiaohua's luck was good? Cough, cough. Good luck? At that time, after the gambling fight, didn't they want to use pills to exchange for herbs? A senior marshal brother Liao from the grass division came late and wanted to ask for the small bone congealing pill, so he used the information of an herb as the price. This herb was the ice soul grass, and it was also old enough. That day, Zhang Xiaohua only listened and didn't take it seriously. After all, at that time, he felt that the Valley Orchid evening refinement was far away from him, so he didn't need to consider it. But things were so coincidental. Zhang Xiaohua was not only sent to the Valley Orchid, but also made up for his mistakes, so this ice soul grass was used as punishment. Thus, when Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the strange birch forest, he had to think about how to go to the place that senior marshal brother Liao mentioned and pick the ice soul grass first. Of course, according to what senior marshal brother Liao said, the ice soul grass had extremely dangerous beasts, so it was no longer within Zhang Xiaohua's scope of consideration. He even planned that if possible, he would wander around that dangerous place more, and it would be best if he could pick the main ingredients of the Yuhuandan pill. Zhang Xiaohua went straight north, and after a while, he arrived at a fast-flowing river. He didn't stop and crossed it in a few leaps. Just as he was about to look left and right, and continue his search, he suddenly felt something and released his divine sense. He saw that 10 zhang to the west, on the side of a big tree, someone was quietly hiding there, revealing his eyes and observing his back. Chapter 634. It was not unusual for someone to come here, but it would be thought-provoking if they could display a good lightness skill. After all, among the disciples of the Pill Repository Hall, except for the 3 arhats of the Tianmu Peak, there were not many disciples of the other 3 peaks who knew lightness skill. Moreover, they would definitely not come to such a dangerous place on the first day of picking. When Zhang Xiaohua saw clearly with his divine sense, his expression became more and more interesting. Zhang Xiaohua did not show any expression. He made a gesture and went underground, only revealing his divine sense to observe carefully. He saw that person using Qinggong to come here. He first stopped and looked around carefully. Then he jumped onto a big tree and looked across the river. He said to himself, "Yes, it's here." This person had a white face, a short stature, and a somewhat frivolous tone. Wasn't he the most respected senior Lu Lihong of the Pill Repository Hall? Then, after observing the surroundings for a while, he went straight ahead. When Lu Lihong went far away, Zhang Xiaohua came out from the ground. Looking at Lu Lihong's back, he was surprised. Didn't they say that the Wuming Hall's disciples did not train here? Why is senior marshal brother Lu here? Oh, maybe he wanted to pick some old spiritual herbs. After all, the last time he came here, he found a few hundred-years-old ginseng. This thing is very precious. Lu Lihong coming to pick herbs had nothing to do with Zhang Xiaohua. Naturally, he did not need to care. When Lu Lihong went far away, Zhang Xiaohua identified the direction and went straight in the direction that Senior Liao said. Senior brother Liao from the grass division could be considered a bold person. His martial arts weren't very strong, but after he had gathered enough medicinal herbs, he had secretly crossed the river and entered the forest. However, his luck didn't seem to be as good as Lu Lihong's. He didn't find any good medicinal herbs. It wasn't until the last day that he found a stalk of ice soul grass. It was estimated to be at least a few hundred years old. Just as he was about to ecstatically pick it, he was immediately frightened by a loud roar. Not far away, a huge figure was quietly watching him. It was the white bear that the disciples had talked about countless times. When he saw the white bear, he did not dare to stay and immediately ran to the river. He did not know whether his character was good or the white bear had other things to do, so he did not chase after him. That was why he escaped with his life. Of course, when he used this information to exchange for the pill with Zhang Xiaohua, he made it clear that he only provided the location. As for whether Zhang Xiaohua could get it or not, that was Zhang Xiaohua's matter. So when Zhang Xiaohua heard his information and the white bear, she could only show a strange expression. After a meal's time, Zhang Xiaohua still did not find any trace of the ice soul grass. She even messed up the location and signs that Senior Liao said. In the end, she could only give up and wait until tomorrow to look again. Of course, because the pill-expanding hall rarely came to this forest, although she did not pick the ice soul grass, she picked many other herbs along the way. She even came across a few stalks of the other main ingredient of the Yuhuandan pill, cold light grass, and they were all more than 100 years old. So even if she did not find the ice soul grass today, Zhang Xiaohua did not feel the slightest regret. There was still a lot of time and she could slowly search for it. It was already late today. Zhang Xiaohua picked different herbs as she walked. By the time she reached the riverside, she had already filled a few jade boxes to the brim. Along the way, she did not encounter any ferocious beasts. She did not even see Lu Lihong from before. Perhaps he found the spiritual herbs that he picked and left early. Crossing the river and returning to the camp, Lu Chaoxian and the other 9 disciples had already returned and were counting today's harvest. This birch forest was indeed a natural medicine storehouse. There were dozens of years-old herbs everywhere, and the quality was much better than the ones planted by the pill-expanding hall. Looking at the herbs that Lu Chaoxian and the others picked, Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously understood why the pill-expanding hall had to send people here every 5 years even if they wanted to lose disciples. When the disciples saw that Zhang Xiaohua had returned, they all raised their heads and asked about today's results. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and only said that they would continue tomorrow. Everyone was not surprised. If Zhang Xiaohua could find it as soon as she went out, then Vice Hall Master Su would not have to punish him like this. After everyone comforted Zhang Xiaohua, they came together to sort out the herbs. At a glance, Zhang Xiaohua saw a 60-year-old black void wood thrown aside. She unconsciously picked it up and asked curiously, "Why is this herb thrown aside?" Senior Marshal Brother Wang took a look and said, "Who knows what kind of herb this is? I only picked it because I saw that it was old enough. I reckon that it was thrown there by the Senior Marshal Brother who didn't want it last time. Once we've sorted out all the medicinal herbs in the hall, we can store it separately. Perhaps it's a treasure or a stalk of grass." "Oh, I see." Zhang Xiaohua nodded. In her heart, she understood that this black void wood was the main ingredient of the spirit cleansing pill. 60 years old was enough to refine pills, so she asked, "Then, I will take this herb. Later, I will give you pills in exchange. How about it?" When Senior Wang heard this, he hurriedly waved his hands. "It's just an unknown medicinal herb. Junior Brother Ren, feel free to take it. If you were to pick it yourself, you would be able to get it easily. Why would you exchange it with pills?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and put away the black void wood. Then she asked, "Senior Marshal Brother Wang, if I go to the various tents now to see if they have such herbs, and give them pills in exchange, what do you think?" Senior Marshal Brother Wang did not answer. Lu Chaoxian immediately shook his head and said, "Don't, Junior Brother Ren. This is just a useless herb. I don't know why you use it, but if you go look for it now, not to mention that you will make Bai Yefeng's Senior Marshal Brother unhappy, he will casually accuse you of a crime and you will have to atone for it. Moreover, they will think that what they picked is good stuff and increase the price for no reason. It's best to wait until we leave the Grand Canyon and complete the transaction with the hall. And, if you like these, when us brothers pick them tomorrow, just pay more attention. What we originally disdained, we can pick casually without much effort." Zhang Xiaohua thought about it and agreed. She nodded in agreement. At this time, she noticed that this tent, cough cough, was actually connected together again. It seemed that even in this safe place, these disciples could not be completely at ease. There were not many herbs picked today, and it did not take long for them to be sorted out. Zhang Xiaohua sat in a corner of the tent and closed her eyes to cultivate. The other disciples also knew of Zhang Xiaohua's habits and only stayed outside the tent or in other places, not disturbing her. Only when the sky was completely dark did she slowly stand up. Lu Chaoxian and the others were about to rest. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua stand up, they were all surprised and asked, "Junior brother Ren, what are you doing?" Zhang Xiaohua said mysteriously, "I have no choice. I still have a mission on my shoulders, so I have to rush to work at night. Just now when I crossed the river, I saw a place, but it was guarded by ferocious beasts, so I did not dare to go forward." "That's fine, the ferocious beasts will rest at night. I'll go and take a look. If I can pick it, wouldn't that be better?" Senior brother Wang was shocked and hurriedly pulled Zhang Xiaohua, saying, "Junior brother Ren, don't be like this. Even if you can't pick the ice soul grass, you'll just be whipped a few times. It won't be serious. You'll be in danger this time. Many ferocious beasts are sensitive and won't rest at night. If something happens to you, the gains will not make up for the losses." Seeing that senior brother Wang was so agitated, Zhang Xiaohua patted his shoulder, "Senior brother, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I won't throw away my life at will. When we go back, I'll be your leader along the way." Senior brother Wang saw that he couldn't win against Zhang Xiaohua, so he looked at Lu Chaoxian. Lu Chaoxian knew that senior brother Wang was grateful to Zhang Xiaohua for saving his life. Moreover, he saw that Zhang Xiaohua was young, so he was watching over him closely. However, Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts were high, which was also commonly known as, "the skilled are bold." How could they persuade him? Lu Chaoxian could only smile bitterly as he stepped forward and said, "Junior martial brother Ren, senior martial brother Wang really treats you as his own brother. Moreover, we also treat you as our junior martial brother. Don't let us down." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Senior brother Wang, senior brother Lu, and other senior brothers, I really don't have any problems. Didn't I also break through the entrance of the Yulong Grand Canyon?" The 9 disciples were speechless. That's right, they weren't on the same level as this junior brother of theirs. They had only expressed their concern, but whether the other party would accept it or not, they didn't have any assurance. Everyone watched as Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the tent. Suddenly, he turned back and said with a smile, "Fellow senior brothers, although it's safe here, it's not Tianmu Peak. If there's nothing else, even if there's something, we can talk about it when I come back tomorrow. This tent, by all means, don't go out." Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was so serious about this matter, the disciples nodded. However, Lu Chaoxian suddenly asked, "Then, what about our carriages? Wouldn't it be unsafe to leave it outside?" Zhang Xiaohua was surprised and shrugged his shoulders, "If you're not afraid, you can bring in the horses that pull the carriages. In any case, I'm not staying here, so there's a lot of space." Lu Chaoxian was originally joking, but seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was so serious about this matter, he could only look at the other disciples. Those disciples also snickered, so they could only follow Zhang Xiaohua's intention and bring in the horses that were tied to the entrance of the tent. In fact, horses were the main mounts of the Pill Expansion Hall disciples. Many disciples in the campsite saw that there were no Wuming Hall disciples outside to protect them, so they brought their horses in. Lu Chaoxian's actions didn't attract any attention. Zhang Xiaohua stood in the darkness and waited for the 2 disciples to bring the horses in. Seeing that there was no one around, she placed the jade talisman around the tent and made a gesture to activate the prohibition spell. Only then did she escape into the ground and went straight to the riverside. The night was very quiet, with only a few insects chirping. Zhang Xiaohua didn't escape out of the ground and only moved slightly underground. When she reached the riverside, just as she was about to jump out of the ground, her divine sense suddenly discovered that there was a person hiding on the high slope. "Who is this?" Zhang Xiaohua was very surprised. Chapter 635. When Zhang Xiaohua saw the person's face clearly, she was even more astonished. Wasn't this Lu Lihong whom she saw in the forest during the day? What was this guy doing here? However, when she saw Lu Lihong staring at the faint flames in the campsite, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have understood something. Then, a thought flashed through her mind like lightning. Could it be that this guy is looking for me? But, why was he looking for her? Zhang Xiaohua was even more confused. If Chen Fengxiao had a grudge against Rejuvenation Valley and wanted to make an example out of her, she could be considered to know the reason. But if it was Lu Lihong, could it be that he also had an old grudge against Rejuvenation Valley? But, there were many disciples from Rejuvenation Valley, so there was no need to find trouble with her, right? Because she was Rejuvenation Valley's prospective son-in-law? Of course, Zhang Xiaohua faintly had another guess in her mind. However, that guess was really inconceivable, so she could not be sure no matter what. Humph. Anyway, whether it's a mule or a horse, I'll just take it out for a ride tomorrow. Who's afraid of you? Zhang Xiaohua secretly despised him and continued to move forward without showing her head. Only when she found a suitable cave did she reveal her head. She sealed the entire cave and sat down cross-legged to cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua returned to the campsite and saw that Lu Lihong was still meditating on the high slope. She ignored him and directly returned to the campsite, removing the seal outside the tent. Inside the tent, 9 people and a few horses were all sitting well. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua return, they were all happy and welcomed her, saying, "Junior brother Ren, how was your harvest? We listened to you. After you left, we didn't even take a step out of this tent." Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "Still nothing. It's late at night, so I'll sleep outside." Senior brother Wang and the others said, "It's all right, junior brother Ren. It's still early, so you can slowly search for it." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and didn't say anything else. After everyone finished packing up, they went out to pick herbs again. Zhang Xiaohua said goodbye to everyone and left the tent, heading towards the river. This time, he didn't directly burrow into the ground. Instead, he used his qin gong to walk slowly. Looking at the level of his qin gong, it was at the same level as when he fought with Lu Lihong. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense couldn't reach far, so he couldn't look back. Thus, he didn't know if Lu Lihong was following him or not. He just kept rushing forward until he crossed the river and found a secluded place. Then, he turned around and disappeared. Sure enough, not long after, Lu Lihong came over and walked to the place where Zhang Xiaohua disappeared. He looked around with an anxious expression on his face, as if he was in a hurry. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the disciple she met as soon as she entered the fragrant religion. Moreover, he was the idol of the Pill Repository Hall and a senior from Rejuvenation Valley. She felt very uncomfortable. This person had been tempered by worldly affairs, so how could he become so unrecognizable? Lu Lihong looked around and jumped to the ground to observe the traces of Zhang Xiaohua. However, the traces inexplicably disappeared. No matter how he looked, he couldn't find any clues. Lu Lihong sighed and with a gloomy face, he sneaked towards the direction where Zhang Xiaohua went yesterday, as if he was afraid that someone would discover him. Zhang Xiaohua quietly followed him. Lu Lihong walked for a while and didn't see anything unusual. He also didn't see any movement. Then, he turned around and went in another direction. Zhang Xiaohua still followed. After the time it took to eat a meal, Lu Lihong arrived at the location of a pond. He saw that the pond was next to a small mountain. Spring water flowed from the small mountain into the pond. The pond was so clear that one could see the bottom of the pond at a glance. This place was very quiet and was very far from the Pill Repository Hall's camp. Even if something strange happened, no one would be able to find it. When Lu Lihong came to the pool to check, Zhang Xiaohua jumped to the hill behind the pool. Then, she pretended to be searching and slowly walked down the hill. She deliberately slowed down her footsteps and made her steps heavier, as if she didn't know anything. Her actions were heard by Lu Lihong from afar. When Lu Lihong heard the movement, he left and hid behind a rock. Although Zhang Xiaohua lowered her head, her spiritual awareness had already locked onto Lu Lihong. However, when he walked to the pool, she deliberately wandered around the pool to whet Lu Lihong's appetite. Then, she moved away from the rock where Lu Lihong was hiding. But after a few steps, she pretended to think of something and walked in another direction. However, that direction was right next to Lu Lihong. Lu Lihong, who was beside the rock, had been teased by Zhang Xiaohua. There were several times when he wanted to explode, but he felt that she was too far away for him to launch a sneak attack. So, he endured it. When Zhang Xiaohua was about to walk away, he almost jumped out. Who knew that Zhang Xiaohua would turn in another direction? Lu Lihong was so scared that he immediately retracted his head and pricked up his ears, quietly estimating Zhang Xiaohua's footsteps. Just when Zhang Xiaohua walked to the side of the rock, Lu Lihong, who had been planning for a long time, flashed out from behind the rock. A pair of fleshy palms emitted a faint silver light and directly hit Zhang Xiaohua's chest. Zhang Xiaohua's face was full of surprise. She was simply caught unprepared. She only had time to raise her arm when Lu Lihong hit her chest. Zhang Xiaohua's thin and tall body was like a kite with a broken string. She was shaken to the side and a trace of blood immediately flowed out from the corner of her mouth. When Zhang Xiaohua softly lay on the ground, Lu Lihong walked closer with a smile. Zhang Xiaohua's face was full of surprise. She raised her arm with difficulty and asked, "You, Senior Brother Lu, why?" Lu Lihong's smile was extremely bright and his face was warm. He shook his head and said, "Junior Brother Ren, although you and I are both from Rejuvenation Valley, I can't help it." "Who told you to offend someone?" "I was only following orders." Zhang Xiaohua weakly said, "Senior Brother Lu, I haven't even seen a single outer disciple. Who could I have offended?" You tell me. Even if I die. I want to be a ghost who understands." Ha ha ha, Lu Lihong looked up to the sky and laughed. He pulled out a long sword from his waist and said, "Junior Brother Ren, could it be that you've read too many novels? You're still so naive. You're about to die, why do you still want to be a ghost who understands? Senior Brother will send you on your way. It's better to be a ghost who dies." After he finished speaking, he didn't reveal any details. He raised his sword and stabbed towards Zhang Xiaohua's throat. Seeing that the sharp tip of the sword was about to pierce Zhang Xiaohua's throat, Lu Lihong's face had already revealed a smile. He saw that Zhang Xiaohua also sighed and stretched out her left hand. Her index finger and thumb caught the lightning-fast sword. Lu Lihong was shocked. He didn't have time to think why Zhang Xiaohua suddenly had the strength to counterattack. He quickly changed his move and wanted to stab Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. Unfortunately, before he could raise his wrist, Zhang Xiaohua's two fingers had already caught the tip of his sword. Seeing this, Lu Lihong quickly used his internal energy to pull back. However, no matter how hard he tried, the sword didn't move an inch. Lu Lihong was also alert. He immediately withdrew his hand and took a few steps back. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a face full of surprise. Zhang Xiaohua slowly stood up from the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. She looked at Lu Lihong and smiled, "Sigh, in order to make you believe me, I had to bite my tongue. TSK, the last time I bit my tongue was because of Lord Peacock Kong." "Peacock? Lord Peacock?" Lu Lihong was immediately dumbfounded. That was a famous inner disciple. Lu Lihong didn't know about other inner disciples, but he was already tired of hearing about Peacock. This brat in front of him actually bit his tongue in order to trick Peacock. Could it be, just like today, Lu Lihong didn't dare to think about it. He couldn't think about it anymore. He injured Zhang Xiaohua with his palms and wanted to stab Zhang Xiaohua to death with his sword. How could there be any room for reconciliation? Lu Lihong didn't hesitate. He raised his pale silver palm again. Like a ghost, he attacked Zhang Xiaohua from a strange angle. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dodge at all. Pang! His palm hit the ground. Before Lu Lihong could rejoice, he saw Zhang Xiaohua smiling and saying, "Senior brother Lu, your martial arts aren't bad, right?" Lu Lihong suddenly remembered that he had used the heart-shattering palm to hit Zhang Xiaohua. He was fine then, so how could she be injured now? Lu Lihong couldn't think of any martial arts that Zhang Xiaohua knew. She wasn't even afraid of the heart-shattering palm. It didn't seem to be a martial art that he had tested on Tianmu Peak. Lu Lihong thought of something and immediately broke out in cold sweat. However, he still didn't give up hope. He raised his leg and kicked Zhang Xiaohua's chest. Zhang Xiaohua still didn't fight back. Lu Lihong used the strength of his kick to quickly use his qin gong to run out of the forest. After running for a while, he didn't hear any footsteps. When he looked back, there was no one. Lu Lihong couldn't help but be overjoyed. He thought to himself, this young man is too inexperienced. His qin gong isn't as good as mine. Why is he still pretending to be a wolf? Look, once I use my qin gong, you won't be able to catch up. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from above his head. Senior brother Lu, are you looking for me? Lu Lihong looked up in surprise. 3 feet above his head, Zhang Xiaohua was standing steadily in the air. Her clothes fluttered in the wind. It was an immortal flying in the sky. You? Lu Lihong shouted. How could he still control the qi in his meridians? Plop! He fell to the ground. Even when he hit the ground, his eyes didn't leave Zhang Xiaohua's floating body. This was simply too shocking. Seeing Lu Lihong fall, Zhang Xiaohua pressed her body down and slowly landed on the ground. She smiled and said, Senior brother Lu, are you still going to run? Lu Lihong's face was pale. His fingers were trembling. He pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and said, who are you? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. Senior brother Lu, could it be that you've read too many novels? You're about to die, so why are you asking so many questions? Understanding ghosts and confused ghosts are all dead ghosts. What's the difference? Chapter 636. Zhang Xiaohua's words were exactly what Lu Lihong had just said. It was ironic that Zhang Xiaohua returned it to him. But Lu Lihong still didn't give up and begged, Junior brother Ren, looking at your martial arts, it should be an inner disciple's immortal technique, Then his face changed and he covered his mouth. Ren Xiaoxia, I didn't see anything and I don't know why you came to the fragrant religion. You don't have to lower yourself to my level, just treat me like a fart and let me go. Zhang Xiaohua smiled, since you know I came to the fragrant religion with a purpose, do you think I'll let you go? This. Lu Lihong hesitated and then begged, no matter what you came here for, Ren Xiaoxia, you're just one person. Although I'm not good at martial arts, I can still be of help. Even if I'm a dog, I can still be useful, right? Please spare my life, I'll be your dog for the rest of my life. Then he took out a small package and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua, Ren Xiaoxia, this is some of the pills I've accumulated and a few spirit herbs. Oh right, the dragon scale fruit you saw last time is also inside. I didn't recognize Mount Tai and offended you, please don't take it to heart. Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved, but she didn't take the package. She just smiled and said, then, can you tell me now, who sent you to kill me? Vice Hall Leader Su of the Pill Tower Hall. He was the one who sent me. Vice Hall Leader Su? Zhang Xiaohua was not surprised at all. Previously, someone had asked for his golden leaf. He guessed that it was a high-ranking member of the Pill Tower Hall. Then, Vice Hall Master Su had asked him to pick some ice soul grass that was hundreds of years old and sent him to the other side of the river. If he still could not guess who it was, then Zhang Xiaohua would not be worthy of being the successor of the immortal path. However, Zhang Xiaohua really didn't understand why Vice Hall Leader Su wanted to kill her. Was it only because of the golden leaves? Then do you know why Vice Hall Leader Su wants to kill me? This. Lu Lihong was also at a loss for words. He really didn't know why the high and mighty Deputy Hall Master Su would kill a little medicine boy from Rejuvenation Valley. Therefore, after a slight hesitation, he said, although Deputy Hall Master Su didn't explain it to me, I think that perhaps young hero Ren gave himself away in front of the old man and let him see through your intentions. That's why he decided to kill you. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. How could this be? She had only seen Vice Hall Leader Su twice. Then, he realized that Lu Lihong was eager to survive and wanted to take advantage of every opportunity. At this moment, even if someone asked him to badmouth the Aroma Cult's leader, he would do so without hesitation. Although Zhang Xiaohua wanted to ask about the Misty Hall, she couldn't tell how reliable Lu Lihong's words were. Moreover, this would expose her purpose, which was extremely unwise. Therefore, before Zhang Xiaohua could say anything, Lu Lihong immediately said flatteringly, Ren Xiaoxia, don't worry. As long as you let me go, I will go back and ask Vice Hall Leader Su. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will help you find the truth. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. The Orchid Dusk refinement wasn't over yet. Lu Lihong hadn't even participated in the Outer Disciples trial. How could he bear to go to the White Mountain Peak? This guy was really good at lying. Moreover, as long as he got out of trouble today, how could she be sure of what would happen in the future? If Lu Lihong sold her to the fragrant religion, would she help him count the copper coins? Zhang Xiaohua looked at Lu Lihong, but her divine sense scanned his entire body. She paid special attention to his slightly bent left arm, which was holding a bag. She then said softly, Senior Brother Lu, when you went to Tianmu Peak previously, you must have wanted to find out more about this little brother. Lu Lihong said awkwardly, Junior Brother Ren is indeed wise. This little one was threatened by Old Man Su and had no choice but to go. It's just that, at that time, I really wanted to find out more about your martial arts. I didn't expect, seeing that Lu Lihong was about to make a fuss, Zhang Xiaohua quickly waved her hand and said, since Senior Brother Lu went prepared, you must have known about this little one's situation at Tianmu Peak. Lu Lihong didn't know what she meant by this, so he could only brace himself and say, that's right. This little one is very respectful towards Junior Brother Ren. Then you should know how my first battle on Tianmu Peak was started, right? Of course, wasn't it because that stupid Cheng Shi wanted to take advantage of Ren Xiaoxia? At this point, Lu Lihong's face turned ashen. He understood the meaning of Zhang Xiaohua's words. Yes, you asked me to give you 10 times the respect. If you want to kill me, I will take your life. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua say such ruthless words with a smile, Lu Lihong was stunned. He pointed at Zhang Xiaohua's back and said, Monkey hunting bird? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Her head naturally turned to the left, but she immediately reacted. But at this moment, Lu Lihong's left arm threw a package at Zhang Xiaohua's face. When Zhang Xiaohua turned around and caught the package, Lu Lihong's left arm moved. A large cluster of steel needles flashing with black light shot towards her face like a swarm of bees. Looking at the black light of the steel needles, it was obvious that they were dipped in poison. The large cluster of steel needles covered her from head to chest. Presumably, Lu Lihong knew that his palm attack would be ineffective, so he had already targeted her face. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes twitched. Her hesitation from before became even more resolute. Although the steel needles were powerful, at such a short distance, an ordinary martial arts expert would not be able to guard against them. Unfortunately, this was within the range of Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense. Moreover, she had already noticed the abnormality in Lu Lihong's left arm. Although the steel needles were in front of her in an instant, and although Lu Lihong's eyes were filled with joy, Zhang Xiaohua's fingers moved slightly. The steel needles flew towards Zhang Xiaohua's eyes and suddenly stopped. It was as if there was an invisible wall in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Then, Zhang Xiaohua looked at them with pity. Her eyes flashed with disappointment and panic. She waved her hand, and the steel needles in the air turned around and shot towards Lu Lihong's face at the same speed as what Zhang Xiaohua had shot. You! Lu Lihong, who had seen Zhang Xiaohua's imperial wind technique, still underestimated Zhang Xiaohua's magical power. He never thought that Zhang Xiaohua would be able to break his hidden weapon like this. At the same time, he never thought that he would die under his carefully designed hidden weapon. The poisonous steel needles were very powerful. They sank into most of Lu Lihong's body. The moment the steel needles touched his body, the poison immediately covered his face like a dark cloud and quickly spread down. However, the poison had no effect because Lu Lihong's face was pierced by hundreds of steel needles. He lost his life at that moment. Even when he died, his eyes did not close. He died with his eyes open. Who on earth was Zhang Xiaohua? The poison in the steel needles was very strong. In this short period of time, Lu Lihong's face had already festered, and the other parts of his body were gradually affected. Alas, Zhang Xiaohua sighed. If I had known this would happen, why would I have racked my brains to enter Wuming Hall? Why would I have become Deputy Hall Master Su's lackey? Deputy Hall Master Su. Zhang Xiaohua's heart was filled with hatred. He had come to the fragrant cult, and he had been honest, planting herbs, and refining pills. He had wanted to keep a low profile and look for his second brother. He had not provoked anyone, so how could he have caught Vice Hall Master Su's attention? Not only did he want her golden leaf, but he also wanted her life. Lu Lihong died because he wanted to kill her. But after all, he was instructed by someone. Who was the mastermind behind this? Did he also want to get the ending he wanted? It was undeniable that Zhang Xiaohua had already marked Deputy Hall Master Su's face with a big red cross. With a cold snort, Zhang Xiaohua glanced at Lu Lihong's corpse and thought, this poison is so strong. It saved me a lot of effort. Soon, no matter who comes, they will not know that the pride of Pill Expanding Hall had died here in an extremely disgraceful manner. Then, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the small package in his left hand. He did not like the things of the dead, but this package was given to him by Lu Lihong before his death. Lu Lihong was a bad person, but he did not distinguish between good and bad things. Anyway, it would be a waste if he did not take it. Zhang Xiaohua was too lazy to check what was in the package. This ruffian actually treated the unripe dragon scale fruit as a treasure. There might not be anything good in it. He threw the package into his money bag and was about to do his business. Although he wanted to find fault with Deputy Hall Master Su, he still wanted to find the ice soul grass. Even if Deputy Hall Master Su did not find fault with him and asked him to redeem himself, he still wanted to find the main ingredient to refine the Yuhuandan pill. At this moment, his hand touched something in his bosom. It was the belt he found beside the pond in the Yulon Prairie. He took it out and carefully observed it. It was a 5-finger-wide belt. From the surface, it was sapphire blue and engraved with wonderful patterns. It looked very comfortable. Needless to say, it would add a lot of color to the waist. However, this belt was not so simple. When Zhang Xiaohua scanned it with his divine sense, he saw a layer of faint restriction on the belt. This restriction was about to collapse, but from the gap of the restriction, there was a trace of primordial qi fluctuation. Zhang Xiaohua, who had picked up countless junk left behind by the celestial Tao, was now very experienced. He thought for a moment and immediately cast a spell with his right hand. In just a few moves, the restriction was destroyed with a peng sound, revealing the true appearance of the belt. Cough cough, his true appearance was still the belt. However, the belt flashed with the fluctuations of the world's essence qi. When Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense once again entered the belt, an expression of disbelief flashed across her face. Chapter 637. When Zhang Xiaohua immersed his divine sense into the belt, he did not encounter any restriction, but he found a large space in the belt, a space similar to a money bag. However, this space was more than 10 times larger than the money bag. Is this also a money bag? Zhang Xiaohua thought with some helplessness. Unfortunately, this money bag was empty. Not to mention any silver, there was not even a large amount of money. There was only a single white jade slip placed in a corner of the vast space. Zhang Xiaohua was used to using money bags. With just a move of his divine sense, the jade slip appeared in his left hand. The jade slip did not have any restriction on it, so it was naked and cute. When Zhang Xiaohua immersed his divine sense into it again, the expression on his face was more interesting than when he saw the space in the belt. What was recorded in it was actually alchemy, but the method of alchemy was different from what Zhang Xiaohua had learned. What Zhang Xiaohua had learned before was nothing more than the quenching of medicinal herbs. Fusing the main and auxiliary herbs together, through the incubation process to form a medicinal pill. This medicinal pill was the essence of the medicinal herbs, which satisfied all kinds of needs. But the alchemy method that Zhang Xiaohua saw at this time, although it was the same few steps, the incantation was different, and even the difference was huge. However, this was not the fundamental reason why Zhang Xiaohua's expression changed. He was surprised that the main and auxiliary herbs to be quenched were not all medicinal herbs, but many of them were monster pills and medicinal stones. In other words, the difference from the previous alchemy was the method of quenching the monster pills and medicinal stones. Zhang Xiaohua naturally understood the concept of medicinal stones. In the Qi Huang technique, there were many herbs that needed to be combined with medicinal stones to treat diseases. Those medicinal stones needed to be concocted and steamed, but what was this, Yaodan? Looking at the back carefully, there were also some pill formulas. The pill formulas were all the monster pills and medicinal stones mentioned in the previous alchemy method, but there were very few that used medicinal herbs. At the very front of these pill formulas was a pill called marrow cleansing pill. Looking at the pill formula, it was refined using a so-called second-grade demon core. Zhang Xiaohua felt a headache coming on. She hadn't even figured out what the Yao core was, and now it was a level 2 Yao core. Who knew what this level 2 meant? He had heard that in the government, the rank of an official was determined by rank. Perhaps this second grade Yaodan was very powerful. As for the function of the marrow cleansing pill, the jade slip did not explain clearly. Presumably, this marrow cleansing pill was not some extraordinary pill during the era of the immortal Tao. Everyone knew about it, which was why people were too lazy to record it. Following closely behind was the poison dragon pill. This pill formula was even more bizarre. Other than the demonic core, it also required a type of snake venom. Snake venom can be used to refine pills? This is truly inconceivable. Zhang Xiaohua once again felt the vastness of the immortal Tao. Cough, cough. She had never heard of the last few pill formulas. It was better not to let Zhang Xiaohua make a fool of herself. Zhang Xiaohua still had the habit of using her money pouch. She placed the newly obtained jade slip into her money pouch. Immediately, she remembered that this belt could not be placed into her money pouch. Perhaps it was because the belt also had space, or because the belt space was larger than the money pouches. She just didn't know if the money pouch could be placed into the belt. However, no matter how Zhang Xiaohua tried, she was unable to place the money pouch into the belt. Zhang Xiaohua came to a conclusion: as long as it was a space that could be used to store things, it could not be placed into another space that could be used to store things. AI, true knowledge comes from practice. After coming to this conclusion, Zhang Xiaohua very naturally raised her left hand and looked at the small ring on her left hand's middle finger. Her divine sense tried to place the small ring into the belt, but it did not succeed. Needless to say, according to the conclusion just now, this small ring must also have a space inside. However, when Zhang Xiaohua immersed her divine sense into it, she encountered a strong reaction from the restriction of the small ring. She could not penetrate it at all. Moreover, the fluctuation of the restriction was obscure, far different from that of the belt and the money pouch. For the time being, Zhang Xiaohua did not know how to break it. There was no way to put the belt into the money pouch. Naturally, she could only use it as its most basic function. Zhang Xiaohua tied the belt around her waist and released her divine sense. She carefully looked around herself and was secretly proud. This Xiaoxia is wearing a new belt. I still have some temperament. Ahem, isn't it a waste to use my divine sense as a bronze mirror? Zhang Xiaohua tidied up her clothes. Lu Lihong's corpse on the ground had almost been corroded by the strong poison, leaving only his clothes on the ground. Looking at Lu Lihong, who was still alive and wanted to sneak an attack on her, now dead, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but shake her head. Although she had a lot of understanding of the way of heaven's life and death, there was still a long way to go to understand it thoroughly. Lu Lihong's problem had been solved. Presumably, even if Deputy Hall Master Su wanted Zhang Xiaohua's life, he would not send another outer core disciple. With the strength that Zhang Xiaohua had shown before, Lu Lihong alone was more than enough. Besides, if Deputy Hall Master Su's hand could reach into the Wuming Hall and order other disciples, would he still need to rope in Lu Lihong and send him to the Wuming Hall from the expanding Elixir Hall? Moreover, do you think the two hall masters of the Wuming Hall are eating porridge? How could they let Deputy Hall Master Su's hand stretch too far? Although Zhang Xiaohua did not know a lot of things, she knew that her identity was a disciple of the expanding Elixir Hall's grass department. In the eyes of all the disciples of the fragrant religion, it was impossible for her to be Lu Lihong's opponent. Therefore, Deputy Hall Master Su could not possibly have a backup plan. She was now safe. Well, it should be said that she would not be disturbed by that annoying fly anymore. The next thing to do was naturally to find the ice soul grass, which was her main purpose in coming to the Yulon Grand Canyon. Carefully identifying the direction again, and looking at the terrain features that senior brother Liao had mentioned, Zhang Xiaohua picked a direction. She used the imperial wind technique to float forward in the forest without stepping on the ground. After walking for the time of a meal, they arrived at a place with sparse trees. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up when he saw a few unknown herbs growing on the empty ground in front of him. At the top of the herbs were strings of small, bright red fruits. The fragrance of these fruits assailed his nostrils. However, the shape of this red fruit was strange. It was not round like the usual round shape, but rather long. Zhang Xiaohua found it strange, so he carefully recalled in his mind. There was no such thing in the compendium of herbs that he had seen. Could it be some kind of special spirit fruit? Zhang Xiaohua was happy and was about to fly forward when suddenly, in the other direction of the open land, a beast like a squirrel appeared. If it was not for the short horn on the beast's head, Zhang Xiaohua would have thought that it was a common squirrel. She saw the squirrel jump to the front of the open land and stare at the spirit fruit with its two black eyes. It seemed that it was attracted by the rich fragrance. Zhang Xiaohua was alarmed and thought that someone was going to steal it. Just as she was about to fly, the spirit fruit slightly trembled. Huh! Zhang Xiaohua was taken aback. There wasn't any wind at this moment. Moreover, the way the spirit fruit was shaking was different from when it was blown by the wind. He immediately released his divine sense and scanned the spirit fruit. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. At this moment, the squirrel could not resist the temptation of the fragrance and jumped towards the spirit fruit. However, when it was 3 feet away from the spirit fruit, its body suddenly sank. Its legs disappeared from the ground and sank deep into the mud. This was actually a swamp. A strange change occurred and the fragrant spirit fruit immediately flew up from the ground. Below the spirit fruit was a pure white triangular object. Below the triangular object was a huge and ugly head that looked very similar to a bull's head. On the head, there was a huge mouth that took up more than half of the head. The huge mouth did not hesitate and opened to bite the pitiful squirrel. The squirrel's 4 legs sank into the swamp and was struggling. However, when it saw the spirit fruit turn into a huge mouth, it was stunned and was swallowed into the stomach of the huge mouth. Then, the huge head opened its small eyes and looked around. Immediately, it closed its eyes and sank back into the swamp. Only the fresh red spirit fruit was left outside, emitting a rich fragrance. Ha! Zhang Xiaohua, who was watching from afar, almost burst into laughter. This guy was really despicable. He actually had something that looked like a spirit fruit growing on his head. It even emitted a fragrance that almost deceived him. If he had not used his divine sense to check in advance, he would have been fooled by it if he was not careful. Just when Zhang Xiaohua was about to turn around, he suddenly saw a 3-leaved grass at the side of the swamp. The edges of each leaf were serrated and there were thin white hairs. Just now, he was focused on the fake spirit fruit and did not even look in that direction. Moreover, the appearance of the grass was very ordinary and the difference at the edges was very small. If he did not see it by chance, Zhang Xiaohua would have missed it. Cypress flower grass. Zhang Xiaohua almost shouted out. This was an extremely rare spirit herb. It was rare even when the immortal Tao was flourishing. Although it was not the main ingredient for refining any elixir, it was an indispensable auxiliary ingredient for refining many high-grade elixirs. Moreover, this cypress flower grass was also very old. It would only grow 1 leaf every 100 years. This 3-leaved cypress flower grass was 300 years old. This was something Zhang Xiaohua had never dreamed of. Cough, cough. Zhang Xiaohua forgot again that he would not dream. Cypress flower grass was considered a high-grade spirit herb. However, this kind of spirit herb needed to be picked with a spell. Previously, Zhang Xiaohua had only picked low-grade spirit herbs and had never used them. Now that he had encountered cypress flower grass, Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to make a last-minute effort. After thinking for a moment, he familiarized himself with the method of harvesting the spirit grass. Zhang Xiaohua circulated his true qi and used the imperial wind technique to rush towards the cypress flower grass. Just as he was about to approach the cypress flower grass, he heard a roar. The beast hiding in the swamp jumped out of the swamp and opened its mouth to bite Zhang Xiaohua. The fake spirit fruit on its horn emitted an even stronger fragrance. Zhang Xiaohua smelled a little and his head was slightly dizzy. This beast was actually the guardian beast of cypress flower? Chapter 638. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He quickly closed his mouth and nose, kicked the beast's horn, and kicked the beast's head off. Then, without delay, he launched a spell with his left hand. A transparent light shield was released from Zhang Xiaohua's hand and quickly flew toward the 3-leaf cypress grass, covering the 3-leaf cypress grass in it. At this time, the guardian beast roared and rushed over again. Zhang Xiaohua was rather carefree. She used the imperial wind technique and flew into the air. After a distance, she waved her hand and the light shield flew up from the ground with the 3-leaf cypress grass and directly into Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Zhang Xiaohua then took out a jade box from her money pouch and quickly put it in. Then, she flew forward and cast a spell on the jade box. Finally, she put the jade box back into her money pouch. Below Zhang Xiaohua's feet, the guardian beast was already envious. It abandoned the swamp and chased after Zhang Xiaohua in the air. Along the way, it easily broke the trees that were blocking its way. Seeing that she couldn't shake off the beast, Zhang Xiaohua landed and burrowed into the ground, heading in another direction. That beast chased Zhang Xiaohua to the place where she landed. When it couldn't find Zhang Xiaohua's shadow, it was incomparably furious. It broke the surrounding flowers and trees until they were all razed to the ground. It was also tired, so it roared and walked back. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua had burrowed to a place where the fragrance of flowers permeated the air. This place was already out of the forest and was a low-lying area. The whole area was about 20 feet in radius and there were countless flowers and plants. Naturally, there were also many valuable medicinal herbs. Zhang Xiaohua burrowed out of the ground and came to a corner of the low-lying area. Looking at the medicinal herbs here, she was a little confused. The medicinal herbs here were obviously growing much better than in other places. Previously in Rejuvenation Valley, Tianmu Peak, opposite the river, and in the forest just now, it was all incomparable. When Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense, she discovered that the heaven and earth essence qi in this low-lying area was so dense that she had never seen it before. Zhang Xiaohua was deep in thought. If there was such dense heaven and earth essence qi, it was understandable that the medicinal herbs could grow so well. However, another question arose. Why was the heaven and earth essence qi here much denser than in other places? Although this kind of heaven and earth essence qi was not enough for one to step into the ranks of the immortal Tao, it was still enough to make people raise their eyebrows. Zhang Xiaohua was about to investigate in detail when she suddenly heard the cry of a bird. That sound actually went straight into Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwen Palace, causing Zhang Xiaohua's entire mind to tremble. What kind of bird is this? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Immediately, she used God's guidance with all her might to eliminate the discomfort in her mind. Zhang Xiaohua looked up and saw a huge bird of prey flying over from the south. Its wings were about 10 feet wide and its body was also about 10 feet long. Its entire body was covered in golden feathers that shone under the sunlight. The bird's head was also huge and there was a circle of long white fur around its neck. The eyes on the bird's head were the size of a fist and were staring fiercely at Zhang Xiaohua. Its long beak was like a sharp sword, opening and closing, occasionally letting out ear-piercing cries. Monkey hunting bird? Zhang Xiaohua was greatly shocked. That day when they came out from the canyon, Zhang Xiaohua asked about some information regarding the human-faced monkeys. Among them, Lu Chaoxian told her about the human-faced monkey's natural enemy, the monkey-hunting bird. This monkey-hunting bird liked to feed on human-faced monkeys, and as long as the monkey-hunting bird appeared, the human-faced monkeys could only wait to be captured and obediently let the monkey-hunting bird eat the monkeys it liked to eat. When the monkey-hunting bird was full, the rest of the human-faced monkeys would be able to escape as if they had been pardoned. According to Lu Chaoxian's estimation, the last time they encountered so many human-faced monkeys passing through the rainforest, it was most likely that they had just been attacked by the monkey-hunting bird. The human-faced monkeys were so clever and agile, but they were eaten alive by the monkey-hunting bird. The most powerful thing about the monkey-hunting bird was its ear-piercing cries. As long as the monkey-hunting bird cried out, all the monkeys it came into contact with would become limp and collapse to the ground, allowing the monkey-hunting bird to wantonly ravage them. It was a pity that the monkey-hunting bird encountered Zhang Xiaohua today. Not to mention Zhang Xiaohua's divine ability as an immortal cultivator, just the golden restriction on the core of his Naiwen Palace would not allow the ear-piercing cries of the monkey-hunting bird to break through in the slightest. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was still standing there unharmed, a hint of anger flashed through the monkey-hunting bird's eyes. When it flew closer, its huge wings flapped, and there was actually a faint sound of wind and thunder. Its long beak, which was like a sharp sword, attacked Zhang Xiaohua together with a huge gust of wind. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. She stretched out her hand and took out the jade water sword from her bosom. She injected some true qi into it, and a sword ray that was 3 feet long emerged from her body. Following a wave of Zhang Xiaohua's right hand, the entire sword ray was like a real long sword, chopping towards the monkey hunting bird's long beak. Seeing the brilliance of the sword ray, the monkey hunting bird seemed to know how powerful it was. It did not dare to use its long beak to meet the attack head-on. It nodded its head slightly, and as if it knew a wondrous sword technique, it pointed towards Zhang Xiaohua's wrist. Zhang Xiaohua retracted her hand, and the sword ray was like a spirit snake flicking its tongue towards the long beak that was pecking at her. A crisp "caw" sound was heard as the sword ray and the monkey hunting bird's long beak collided. Although the monkey hunting bird's long beak was powerful, how could it compare to the sword ray? Following that, a light sound was heard as the sword ray pierced the monkey hunting bird's long beak. The monkey hunting bird was shocked. It flapped its wings forward, and its entire body moved backwards. Zhang Xiaohua did not chase after it. Instead, she slashed the sword ray towards the monkey hunting bird's wings. Indeed, with a few poochie sounds, a few feathers fell from the monkey hunting bird's wings. The monkey hunting bird's wings were strong, and its feathers were hard. Usually, it would not be at a disadvantage when facing an enemy. Today, when it met Zhang Xiaohua, in just one round, not only was its sword-like long beak injured, many of its feathers were also shaved off. The monkey hunting bird who had suffered a great loss did not fly into a rage out of humiliation. Instead, it flapped its wings and soared up. Without even looking at Zhang Xiaohua, it immediately flew towards the other side of the depression. Wow! Zhang Xiaohua saw this and was very surprised. This monkey hunting bird was really too smart. He had already prepared other backup plans, and was even going to take out Chasing Dream. But this monkey hunting bird did not even retaliate. Once it saw that it was not its opponent, it immediately fled. Was this still a bird? Such a smart and powerful bird, even if the human-faced monkey was so clever, it was still easily hunted down by the monkey hunting bird. When the monkey hunting bird flew far away, Zhang Xiaohua then released his spiritual awareness and carefully observed everything in this depression. When he saw the middle of the depression, there was obviously a huge bird's nest. He then understood that this depression was actually the home of the monkey hunting bird. He was standing in front of its door, no wonder it was attacked by it. And he had indiscriminately chased the owner away. Was this considered as a turtle dove occupying a magpie's nest? It was just that, since he had already chased it away, what was the use of thinking about this now? Zhang Xiaohua looked for a long time and did not discover any array or prohibition on this depression. This made him even more puzzled. The qi of heaven and earth was related to spiritual herbs, but if there was no special place here, how could it be richer than other places? Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua patted his head, made a gesture, and immediately escaped into the depression. Nonsense, he couldn't see any clues on the ground. Of course, he had to look underground. Sure enough, as Zhang Xiaohua escaped underground, he felt that the qi of heaven and earth here had a little change. Although this change was very subtle, it was enough to show that the answer he wanted to find was below. However, the more Zhang Xiaohua went down, the more troublesome he felt. It was like walking in the sand with his feet wrapped in the sand. Walking was extremely difficult, and his speed gradually slowed down. Moreover, the cyan light shield formed by the qi was slowly compressed inside. Zhang Xiaohua also gradually felt a majestic pressure on his body, like a huge mountain gradually pressing on his body. Zhang Xiaohua was a little surprised and stopped the earth escape. As a result, the pressure no longer increased, and the light shield did not shrink inside. Then, Zhang Xiaohua escaped to the ground for a while, and the light shield slowly expanded, and the pressure on his body slowly reduced. Stopping again, Zhang Xiaohua stroked his chin thoughtfully. In the past, when he used the earth escape technique, he had never gone so deep, so he didn't feel so many changes. Now, it seemed that the depth of the earth escape technique was related to his cultivation level. The deeper he went, the greater the pressure, and the light shield formed by his Jin Qi needed to be stronger. If he went to a certain depth, he probably wouldn't be able to go any further. It seemed that when he escaped in the magma on the deserted island, it was much deeper than this. However, magma may be different from pure earth. At that time, he also used the fire-earth escape technique, so there should be some variations. After thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua injected the qi into the light shield and went straight down. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua felt that the light shield had been pressed to his body, and the pressure on his body was also very great. However, he waved his arms up and down. He could move freely. Is it related to the bone honing of the fist of the North Star? Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself, forget it, it is a good thing anyway. Although I can't continue to go down, I can still move freely under such pressure. Even if I encounter any danger, I can deal with it. Zhang Xiaohua then used his divine sense to explore the surroundings. Suddenly, he was stunned, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He made a gesture and went down for more than 50 feet to the right. He stopped in front of a stone as white as jade. It turned out to be a piece of jade. Jade lode? A huge question mark flashed in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. Previously, Zhang Xiaohua heard from Bai Huan and others that the disciples of Shuyu Hall specialized in digging jade. The jade boxes used by the Pill Expansion Hall were all provided by Shuyu Hall, and this jade was probably not exposed to the outside world. It should be like the jade in front of Zhang Xiaohua, buried deep underground. However, if the jade in 9 Radiance Peak was buried so deep, how could the disciples of Shuyu Hall mine it? Chapter 639. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua had already reached her limit and stopped about 10 feet above the jade mine. As her divine sense swept past, she felt that there were still many jade stones buried below. She only felt that within a few feet, it was all pure white jade stones. As for how much more there were below, she did not know. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. She reached out and took out Chasing Dream. Forming a seal, she directly pierced into the jade stone below her feet. When Chasing Dream was above ground, Zhang Xiaohua was already able to use it freely, as if it was her own arm. But now that they were deep underground, Zhang Xiaohua was still being suppressed by a strong pressure and could not continue to descend, not to mention the small sword Chasing Dream. Zhang Xiaohua felt that the small sword seemed to be moving in a sticky swamp. Every inch it went down was extremely exhausting. This 10 feet distance was like 100 feet in the air. When the small sword pierced into the jade stone, Zhang Xiaohua heaved a sigh of relief. With a flick of her wrist, she pried off a piece of the pure white jade stone. With a wave of her hand, Chasing Dream and the jade stone slowly flew into Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Zhang Xiaohua used her hand to receive the jade stone. Her divine sense gradually immersed into it. After a careful inspection, she withdrew her divine sense with extreme disappointment. It turned out that although this jade stone was pure white, but the heaven and earth yuan qi it contained was the same as the jade stone that Zhang Xiaohua had obtained previously. It could not even compare to the jade coffin lid in his money bag. How could it not disappoint him? How could it not shatter his hopes of making a fortune? However, he immediately understood that although the heaven and earth yuan qi in this jade stone was thin, but if the jade mine was big enough, the amount of heaven and earth yuan qi emitted from the jade stone would not be small. This amount was not enough for people to cultivate the way of immortality, but it was more than enough to support the growth of various spiritual herbs. Presumably, this was the reason why the spiritual herbs in the monkey-eating bird's nest grew so well. And this should also be the reason why the monkey-eating bird placed its nest in this depression. This monkey-eating bird can actually find a place with dense heaven and earth yuan qi. This is also a special ability. I just don't know if the meat of that bird also contains yuan qi. Zhang Xiaohua thought with a sense of hunger. Zhang Xiaohua placed the jade stone and chasing dream into her bosom. She didn't have the mood to stay in this dark place any longer. She made a hand seal and returned to the surface. When he stood on the marshland with fresh air and looked at the bright and beautiful sky, he couldn't help but be in a good mood. Humming a little tune, he picked the more rare and older medicinal herbs in the marshland one by one and put them into the jade box in his money pouch. Only then did he clap his hands and lie down in the nest of the monkey-eating bird. There was a lot of soft green grass. Zhang Xiaohua was lying on the ground, but it wasn't even half the size of the nest. I don't know where this ice spirit grass is. Although senior marshal brother Liao said it clearly, Yulan twilight only refines it once every 5 years. I don't know when he came in. Even if it was the last time, it should have been 5 years ago. Perhaps the markings around the location have changed. If it's been 10 years, then there's no need to talk about it. I also picked a lot of other spiritual herbs. It should be enough to concoct pills. However, if I want to concoct the Yuhuandan pill, it won't be enough. It seems that I have to go further. Perhaps I'll find some new clues. That's right, what is this Yao pill? Is it a type of pill that can be refined? I've never heard of using a pill to refine another pill. Elder Hua's Jade Slip, Rejuvenation Valley's Jade Slip, and the Jade Slip in Spreading Fragrance Cult's pill room didn't mention it either. This is really strange. This Tao of immortality is really strange. After resting for a while, Zhang Xiaohua no longer searched far away. She closed her eyes and cultivated in this place filled with the natural energy of heaven and earth. When the sky darkened, she opened her eyes and looked around. There was no trace of the monkey-eating bird. It must have been scared half to death by her and would only return after she left. Chuckling, Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the depression. Suddenly, a thought popped into her mind. Earlier, she had encountered a jade mine. Due to her lack of cultivation, she couldn't go in and take a look. She didn't know what the natural energy of heaven and earth inside the jade mine was like. However, just because she couldn't see the jade mine here didn't mean she couldn't see the other jade mines. The disciples of Cleansing Jade Hall on 9 Radiance Peak specialized in mining jade. Although they couldn't directly go underground, they could dig a tunnel. If she had the chance, should she go to 9 Radiance Peak and take a look? Take a look at the Spreading Fragrance Cult's jade mine? Just by looking at the abundance of jade boxes in the pill repository hall, she knew that jade was commonly used in the Spreading Fragrance Cult. Extrapolating from that, she also knew how big the jade mine on 9 Radiance Peak was. It shouldn't be comparable to the mine here. Darkness was a huge obstacle for others, but it was the best cover for Zhang Xiaohua. She used the wind-controlling technique and crossed the river in less than the time it took to eat a meal. She arrived at the high ground next to the camp. Looking at the flickering lights in the camp, Zhang Xiaohua smiled. Although they worked hard and didn't reap much, it was still relatively safe. If they had encountered Lu Lihong today, it was unlikely they would have returned. Not to mention the disappearance of the pill repository hall's herb gatherers, even the disappearance of an outer disciple like Lu Lihong wouldn't have attracted anyone's attention. Human lives were worthless in the Valley of Orchids at dusk. Tonight, Zhang Xiaohua didn't return to the camp to rest. Instead, she waited until midnight before returning to the camp. She set up a restriction around Lu Chaoxian's tent before returning to the high slope. She found the cave from before and began to cultivate alone. Just like this, 5 days passed in a row. Zhang Xiaohua still didn't find the ice soul grass she wanted to pick. Moreover, because Zhang Xiaohua didn't return for several days, Lu Chaoxian and the others thought that Zhang Xiaohua had died in the mouth of a ferocious beast. When they talked about it, they sighed. Obeying the law is really important. If it weren't for Vice Hall Master Su's lecture, how could she have been punished to pick an impossible spiritual herb? If she wasn't looking for the spiritual herb, with Ren Xiaoyao's martial arts, how could she have peacefully hidden in this strange birch forest to pick the herbs? How could she have lost her life for no reason? On this day, Zhang Xiaohua walked a little far. It was between two mountains near the continuous mountain range. In these few days, Zhang Xiaohua searched everywhere for the ice soul grass. She also saw many ferocious beasts, such as a big-mouthed bird that could suddenly fly out of the water, a ferocious beast with a huge horn on its head that looked like a cow, and even a small rabbit that ran very fast. However, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't here to train, so she wasn't interested in these beasts. Even if they took the initiative to attack Zhang Xiaohua would just reveal her small hand to subdue them and immediately let them go. After all, she was the one who disturbed the peace of others. If she continued to kill the beasts, it would seem unkind. Zhang Xiaohua had just flown to this extremely steep mountain. Before she could steady her feet, she suddenly felt a cold breath rush over. Now that Zhang Xiaohua's Big Dipper magical fist had reached a small success, the threads of red on her white bones had gradually thickened. Moreover, her Zhen Qi had also reached the middle stage of the Qi refining stage, so she wasn't afraid of this cold. However, the incense cult had always been like spring all year round. The sudden cold here made Zhang Xiaohua a little surprised. However, besides being surprised, she was also secretly happy. Ice soul grass and cold light grass both liked the cold. The colder it was, the more beneficial it was for the growth of these two herbs. However, the climate of the incense cult meant that the production of these two herbs was not high. This was also the reason why Zhang Xiaohua had not been able to find them. Of course, there were also herbs growing in the strange birch forest. Zhang Xiaohua had also picked up cold light grass in the forest, but these herbs also grew in shady places. The place that Liao Shixiang had mentioned was also the location of a cold pond. However, Zhang Xiaohua had not been able to find it after searching for a long time. Now that she saw a cold place here, the chances of finding ice soul grass had increased by a lot. Zhang Xiaohua flew to the peak of the valley. It was getting colder and colder. The ground was hard rock. Even the grass did not grow. Following the bottom of the valley, she walked for a while. Everywhere was bare. Where was the spirit grass? Was she going to return empty-handed again? Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel a little disheartened. However, after turning around a huge rock blocking the way, the road at the bottom of the valley extended downwards. It seemed that there was a burst of cold wind blowing from the bottom of the valley. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. She no longer searched carefully. She floated up more than a foot and flew straight into the depths of the valley. After flying for a while, the terrain gradually lowered. Finally, there was a row of huge stone pillars blocking the top of the valley. The road ahead seemed to lead to the underground. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was hesitating, her eyes lit up again. This time, she had reached the end of the valley. At the end of the valley was a cave entrance. A burst of cold air overflowed from the inside of the cave. Then, following the direction of the valley, it was blown into the air by the mountain wind. The wind naturally made the entire valley extremely cold. Looking at the surroundings of the cave entrance, it was also bare. Not to mention the ice soul grass, there was not even a bit of green grass. Perhaps she could only see it when she entered the cave. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua took out the jade water sword and the luminous pearl from her bosom. Then, she slowly walked into the dark and cold cave. Although the cave entrance was huge and looked very frightening, when Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense, she felt that it was abnormally quiet inside. After walking for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, she could faintly hear the whistling of the wind. This wind blew past the strange mountain rocks. Even the sound was somewhat strange. At first, it was hair-raising. However, walking on an extremely flat mountain path, her divine sense could see 100 feet ahead. After listening to this ghost-like sound for a long time, she was tired of it. On the contrary, amidst the silence, along with Zhang Xiaohua's faintly discernible footsteps, the entire cave seemed to be a little livelier. Chapter 640. Zhang Xiaohua slowly followed the path in the cave. The path was smooth and even better than the path outside the cave. However, the path was full of twists and turns. After a few twists and turns, Zhang Xiaohua completely lost her sense of direction. Furthermore, the path was downwards as if she was going to enter the ground. After a few turns, the path gradually widened and Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense could no longer see everything. All of a sudden, a three-way fork appeared on the road that had been going downwards all along. This alerted Zhang Xiaohua. She used her divine sense to check both sides and felt that the path on the left was safer. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua did not hesitate to walk towards the left. After walking for a while, a trace of vigilance appeared in her divine sense. Zhang Xiaohua immediately stopped and raised the luminous pearl. Just as she was about to check, she heard a flapping sound in front of her. Countless black shadows flew towards Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. "There are birds here?" He looked up and saw countless black birds that were bigger than a fist. Cough, cough. They were not birds, as they did not have feathers. They flapped their fleshy wings, and their eyes glowed red. They were like bees that had seen a flower, and they flew toward Zhang Xiaohua. Bats? Zhang Xiaohua almost screamed. However, these bats seemed a little too big. Furthermore, they were not afraid of humans. Zhang Xiaohua had never seen bats that were not afraid of humans. Just as he was about to release his divine sense, it felt as if it was hit by countless hammers the moment it left his body. The impact caused the Dan core in Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwen palace to churn. "Io, what is going on?" Zhang Xiaohua could not help but be shocked and quickly retracted his divine sense. Ever since he started cultivating his divine sense, other than the time he was attacked in the cave filled with black smoke, this was the second time his divine sense was attacked. Furthermore, the attack was inexplicable. The moment his divine sense left his body, he did not even see what was going on outside before it was hit. Furthermore, the situation did not end there. The countless hammers did not seem to give up. They followed the path of his divine sense and attacked his Naiwen palace. They went straight for the layer of golden seal outside his Dan core. Pai li pa la, a series of loud sounds could be heard. Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwen palace was in chaos. The countless hammers were like a violent storm that rained down on the golden seal, causing the seal to shine brightly. Following which, the golden light on the seal started to flow like fireflies. A golden talisman gradually became dazzling and gradually enlarged. It caught all the attacks one by one. The more attacks there were, the clearer the golden talisman became. In a flash, its true appearance was revealed. It was actually a three-legged crow. The crow stood in the air, and the 365 small talismans were rotating as if they were alive. There seemed to be traces of flames flickering between the talismans. Although it was a three-legged crow formed by talismans, it still had an imposing manner that looked down on the world. The attacks from the outside continued to silently invade his Naiwen palace. When they collided with the talismans of the three-legged crow, they caused golden sparks to fly out like fireworks. In the blink of an eye, the three-legged crow seemed to be somewhat impatient. The golden talismans that were formed by the talisman slightly spread out its wings. Following which, it opened its golden beak slightly and roared. A formless sound wave was emitted from Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwen Palace. Although the battle in the Naiwen Palace was very complicated, in reality, it only lasted for a few short moments. When the swarm of large bats was about 50 feet away from Zhang Xiaohua, the formless sound wave was emitted from Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwen Palace and from Zhang Xiaohua's head. When the sound wave was emitted, the swarm of large bats that were attacking Zhang Xiaohua immediately turned into nothingness. Moreover, when the sound wave approached the large bats, it was as if a sharp sword had pierced through them. The large bats immediately fell to the ground as if they had been infected by the plague. Zhang Xiaohua was at a loss of what to do. When she saw this scene, she couldn't help but be overjoyed. Her Dan heart surged and she wanted to activate the three-legged crow's talismans to attack again. However, the crow didn't seem to fall for her trick. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make it move. Seeing that the large bats were another 10 feet away from her, Zhang Xiaohua took out Chasing Dream from her bosom. Just as she was about to release it, she saw the golden crow in her Naiwen Palace lazily open its beak. The formless sound wave was emitted from its body again, and wave after wave of bats fell to the ground. Not long after, more than half of the large bats fell to the ground. Following which, Zhang Xiaohua didn't hold back anymore. She released Chasing Dream and freely executed the dream-weaving swordplay within a radius of 10 feet. Ever since Zhang Xiaohua learned the dream-weaving swordplay, she had been practicing it. This was the first time she had used a real attack like this. Although she was familiar with it in the beginning, there were still gaps between the moves. From time to time, a large bat would escape from the small sword's attack. As time passed, she became more and more familiar with the dream-weaving swordplay. Although it was only a small sword, it was as if countless small swords were shuttling around Zhang Xiaohua at the same time, protecting him completely. As for the large bats, they seemed to have never seen a living person before. Perhaps it was because they could smell the scent of blood and flesh on Zhang Xiaohua's body. Although most of them fell to the ground from the impact of the sound wave, and some were pierced by the dream-weaving swordplay and died on the ground, the remaining bats continued to charge towards Zhang Xiaohua as if they didn't care about their lives. Seeing that there weren't many large bats left, Zhang Xiaohua took out a few dark green coins from her bosom. With a shake of her hand, she threw them at different places in the air. From each of the coins, a ball of red flames was shot out. The balls of red flames rushed towards the remaining large bats from different angles. Just as Zhang Xiaohua expected, the large bats were extremely afraid of fire. When they saw the light, they prepared to scatter and flee. However, the jade talismans shot out from different directions. It was a simple formation. Although there were still many bats, they couldn't escape the attack of the flames. As long as the slightest spark touched these large black bats, they would immediately burst into flames. In an instant, all of the large bats were set ablaze. Like small fireballs, they fled in different directions in panic. Reflecting the light of the flames, Zhang Xiaohua could vaguely see most of the scene in the underground cave. This was a huge karst cave. Above her head, there were all kinds of stone pillars. Some were upside down, some were upright, and some were in different postures. As the small fireballs scattered and fell, the entire karst cave was soon plunged into darkness. Only the luminous pearl in Zhang Xiaohua's hand emitted a faint brilliance. Silence, only silence. Occasionally, the large bats on the ground that were not completely dead would flap their wings and make a dying struggle. Also, the aroma of barbecued meat filled the entire karst cave. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Holding the luminous pearl in her hand, she continued forward. After walking for another half a meal, Zhang Xiaohua entered a karst cave that was even bigger than the previous one. The brilliance of the luminous pearl was still limited. Zhang Xiaohua threw it into the air and drove it around the entire karst cave. She couldn't help but be surprised and delighted. What surprised her was that in this huge karst cave, there were all kinds of strange stone pillars. There were actually all kinds of shapes. They were like humans, beasts, trees, mountains, and so on. There were so many of them. It was indeed an eye-opener for Zhang Xiaohua. What was special was that in the middle of the karst cave, there was a huge cold pond. The oppressive cold air was emitted from there. Even though Zhang Xiaohua had the magical power of tempering her bones and refining her body, she still couldn't help but shiver. However, what made her happy was also this cold pond. Not to mention that there were countless spiritual herbs growing at the edge of the cold pond, not only ice soul grass and cold light grass, there were also many other rare spiritual herbs that Zhang Xiaohua couldn't name. Moreover, they were all very old. At first glance, even Zhang Xiaohua couldn't tell how old they were. The most unique thing was that in the middle of the cold pool, there was a bowl-shaped stone pillar protruding from the water. The stone pillar was surrounded by black and white vine-like objects. At the top of the black and white vines, there were two fruits. One of them was black and round, while the other was snow-white. There were two sharp points in the middle. When one smelled it, there was no fragrance at all. Looking at the stone bowl again, there was a shallow layer of something milky white inside. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept over it and only felt that the qi of heaven and earth inside was unusually rich. It seemed to contain other things that Zhang Xiaohua didn't know about. However, looking at the top of the stone bowl, there was a huge stone pillar hanging directly from the top of the karst cave, directly above the stone bowl. At the top of the karst cave was the huge stone pillar, and at the bottom, there was a small point. At the top of the point, there was a drop of milky white liquid that was about to fall off the stone pillar and into the stone bowl. However, it was this drop that seemed to be very easy in normal times, but in this place, it seemed like it would never be completed. The drop of water just stood there, motionless. Seeing the milky white drop of water like this, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. No wonder there was so little in the stone bowl. The reason was that the drop of water was too slow, or rather, it was too slow to form. The cave was so cold that even experts of the martial Tao could not casually enter, let alone ordinary people. Only cultivators of the immortal Tao like Zhang Xiaohua could have the opportunity to enter. In other words, no one should have entered this cave for 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, this stone bowl only contained a small amount of things. Even if Zhang Xiaohua thought about it, she knew that it was something extremely good. Therefore, without any hesitation, Zhang Xiaohua took out a jade bottle that contained pills and flew towards the center of the cold pond. However, just as Zhang Xiaohua's figure flew above the cold pool, he saw several strange things flying out of the cold pool that had been calm just a moment ago with a whoosh sound. Chapter 641. In fact, when Zhang Xiaohua had used her divine sense to scan the stone pillar in the middle of the cold pond, she had already scanned the other places in the cold pond. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how to use the water escape technique and her divine sense didn't have any special abilities in the water. Moreover, the water in this cold pond was abnormally cold. Even her divine sense could only immerse into the water for about 1 foot, so it was impossible to discover any abnormalities. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't rashly fly to the middle of the cold pond without making any preparations. But when the strange thing in the cold pond flew out, it still gave Zhang Xiaohua a shock. In her divine sense, a long black snake which was twice as big as the 5-colored snake that she saw in the orchid rainforest previously, and its speed was also twice as fast as the 5-colored snake. It bit towards Zhang Xiaohua's leg. The most bizarre thing was that on the head of this long snake, there was a huge sarcoma. On both sides of the thick snake body, there were 4 fleshy wings which were the same as the previous bat's wings. Seeing the strange snake, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Her body instantly turned and flew towards the upper right swiftly. But that strange snake missed its target and its body didn't fall into the cold pond normally. Instead, its tail slapped the water surface and the 4 wings on its body flapped. It changed its direction extremely agilely and chased after Zhang Xiaohua's figure. Now that Zhang Xiaohua was proficient in using the imperial wind technique, she could stay in the air for a long time, so she wasn't nervous. Instead, she took out the dream-chasing sword from her bosom and threw it into the air. She made a gesture and directly pierced towards the 7 inches of the strange snake. When the strange snake saw this, it hesitated slightly but still moved its body, trying to avoid the small sword. Zhang Xiaohua was familiar with the dream-weaving swordplay, and after a few rounds, she found a flaw and struck the strange snake 7 inches from the side. But before Zhang Xiaohua could rejoice, the strange snake's head shook and the tip of the small sword actually slid off the strange snake's body without hurting it at all. Zhang Xiaohua was even more shocked. Although this dream-chasing sword wasn't too sharp, the force behind the stab was still very impressive. It was actually easily dealt with by this strange snake. Could it be that there was some mystery on this snake's skin? Hence, Zhang Xiaohua made a series of gestures and controlled the small sword to attack like a violent storm. Not long later, it hit the strange snake several times, but every time, it was the same. That strange snake only needed to shake slightly and it was able to dissipate the force of the small sword, causing the dream-chasing sword to be unable to achieve any effect. Seeing that the small sword wasn't effective, Zhang Xiaohua could only keep it and took out the jade water sword. Injecting vital qi, it flashed out another 3 feet sword ray. When that strange snake saw the brilliance of the sword ray, it seemed to be a little afraid and hesitated slightly when it attacked. Zhang Xiaohua was elated when she saw this and slashed towards the strange snake's head. The strange snake was also agile and easily dodged the attack. Zhang Xiaohua was a little annoyed. She didn't know many sword techniques and the most she was familiar with was the few nameless swordplay that Elder Yu had taught her. Hence, she didn't care about anything else and brandished her sword to slash. Although the nameless swordplay was used as a flying sword, but after some modifications, it could still be used. After fighting for a while, Zhang Xiaohua's sword avoided the strange snake's body. A clang sound was heard and there were actually some sparks on the strange snake's body. Even so, there wasn't a single mark left on the black snake's skin. That strange snake was sent flying to the other side of the cold pond by Zhang Xiaohua's sword. It shook its huge snake head and there was a hint of mockery in its eyes. The snake that wasn't in the water swung its body and swam towards Zhang Xiaohua's side. Zhang Xiaohua slashed the strange snake away with his sword, but his body landed on the edge of the cold pool. Seeing that the strange snake was still unharmed, his heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, how can this strange snake be so resistant? However, when Zhang Xiaohua looked at the pool of water that was so dark that his divine sense could not penetrate it and was overflowing with cold qi, he came to a realization. This pool of water was so strange that he did not know how many strange things there were in it. This strange snake had lived in the cold pool for an unknown number of years, and its skin was immersed in the pool all day long. It would be strange if there was nothing strange about it. However, if she wanted to obtain the strange item in the stone bowl at the center of the cold pond, this strange snake would be the first to be dealt with. She couldn't use the jade water sword and chasing dream, and she didn't bring the great wisdom sword with her. What should she do? While she was thinking, the strange snake had already swam over from the water. When it saw that Zhang Xiaohua seemed to be angry from embarrassment, it opened its mouth and flicked its red tongue. Then, it flew out from the water and bit towards Zhang Xiaohua's chest. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaohua took out a few jade talismans that were like small ingots and threw them at the strange snake's surroundings. Just like how she attacked the large bat earlier, a few wisps of red flames instantly burned the strange snake's body. The flames seemed to be effective against the strange snake. The strange snake felt a wave of pain and swayed its body a few times. However, the flames refused to be extinguished. Hence, it plunged its head downwards and its entire body was submerged in the water. With a sizzling sound, the flames that had always worked were extinguished by the water. Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head. It was common knowledge that water could subdue fire. She originally thought that the flames in her jade talismans would be of some use. However, the water in the cold pond was even more powerful. These few ingots could be considered to have been wasted. At this moment, the strange snake swam over again. It seemed to be even more unscrupulous. "Io." Zhang Xiaohua suddenly slapped her forehead and said to herself, "I forgot that I had just refined a dragon binding ring." In fact, Zhang Xiaohua could not be blamed. This was an era where martial arts flourished. Celestial artifacts and the like could not be used. Zhang Xiaohua's usual method of facing enemies was to use her small sword and fists. At the very least, she would throw out the ingot's jade talismans. This was something that she had never used before. At this moment, the strange snake flew over again. Zhang Xiaohua smiled as she took out the pair of dragon binding rings from her money pouch. She casually threw them into the air, then formed a seal and hit the jade bracelets. After receiving Zhang Xiaohua's true energy, the jade bracelets enlarged with a "hu" sound. Then, under Zhang Xiaohua's command, they flew towards the strange snake. When the strange snake saw the jade bracelets suddenly enlarged, it seemed to be taken aback. When it saw the jade bracelets flying over, it hurriedly dodged. Unfortunately, with Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense, there was no way it could dodge. After dodging a few times, the jade bracelets caught on its head. The strange snake struggled with all its might, sinking its head into the water. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and waved her hand. The dragon binding ring immediately flew out from the cold pond, dragging the strange snake to the open space beside Zhang Xiaohua. The strange snake was more than 3 feet long. Under the brilliance of the luminous pearl, its dark snake skin reflected a faint light. Although it was suspended in the air, it still twisted its body and continued to struggle. However, the dragon binding ring seemed to be attached to the snake's body. No matter how it twisted, it could not move an inch. As it neared, the strange snake's eyes flashed with hatred. It opened its mouth and with a hiss sound, a black, fragrant venom was sprayed towards Zhang Xiaohua's face. Before the venom even reached her body, Zhang Xiaohua felt a little dizzy just by smelling it. Needless to say, it was extremely poisonous. The strange snake was at its wit's end. When it spat out the venom, Zhang Xiaohua easily dodged it. The sarcoma on the strange snake's head dimmed and it seemed to have shrunk quite a bit. Furthermore, the strange snake also stopped struggling and looked haggard. After dodging the venom, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She formed a seal with her right hand and hit the venom that had yet to fall to the ground. The venom immediately condensed into a pitch-black pearl and flew in front of Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. Didn't the jade slip in her belt mention something about a poison dragon pill? Although she did not know what it was used for, it should be the venom of the snake. If this strange snake's venom could not be considered venomous, then there was nothing in this world that could be considered venomous. Carefully taking out a jade bottle from her bosom, Zhang Xiaohua kept the venom inside. She then formed a seal at the mouth of the bottle and sealed it firmly. Only then did she keep it in her money pouch. Looking at the dispirited strange snake lying on the ground, Zhang Xiaohua flew up again and headed straight for the stone bowl. This time, there was no accident. It seemed that there was only the strange snake in this cold pool. Zhang Xiaohua stood there in midair and took out a jade bottle from her bosom. The seal in her right hand continuously formed a seal on the lotion in the stone bowl. Not long after, the lotion gradually condensed together and formed a fist-sized sphere. However, Zhang Xiaohua was still not satisfied. She pointed her finger and the drop that was still stuck on the huge stone pillar flew up and merged into the sphere of lotion. At this point, the entire stone bowl could not be considered to have a single drop left. Subsequently, Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and pointed at the jade bottle in her hand. The lotion directly turned into a thin thread and entered the jade bottle. Zhang Xiaohua proudly placed a seal on the jade bottle and kept it in her money pouch. She thought to herself, this celestial technique is indeed magical. Even such a simple seal is meticulously crafted. If I were to go back to ancient times, would be comparable to the oil cellar described in the books. Next, it was time to collect the 2 fruits on the black and white vines. These strange fruits were not recorded in the 100 Herb Compendium, let alone Zhang Xiaohua who knew what they were used for. However, she was a little embarrassed. Should she put the 2 fruits together? Or separately? Sigh, it had to be said that Zhang Xiaohua was a little cocky. Taking out a jade box from her bosom, Zhang Xiaohua cast a spell on the black fruit. With a wave of her hand, the fruit flew straight into the jade box. However, the moment the black fruit left the black and white vine, the black color on the vine immediately faded, and the entire vine turned white. The white color only lasted for a moment, and it turned into a dead gray color. What was even more bizarre was that the white fruit also fell from the vine, falling straight into the pitch-black cold pond. In the open space far away, the strange snake that was crawling on the ground actually had a look of helplessness and hatred in its eyes. Chapter 642. In the Far East, 2 women, one in green and one in purple, were using their qinggong to travel into the depths of the mountain range. The scenery in this mountain range was different from that of the birch forest. The trees were short, the water was flowing freely, and there were many springs in the mountains. Moreover, if Zhang Xiaohua was here, she would definitely be able to sense that the origin energy here was much denser than that of the birch forest. While the 2 women were walking, the leading green-clothed woman suddenly frowned under her veil and stopped. The purple-clothed woman, who was following closely behind, also stopped in her tracks. However, the woman in front had stopped abruptly. Due to inertia, she continued to rush forward. The woman in green grabbed the woman in purple and stopped her. She said in a low voice, "Xia, listen. Is there any sound?" The woman in purple was Xia. She was puzzled and listened for a moment before she shook her head. "Senior Sister Chen, I don't hear anything." Chen smiled and said proudly, "The sound is still hundreds of feet away. Of course you can't hear it." This. Xia almost fainted from anger. She said in a fit of pique, "Senior Sister Chen, since you know I can't hear it, why are you still making fun of me?" "Good junior sister, don't be anxious." Chen smiled. "This orchid twilight is really boring. It's just the 2 of us running around. The other junior sisters are nowhere to be seen. It's really unpleasant to talk about. After searching for a long time, we didn't find anything good. They must have taken it first." Xia covered her mouth and laughed. "Senior Sister Chen is being greedy. Didn't you find 200-year-old snow lotuses on a steep cliff when you were tracking the golden eagle? Although I don't understand, seeing the golden eagle risking its life, it should be at least 300 years old. Isn't it a treasure? Hee hee." Chen couldn't hide the smile on her face. Although the snow lotus is good, it's inferior to the 10,000-year stalactite. It's not worth mentioning. The stalactite was taken by you and you still have the nerve to say you didn't find anything good? Xia was completely defeated by Chen and asked helplessly. Who would complain about having too many good things? It's just a common place, and all of them have been visited by our senior sisters in the past. How could they possibly leave behind something that caught our eye? Last time, the heaven stalactite was mysteriously led by you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have believed you this time. You actually found such a strange place? Just as they were talking, a dark cloud appeared in the distance and was flying towards them. Moreover, a loud buzzing sound was also heard. When Wuxia heard it, she looked up and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. That dark cloud was formed by thousands of fist-sized wild bees. Wuxia pulled Chen and shouted, "Senior Sister Chen, did you just hear the voice of this wasp?" Seeing this, Chen's expression also changed. He said awkwardly, it was this buzzing sound. I was just talking to you and forgot. I'm really sorry. Seeing Chen still apologizing, Wuxia became anxious. She grabbed Chen and turned to run. Chen followed closely behind, but not long after, the buzzing sound became louder and the distance between them was shortened. At this time, Chen came to his senses and grabbed Wuxia's arm. He used his qigong and rushed in another direction. The pursuing dark wasp also changed its direction and chased after him relentlessly. Although Chen's qigong was superb, with Wuxia, his speed was a bit slower. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the wasp had caught up again. Chen turned his head slightly and said anxiously, "Junior Sister Wuxia, you brought us to the wrong place this time. Where is this?" First the blood toad, then the illusion butterfly, then the flying leopard, and now the wasp. These thousands of wasps are something that even our incense cult's consecrators don't dare to underestimate. How can we be a match for them? I was greedy and wanted to get some heavenly treasures like the heaven stalactite. This time, we're in trouble. Wuxia had no choice but to urge, "Senior Sister Chen, don't blame him. If you don't want to be stung by the wasp and become a swollen, ugly corpse, then escape is more important. Hey, look, there's a canyon over there. See if there's a place to hide." At this time, Chen was in a panic and flew in the direction Wuxia pointed. Speaking of which, it was quite dangerous. The hornet swarm was closely behind them and the few hornets in front were only a foot away from them. However, at this moment, Chen and Wuxia arrived at the entrance of the canyon. They did not have time to think carefully and rushed in, then went further in to find a place to hide. The wasp swarm that was chasing them at high speed circled around the mouth of the canyon and didn't fly further in. Then, they turned around and went back. At the mouth of the canyon, Chen and Wuxia's figures disappeared. Further north of the Yulon Prairie was an area overgrown with vegetation. There was also a group of disciples, both male and female. Some of them were carefully picking herbs on the ground, while others held swords and sabers, guarding the carriage. At this time, a slender woman with picturesque features seemed to have seen something and shouted, "Junior brother, come here, there's good stuff here." Not far away, a tall man with an imposing temperament raised his head and said with a smile, "Senior Sister, this Yulon Grand Canyon is full of good stuff. Which one do you want me to see?" As he spoke, he walked over with large strides. When he saw the place the woman was pointing at, he couldn't help but be surprised. Cold light grass? This is indeed a good thing. I heard that it's one of the main ingredients used by the inner disciples to refine the Yuhuandan pill. However, this herb doesn't grow in cold places. How can it appear here? The woman mocked, "You always like to get to the bottom of things. Now is not the time for you to study it. It's more important to pick it quickly." The man looked at the woman with a smile. He took a small medicine shovel and shoveled the cold light grass on the ground. At the same time, far away in the cold cave, Zhang Xiaohua was also standing next to the cold pond. She made a hand seal and attacked the various cold spiritual herbs growing on the edge of the cold pond. She carefully picked them one by one and put them into the jade box she prepared in advance. Although this matter was boring, Zhang Xiaohua did it carefully. While putting the restriction into the jade box, she recalled the loss she almost suffered because of her carelessness. Just now, when Zhang Xiaohua picked the black fruit and was about to put it into the jade box, she never thought that the white fruit would fall at the same time as the black fruit. In a moment of carelessness, the fruit fell into the cold pond. Needless to say, as long as the fruit fell into the cold pond, even if it wasn't frozen, its medicinal properties would be affected. Therefore, when Zhang Xiaohua saw the white fruit fall, her face immediately changed. She couldn't care about controlling the black fruit that was slowly flying over. She quickly made a hand seal and attacked the white fruit that was falling rapidly from the sky. Zhang Xiaohua was lucky. Just as the white fruit was about to fall into the cold pond, the hand seal hit the white fruit. A colorless light shield appeared on the fruit. Following Zhang Xiaohua's hand seal, it flew directly towards the jade box in Zhang Xiaohua's hand. When the white fruit flew over, the black fruit was already at the edge of the jade box. However, the white fruit seemed to be attracted by the black fruit and accelerated towards the jade box. No matter how Zhang Xiaohua tried to control it, she couldn't slow it down. When the black fruit fell into the jade box, the white fruit also fell into the jade box at the same time. After putting the black and white fruits into the jade box, Zhang Xiaohua reached out his hand to take out another jade box. He wanted to store the two fruits separately. However, at this moment, the two fruits seemed to be attracted to each other. They flew up separately and collided with each other in the jade box. "Io, what's going on?" Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. Her hand that was about to take out the money bag stopped. In her divine sense, the two black and white fruits collided with each other and spun rapidly. It actually brought about a change in the surrounding yuan qi of heaven and earth. The cold air from the cold pond and the icy cold yuan qi in the surroundings seemed to be absorbed into the rotating black and white fruits. Zhang Xiaohua carefully held the jade box with both hands and stared dumbfoundedly at the strange changes that had happened to the two fruits in the jade box. Only after the time it took to eat a meal did the black and white fruits gradually stop. At this time, the surrounding heaven and earth yuan qi had almost been completely absorbed, and even the cold qi in the cold pond had temporarily stopped emitting. When Zhang Xiaohua looked again, he could not help but be shocked. The two black and white fruits had already merged into one, and each of them looked like a fish. The two fish were connected head to tail, and in the middle of the black fish was a white dot, and in the middle of the white fish was a black dot. All of this was actually the same process as when the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace was refining pills, and the process of refining pills was no different. What is this thing? Zhang Xiaohua sent her divine sense in, but it was immediately blocked outside by the black and white fruits. She could not enter at all. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua solemnly closed the jade box and cast the most powerful restriction on it. Then, she carefully kept it. Then, she turned around to look at the main purpose of her visit today. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua had already picked all the spiritual herbs beside the cold pond. These spiritual herbs had grown for so long and were excellent ingredients for refining elixirs. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua was not worried that the ice soul grass and cold light grass here would disappear in the future. This immortal herb picking technique was very mysterious. Only the mature spiritual herbs were picked. After dozens of years, or even hundreds of years, this place would still be restored to its original appearance before being picked. After keeping everything properly, Zhang Xiaohua's gaze fell on the strange snake on the ground. This strange snake was a treasure from head to toe. Zhang Xiaohua almost drooled. When the strange snake saw Zhang Xiaohua's appearance, it couldn't help but reveal a look of fear. Chapter 643. It was unknown how many years the strange snake in the cold pond had lived in this cold pond. Just by looking at its skin that was not afraid of sword rays, one could tell that this strange snake was a rare creature from head to toe, from inside to outside. Tsk tisk. Zhang Xiaohua swallowed her saliva and thought to herself, is this snake's meat also an aphrodisiac? The strange snake twisted its waist, looking somewhat pitiful. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua smiled. This strange snake must be the guardian beast of the black-white fruit. She didn't know how many years this strange snake had been guarding it. Now that the treasure had fallen into her hands, it would definitely be a huge loss to the strange snake. Since she had already obtained the benefits, there was no need to pursue it and force it into a dead end. Moreover, this strange snake had been guarding the black-white fruit for many years. It was indirectly guarding it for her arrival. She didn't know how many people had given up on the idea of plucking the fruit and waited for her to arrive. This could be considered as loyal. Even if it didn't contribute anything, it still worked hard. Wouldn't it be too heartless for her to kill it the moment she obtained the black-white fruit? Zhang Xiaohua thought about it for a long time. To put it bluntly, he had already taken the snake's things, so he could not take its life. As the saying goes, even thieves have their own morals. That was the logic behind it. Presumably, Zhang Xiaohua made a hand seal and sent the dragon binding hoop to the air above the cold pond. With a flick of her index finger, the dragon binding hoop emitted a clear cry and enlarged by more than 2 times. The dispirited strange snake softly fell into the cold pond. Then, the dragon binding hoop transformed into 2 small jade hoops and flew back into Zhang Xiaohua's hands. Zhang Xiaohua casually glanced at the strange snake that had already sunk into the cold pond and disappeared without a trace. She then turned around and walked back. After Zhang Xiaohua had walked far away, the water in the cold pond moved slightly. The sarcoma on the strange snake's head slowly emerged, and then the entire snake's head appeared. The snake's red eyes stared at Zhang Xiaohua's back for a long time before it submerged back into the water and dived into the depths of the cold pond. It dived very, very deep. Zhang Xiaohua did not encounter any obstacles on his way back. He calmly arrived at the fork in the road and quietly stood at the intersection. Zhang Xiaohua's gaze was fixed in another direction. No one knew what he was thinking. After waiting for a long time, his brows relaxed. He turned around and walked away without any reluctance. As for the place Zhang Xiaohua didn't go, the mountain path was even more winding than the cold pond, and the inside was even more. However, this had nothing to do with Zhang Xiaohua. What he was worried about now was how to find the way back. When Zhang Xiaohua first came here, he rode on the wind and the direction was not too straight. Furthermore, he traveled a little further this time, so, he himself was not sure where the campsite was. However, the Qihua forest was at the west of the Yulon Grand Canyon. Zhang Xiaohua firmly remembered this point. As long as he went west, it would not be too far off. Looking at the sun that was a little to the west, Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment. His body rose into the air and flew towards the direction of the sun. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhang Xiaohua secretly held onto the vitality stone and continuously absorbed the vital energy, relying on the vital energy in the vitality stone to support the imperial wind technique, then this guy was almost on par with the divine ability of the ancient cultivators. After flying for a while, Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat intoxicated with this feeling. His feet did not touch the ground, and he rode on the wind. His clothes fluttered in the wind. Wasn't this the grace of a celestial? However, when he looked at his feet complacently, the pride in his heart immediately turned into ice water. This place seems to be very unfamiliar. Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat unhappy. In these few days, he had walked around the campsite. Of course, he was familiar with the surrounding scenery. However, although the scenery under his feet was generally similar, Zhang Xiaohua could clearly distinguish that this was a place that he had never been to before. Lost again? Zhang Xiaohua curled his lips. Just as he was thinking, a small mountain appeared in front of him. There was actually a sound of water coming from the mountain. Could it be the waterfall that senior brother Liao mentioned? Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself. Previously, Zhang Xiaohua had searched all around the campsite, but he didn't see any waterfall. Who would have thought that after picking such a good spirit herb, he wouldn't think about the waterfall anymore? Instead, the waterfall had appeared and he had found it when he was lost. Is my luck really that good? Or is it bad? However, since he had found the waterfall, the bizarre birch forest would not be too far away. Of course, since he had found the waterfall, he could not let go of the ice-soul grass beside the pool. A fly is also meat had always been Zhang Xiaohua's creed. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua flew towards the waterfall. When he pressed down on the cloud, pressed down on the wind, he floated down from the sky. He used his divine sense to observe the surroundings for a while. When he did not discover anything strange, he took out his jade water sword and slowly walked towards the pool. Previously, senior brother Liao had said that the guardian of the ice-soul grass beside the pool was a white bear. If it was before today, Zhang Xiaohua would not have taken it to heart. But just now, he had seen the power of the strange snake. In the end, he had to use the dragon binding ring to subdue the strange rock. Hence, he did not dare to underestimate the white bear that he had never seen before. Zhang Xiaohua held the jade water sword and carefully walked to the side of the pool. The sound of the waterfall falling from the mountain was not soft and it covered all the surrounding sounds. However, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense did not discover any traces of the white bear. Furthermore, the water in the pool was turbulent and the water was so clear that he could see the bottom. Even without using his divine sense, he could see the entire pool clearly. Where was the shadow of the white bear? When Zhang Xiaohua carefully looked around the pool, he was even more puzzled. Do you know why? The side of the pool was completely empty. There was not even a blade of grass. Where did the ice-soul grass come from? Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and put the jade water sword back into his money pouch. Could it be that this was not the place that senior brother Liao had mentioned? When he walked closer to the pool and carefully looked around, he discovered that there were many traces of freshly dug soil. Only then did he realize that this place might not be the place he was looking for. But one thing was for sure. Someone had already beaten him to this place. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was even more puzzled. Among the disciples of the Pill Formation Hall who came to the strange birch forest this time, other than the 3 arhats who knew martial arts, the others all looked ordinary. Could it be that he had misjudged? There was actually a hidden great expert among these senior brothers who took advantage of their free time to come here and defeat the white bear and pluck the ice-soul grass. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua's admiration for this incense-spreading cult was once again like a lofty mountain. Really, any ordinary disciple could kill anyone. He had forgotten that he himself was a cultivator who hid under the disguise of an ordinary disciple. Since there was no more ice-soul grass here, Zhang Xiaohua had no intention of staying. He pinched his fingers together and flew into the sky. This time he had confidence. Since someone had come here, the strange birch forest should not be far away. However, just as Zhang Xiaohua flew into the sky, before he could identify the direction, he saw that the short shrubs in front of him were in a mess. A huge white bear with pure white fur was lying there with its back facing the sky. And not far from it, a female disciple was lying face down on the grass. Oh! Zhang Xiaohua cried out in his heart. Why is there a female disciple here? Could it be a disciple of the Lingxiang Peak? But this female disciple's clothes are not the palace clothes of Chen Chen and Peacock. Right, could it be the same as the female disciple I met last time? Why is this female disciple's neck gradually turning black? Zhang Xiaohua, who was floating in the air, did not dare to stay any longer. He scanned the surroundings with his divine sense and did not find any abnormalities. He quickly jumped down and came to the side of the female disciple. He called out in a low voice, "Senior sister. Wake up." After a few calls, the female disciple did not respond at all. Zhang Xiaohua went forward and turned the female disciple over. When he saw the female disciple's face, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel happy. What a coincidence, wasn't this the female disciple he met that night when he was preparing to kill Lei Hu in the Yulon Prairie? Yes, the inner disciple of the Lingxiang Peak, Zhang Pinger. At this moment, Zhang Pinger's snow-white face was covered with a layer of dead ash. Needless to say, she must have been poisoned. Zhang Xiaohua stretched out his hand to feel Zhang Pinger's pulse and infused vital energy into it. After circulating it in his meridians, he had an idea. This Zhang Pinger was the same as senior brother Wang and should have been bitten by a poisonous snake. Zhang Pinger's body also had a medicinal effect that was fighting against the poison. However, it was obvious that Zhang Pinger was at a disadvantage. Zhang Pinger must have taken the antidote pill long ago, but the medicinal effect was limited and could not detoxify the poison. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua took out a handkerchief to conceal his identity. He first covered his face and then poured out another antidote pill from the jade bottle and placed it into Zhang Pinger's mouth, which had not yet stiffened. After that, he looked up and down to see where the wound was. However, Zhang Pinger's clothes were neat and tidy and there were no bloodstains or holes. Just as he was wondering, Zhang Pinger's mouth made a sound and her body moved slightly with a slight frown. It was precisely because of the antidote pill's effect that Zhang Pinger was about to wake up. At this moment, the most important thing to do was to find the location of the wound and force the poison out of her body. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua slapped her forehead and secretly said, "Zhang Pinger is a girl, so it's naturally inconvenient for me to use my divine sense. But other than divine sense, don't I still have vital energy? I only did a rough check just now and did not notice any abnormalities in the blood vessels." After Zhang Xiaohua infused vital energy into it again and carefully checked, a strange bitter smile appeared on his face. "You say, this poisonous snake is really something. Of all the places it could bite, it just had to bite that place. You say, even if I want to help her force the poison out, it's also inconvenient. Yes, even senior sister Zhang herself seems to be inconvenient." Chapter 644. The place where Zhang Pinger was bitten by the venomous snake was her buttocks. It was no wonder that Zhang Xiaohua didn't notice it. When he saw Zhang Pinger was lying on the ground and he was thinking of looking at the injury, so naturally he wouldn't look at that place carefully. And, even if he didn't look at the injury, a young man shouldn't stare at that place. By the time Zhang Xiaohua flipped Zhang Pinger over, he wouldn't be able to see it, and of course he wouldn't think that the venomous snake would bite there. So when Zhang Xiaohua found out that Zhang Pinger was injured at that place, he couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. But even so, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. Since the incense cult's antidote pill was unable to cure the poison, then there would definitely be a certain degree of danger. Although the antidote pill which he had refined was effective, but if the remaining poison in the body wasn't cleared out in time, then perhaps all his previous efforts would be wasted. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua silently circulated his Jinqi and sent a wisp of Jinqi over to Zhang Pinger's meridians. Slowly and carefully, he forced the snake venom to the injured part of Zhang Pinger. Then, even more carefully, he forced the snake venom out. Luckily I have qi. Otherwise, to save Zhang Pinger, wouldn't it be? Zhang Xiaohua secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua raised his eyes and saw a pair of sparkling eyes staring at him. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly released his hand. He had seen Zhang Pinger's indifference in front of the pill hall disciples and knew that this female disciple didn't really like male disciples. Zhang Ping'er had already regained consciousness when Zhang Xiaohua had fed her the antidote pill and started to force the poison out of her body. But on one hand, Zhang Xiaohua was forcing the poison out of her body and she didn't dare to disturb Zhang Xiaohua, afraid that her inner energy would be disturbed and she would go into qi deviation. On the other hand, the filthy blood from her buttocks was slowly flowing out and had already dirted her clothes. She was so embarrassed that she didn't dare to move at all. At this time, seeing Zhang Xiaohua let go of her hand in panic, her heart relaxed, and a touch of red appeared on her snow-white face. Her heart was filled with curiosity. She still hadn't seen this man's face, but looking at his attire and figure, it was obvious that he was the person who had saved her on the Yulon Prairie that night. How could this person be so fated with her? That night, Zhang Xiaohua was in a hurry to escape, so she didn't have time to look carefully. At this time, when Zhang Xiaohua was concentrating on helping her expel the poison, she saw Zhang Xiaohua enough. Looking at his skin and face that was exposed outside of the handkerchief, it was very delicate, and there were no fine lines in the corners of his eyes. He must be a young disciple, younger than her. She didn't know how he had cultivated his martial arts. Looking at his clothes, Zhang Ping'er was even more puzzled. Every hall of the School of Fragrance had its own clothes, and every disciple also had to wear their own hall's clothes. But this disciple seemed to be from the School of Pill Expansion, but there was no sign of a gourd or herbs on his sleeves. But if her previous guess was that he was an elite disciple, his clothes didn't seem right, and there was no need to cover his face with a handkerchief. When Zhang Xiaohua let go of her wrist, Zhang Ping'er opened her mouth and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "This senior, may I ask, the Lei Hu from last time?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he didn't deny it and said with a smile, "That's me. It's such a coincidence to meet junior sister again. May I know why junior sister is here?" The School of Fragrance had always respected the female disciples. Zhang Ping'er called Zhang Xiaohua senior brother only to thank him for saving her life, and to show her respect. Now that she saw Zhang Xiaohua casually agree, she felt a little strange. But in front of her benefactor, what else could she do? Zhang Ping'er smiled with difficulty and asked, "I am Lingxiang Peak's inner alchemy disciple, Zhang Ping'er. May I ask senior brother's name?" Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself, "I know you are Zhang Ping'er, but didn't you see my face covered? If it was convenient, I would have told you." So, Zhang Xiaohua lowered his head and said, "So it's junior sister Zhang." My surname is Zhang. As for my name, we met by chance. Maybe the mountains will not change, and the water will always flow. I won't say it, okay?" When Zhang Ping'er heard this, she giggled. However, she frowned and said somewhat awkwardly, "Since senior brother Zhang is unwilling to say, I won't ask any more. In any case, senior brother Zhang has saved me twice. I will remember it in my heart." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and didn't say anything. But after waiting for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua was still lying on the ground and didn't get up. This made Zhang Xiaohua feel a little embarrassed. Think about it, a girl is lying there for no reason, and you are standing by her side. This scene, cough cough, how ambiguous. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and said, "That, junior sister Zhang, I have already forced the snake venom out of your body. You, although your body is a little exhausted, it seems like you are just a little weak. You should be able to get up." Hearing this, Zhang Ping'er's snow-white face blushed. She thought for a moment and said, "Senior brother Zhang, junior sister is a little thirsty. I think it is because of the snake venom. Not far from here, there is a pool. Can you help me get some water?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and looked at the water bag that Zhang Ping'er threw to the side. Although the water bag was a little empty, there was still water. However, when he saw Zhang Ping'er's shy expression and her slightly moving body, he suddenly understood something. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaohua laughed inwardly. He was no longer the ignorant youth from a few years ago who blindly asked questions whenever he saw something he didn't understand. He stood up and walked to the side, picked up the half-filled water bag and was about to leave. Zhang Ping'er called out, "Senior brother Zhang, you didn't bring the water bag?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and shook his head, "No." "Why? Can you leave the water bag behind?" Zhang Ping'er asked shyly. "This." Zhang Xiaohua was completely speechless. "If you don't let me take the water bag, how am I going to get the water?" At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought to himself, "Ioyo, look at me. How can I be so careless? Girls love cleanliness the most. Is there a need to think about the use of this water?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed foolishly, put down the water bag, and walked away. When Zhang Xiaohua came back with a small morning glory, Zhang Ping'er had already changed her clothes. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua using the morning glory to get the water, she couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Ping'er was very beautiful, but she was usually as cold as ice and kept people away. This flower-like smile was very rare, and Zhang Xiaohua was slightly distracted. Zhang Ping'er saw that Zhang Xiaohua was distracted and felt a little shy. She walked forward and took the morning glory from Zhang Xiaohua. She drank the spring water in the flower and said with a smile, "Senior brother Zhang, thank you for the spring water. It's the first time I've drunk this water." After that, she didn't return the morning glory to Zhang Xiaohua and just held it in her hand. Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and said with a smile, "Junior sister Zhang, you're joking." Then he asked, "Junior sister Zhang, why did you come here? How did you get bitten by a snake?" Zhang Ping'er thought for a moment and said, "I won't hide it from senior brother Zhang. I'm an inner sect alchemist disciple of the Lingxiang Peak. My master specializes in alchemy for inner sect disciples. Last year, when he was practicing martial arts, he suffered from qi deviation and his internal force went astray. Although an inner sect disciple saved his life, to restore his internal force, he still needs to take the energy recovery pill. The sect's energy recovery pill was used up 10 years ago, so we have to refine it again. Refining the energy recovery pill requires a rare energy recovery grass. This spiritual grass can only be found in the Yulon Grand Canyon. Our Yulon Cult's pill expansion hall doesn't grow it. Therefore, during the Yulon evening refinement, I boldly asked to come here to try my luck, but..." Zhang Ping'er sighed and continued, "It's just that the energy recovery grass has always been rare. Even in the strange birch forest of the pill expansion hall, I haven't seen it. I can only rely on my experience as an inner sect disciple to try my luck. Presumably, senior brother Zhang already knows that when I was in the Yulon Prairie, I encountered the thunder tiger before I even reached the pool. If it wasn't for senior brother Zhang's arrival, I would have lost my life before I could even start searching. For the past few days, I have been searching for it, but I have been empty-handed. Today, I finally found a pool, but other than the ice soul grass, the rest of the herbs are just ordinary herbs." Then, she pointed to the white bear's corpse and said, "Just as I was about to leave after picking the herbs, I happened to encounter the white bear. I fought and retreated until I came here. After using all my strength to kill the white bear, I was bitten by a red stork snake. That snake is also intelligent, so I reckon it was always by the side, waiting for me to relax before it attacked. By the time I turned around, it had already slipped away. I didn't expect the detoxification pill refined by Master to be useless." "That's right, senior brother Zhang, where did you get your detoxification pill? Could it be that the fragrant religion has..." At this point, Zhang Ping'er looked at Zhang Xiaohua with some curiosity. Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head again and said with an embarrassed smile, "I picked it up on the mountain path, hee." Zhang Ping'er chuckled and said, "However, fortunately, I met senior brother Zhang again. Moreover, senior brother also had such a miraculous pill, so I was able to keep my life." Oh, senior brother Zhang, did you pick up a lot of these pills? Can you share one with me? Zhang Xiaohua stared blankly for a moment before replying, it's all right. I picked up 3 of them. I'll keep one for myself, and I'll give the last one to you. After saying that, he leaned to the side and took out a jade bottle from his bosom. He poured out a pill and handed it over. Zhang Ping'er received it, sniffed it with her nose, and said in surprise, Senior apprentice brother Zhang, why doesn't this medicinal pill have any fragrance? Are you sure you didn't get it wrong? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, No, it's this one. You'll know if you smell it carefully. Zhang Ping'er placed the medicinal pill under her nose and sniffed it carefully. Only then did she nod and put the medicinal pill back into the jade bottle. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua had an idea and said, Junior sister Zhang, I also have a presumptuous request. I wonder if you can agree? Chapter 645. Zhang Ping'er was taken aback at first, then she smiled and said, Senior brother Zhang, you must be joking. You're my savior. If there's anything you need, please speak your mind. I definitely won't agree. As soon as she finished speaking, her face flushed red. Even Zhang Xiaohua blushed. It was as if the words, eat grass and tie rings, repay with one's body, appeared in their minds. Zhang Xiaohua quickly said, Actually, it's nothing. Junior sister just said that she picked ice soul grass beside the pond. I happen to need it. Can you? I see. Zhang Ping'er smiled and said, I thought it was something serious. You made it sound so serious. After she finished speaking, she took out a few jade boxes from the bag beside her and handed them over. She said, Senior brother Zhang, this is the spiritual grass that I casually picked on my way here. Although it's not as good as the origin returning grass, it's still quite precious. The ice soul grass inside is even several hundred years old. Senior brother, take it all. Zhang Xiaohua quickly declined and said, There's no need for so many. I only need the ice soul grass. However, Zhang Ping'er would not let him go. She stuffed all the jade boxes into his hands. Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to take them all. However, his hands were empty. He did not even have a bag. Zhang Ping'er thought about it for a long time. Finally, she gritted her teeth and took out an old piece of clothing. She wrapped the jade boxes and handed them to Zhang Xiaohua. This. Zhang Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at the colorful bag. He was touched. After Zhang Xiaohua put away the bag, Zhang Ping'er looked at the white bear not far away and smiled. Senior brother Zhang, that white bear was killed by me. However, I don't need it. If you need it, you can cut off the tail of the bear. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He immediately understood and smiled. Thank you, junior sister Zhang. I didn't expect that a pill I picked up could be exchanged for so many things. Senior brother Zhang, you don't have to be so courteous. If senior brother Zhang were to act, things would be much simpler. You wouldn't be in such a sorry state like little sister. After saying that, Zhang Ping'er hesitated and said, Senior brother Zhang, our surnames are both Zhang. Perhaps we were from the same family 500 years ago. Senior brother Zhang, junior sister Zhang, it sounds very awkward. Why don't we just call them senior brother and junior sister? The term senior brother and junior sister was usually used between disciples who weren't familiar with each other. It was because they didn't know each other's surnames that they addressed each other in such a manner. It should have been estranged. However, when Zhang Ping'er said it, it had a different meaning. No matter how one looked at it, it sounded more intimate than directly calling senior brother by his surname. Zhang Xiaohua didn't mind. She nodded and said, I'll follow junior sister's instructions. Hearing this, Zhang Pinger was very happy and said, "Senior Marshal Brother, wait a moment. I will help you cut off the tail." Looking at Zhang Pinger's expression, where was her usual cold and frosty self? Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly stopped her. "It's better not, junior sister. Senior brother only has a few antidote pills here. Your body is still weak. If I tire you out, I don't have any other pills for you." Zhang Pinger giggled when she heard this. She was really gorgeously dressed. After Zhang Xiaohua cut off the tail, Zhang Pinger said, "Senior Marshal Brother is looking down on me. Just now, when Senior Marshal Brother went to fetch water, I already took a blood-replenishing pill. I've already recovered. There's no need for Senior Marshal Brother to worry about me." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and pretended to be surprised. Junior sister also picked up a pill? How lucky. When Zhang Pinger heard this, she didn't understand what it meant. When she understood in an instant, she had already bent over from laughing. When she bent over, her buttocks were still a little uncomfortable. When Zhang Pinger had laughed enough, the two of them slowly walked forward aimlessly. After walking for half a meal's time, Zhang Pinger asked, "Senior Marshal Brother, are you going back to the Training Stone Forest next?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and thought, the Training Stone Forest. What is this place? However, he vaguely said, "That's right." Then he asked, "Then what are junior sister's plans?" Zhang Pinger was a little sad. Looking at the sun in the west, she said, "Master's injuries are all due to this origin returning grass. If we can't get it this time, the next time will be 5 years later. Even if we get it, Master won't be able to use it." Zhang Xiaohua nodded. This origin returning grass was the name of an immortal spirit herb. Zhang Xiaohua also knew that it was a golden herb that looked like a ball. He had already collected many spirit herbs, but he still hadn't seen the origin returning grass. It could be seen how rare this herb was. Then he asked, "Then where is junior sister going to look for it?" Zhang Pinger shook her head, "I also don't know. I've already gone to the places that Senior Marshal sister mentioned earlier. There's not a single trace of it. The rest will depend on my luck." "That's fine. I'll just walk around and find it." Zhang Xiaohua also laughed bitterly. If Zhang Pinger had an exact place, he might be able to help a little by following her. But it was useless for him to walk around randomly. Thus, he said, "That's the only way. Junior sister, since I can't help you, then let's part ways here." Zhang Pinger heard and bowed, "Thank you Senior Marshal Brother for saving my life." When we returned to Lingering Fragrance Peak, but when she saw Zhang Xiaohua using a handkerchief to cover his face, she couldn't say the rest of her words. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Junior sister, don't worry. You've already given me so much. We don't owe each other anything. Alright, I'm leaving. Junior sister, take care. If you're not successful in collecting the herbs, you should return early." After speaking, he cupped his hands and was about to use his qinggong to leave. But the moment he moved, he suddenly stopped. He turned his head and asked, "Junior sister, do you know where the Training Stone Forest is?" Zhang Pinger saw Zhang Xiaohua stop and thought that he was going to say something important. Hearing him ask such a question, she almost fell. She steadied her body and pointed in a direction, saying, "It's about half a day's journey to the southeast." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Thank you junior sister." "Oh, right, I'll ask again. Where is the Qihua forest?" Zhang Pinger's body steadied again and again. She forcefully suppressed the indescribable emotions in her heart and pointed in a direction, saying, "It's also about half a day's journey to the southwest. So it's in that direction. No wonder I couldn't reach it after flying for so long. It's because I went astray." Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself. Then, his body floated up and directly flew towards the southeast. His voice sounded out, "Thank you junior sister. If fate allows it, we'll meet again." Zhang Xiaohua left as soon as he said he would. His elegant figure leaped a few times and disappeared in front of her eyes. Zhang Pinger stared into the distance, somewhat dazed. Then, her heart was filled with shock. Just which outer sect hall master was this disciple of? His inner strength was extremely dense and his qigong was extremely high. It was almost comparable to an ordinary inner sect disciple. That's right. The red stork snake's poison was not something that the five-colored snake could compare to. How could it be forced out by ordinary inner strength? Zhang Xiaohua did not know about this matter. At this moment, he had only used the ethereal steps to travel towards the southeast for the time it took to brew a cup of tea before stopping. He took off his handkerchief and kept the colorful package into his money pouch. After carefully identifying the direction, he rose into the air and headed straight for the strange birch forest. Zhang Xiaohua had indeed walked far today. After the time it took to eat a meal, he finally saw the familiar scenery. Zhang Xiaohua was about to land when he suddenly heard a soft roar from the other side of the strange birch forest. Zhang Xiaohua was startled. Could it be that some ferocious beast is coming? Wasn't the strange birch forest said to be safe? If I wait for the ferocious beast to come before making a move, wouldn't I be in a passive position? Only by eliminating it before it gets close to the strange birch forest can I ensure the safety of the pill expansion hall. I should still go and take a look. It's not too late. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the setting sun and thought to himself. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua changed his direction and flew towards the direction of the ferocious beast's roar. Zhang Xiaohua flew with the wind. It was not a true flying technique. He was not too high off the ground and could not see too far. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he finally got close to the ferocious beast. He could only hear the beast's roar getting louder and louder, but he could not see the beast's shadow. Suddenly, the beast's roar was somewhat miserable. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and thought, could it be that he met an outer disciple again? He immediately descended from the sky and moved forward using the earth escape technique. When Zhang Xiaohua quietly poked his head out from the ground, he saw a woman wearing a red palace dress on a flat piece of land. She held a long sword and was fighting with a lion with fiery red fur. Fire lion? Zhang Xiaohua secretly shouted. He had heard from Lu Chaoxian that the fire lion lived in an extremely hot place. Its fur was the color of flames. The fire lion's name was Beast. It had the most violent temperament. As long as it saw something that was not pleasing to its eyes, it would tear it apart and bite it. It was the most powerful beast in the Orchid Dusk refinement. Even if it was an outer disciple, it would take dozens of people to guarantee that it would not be defeated. At this time, the fire lion's fiery red fur was already bleeding a lot. Its four limbs were slightly trembling on the ground. It must have suffered a great loss in the hands of this inner disciple. However, the fire lion was still roaring. Its eyes were fixed on the woman in the palace dress, ready to attack. The woman in the palace dress opposite him seemed to be leisurely. Her long sword was slanted, faintly covering the vital part of the fire lion. The eyes hidden behind the veil flashed a trace of satisfaction. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua secretly shook his head. What's going on? In just a short while, we've encountered 2 hunts. The previous round was won by the beasts, but this round, the humans are going to win. Zhang Xiaohua thought this way, but she was terribly wrong. Due to the limited area he could move in, it was very remote. In this half a day, he had only seen 2 fights. In fact, during the Yulan Dusk refinement, in the Yulan Prairie, the Training Stone Forest, and many other famous places, this kind of hunting was everywhere. The entire Yulan Grand Canyon seemed to be ravaged by the disciples of the fragrant religion. At this moment, the fire lion seemed to have seen a flaw in the female disciple's movement. It roared and pounced forward. The female disciple was not in a hurry. She slowly stepped aside and calmly displayed her sword skills. From time to time, she would stab the fire lion with her sword. Then, she would move away so that the fire lion would not be able to catch up with her. When there was an opening, she would stab the fire lion with her sword. In just a short while, Zhang Xiaohua had already stabbed the fire lion's vital point 7 times. Chapter 646. What an exquisite swordsmanship! Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed in admiration. Although he didn't know much about swordsmanship, he was still within 10 feet of the female disciple. With his divine sense, he could clearly see the trajectory of the female disciple's swordsmanship. Zhang Xiaohua felt that the female disciple's swordsmanship complemented the female disciple's internal energy. At the same time, it complemented the female disciple's agility and flexibility. It was truly a peerless swordsmanship. The fire lion seemed to know that it was in a bad situation. With a sorrowful roar, it rushed forward. At this time, the female disciple didn't dodge. She tapped her feet lightly and shot forward like a rabbit. She flew under the fire lion's abdomen. Zhang Xiaohua saw it clearly. When the female disciple flew past, she raised the long sword in her hand. The sharp edge of the sword made a huge cut on the fire lion's abdomen. When the fire lion fell to the ground, its limbs went soft and it couldn't roar anymore. It only gasped for breath and lay down. Not long after, the grass below it was dyed red with blood. The fire lion's head tilted to the side and it didn't move anymore. The female disciple seemed to be very confident in her sword. She didn't even look at the fire lion's corpse and directly used her qinggong to fly towards the mountain. Looking at her flying technique, it was even better than the Misty School's ethereal steps. Zhang Xiaohua scratched his chin and made up his mind. He burrowed into the ground and quietly followed the female disciple to the top of the mountain. Not long after, the two of them reached the top of the mountain. When Zhang Xiaohua's head popped out from the ground, he was shocked. This wasn't an ordinary mountain. There was actually a huge pit on the mountain, and in the pit, fiery red magma was boiling. Moreover, there seemed to be some kind of restriction above the magma that prevented the heat and firepower of the magma from wantonly leaking out. What made Zhang Xiaohua even more surprised was that there was actually a huge golden lotus in the magma. Tinder golden lotus. Zhang Xiaohua almost screamed when she saw it. This was a heavenly treasure that was vaguely mentioned in the Compendium of Herbs. Even the Compendium of Herbs did not explain the growth and use of this golden fire lotus. It only drew a simple picture and the place where it grew, indicating that this kind of thing could not be easily grown. For a moment, Zhang Xiaohua had the urge to kill and steal the treasure. However, as soon as this thought arose, he immediately killed it in his heart. As the ancient said, a gentleman loves money, and he obtains it in a proper way. Although he could take the heavenly treasure for himself, if he killed the protector beast like the disciple of the cult of fragrance, he would also kill the disciple of the cult of fragrance and take the heavenly treasure for himself. How could he walk the Jianghu with compassion and a chivalrous heart? How could he experience the world of mortals and understand the heavenly Tao? At the moment when Zhang Xiaohua was enlightened, Zhang Xiaohua's mind seemed to have left his body again. However, this time, his mind did not rise, but stayed above Zhang Xiaohua's head. The brilliance of the heavenly Tao enveloped his mind, silently transmitting something to him. It seemed that his mind had already received the approval of the heavenly Tao. The brilliance shrouded him for a very short time and disappeared very quickly. Zhang Xiaohua's mind seemed to have received something, but also seemed to have not received anything. Only when his mind saw the starry sky of the heavenly Tao did he feel a different familiarity and closeness. Then, his mind returned to the bodies. When Zhang Xiaohua regained his senses, he felt that nothing had changed around him. It was as if nothing had happened. Not far away, the masked disciple was the same as before. He stood there in a daze, as if he had never seen this thing before. After a moment, the disciple seemed to have made up his mind. He waved his left hand and threw something towards the tinder golden lotus in the magma. Zhang Xiaohua's mind had already enveloped the entire mountain top. He could clearly see that it was an almost transparent and silent clue. She saw that the clue, which was as thick as a baby's pinky, accurately wrapped around the petals of the tinder golden lotus. The thin clue did not change under the scorching temperature of the magma. Needless to say, this was a unique treasure of the incense religion. Seeing that the clue worked, the female disciple pulled with her left hand. But it did not move. She waved her right hand again and a small hidden weapon shot towards the bottom of the tinder golden lotus. It was connected to the thin stalk of the tinder golden lotus. Pa! A light sound was heard. The thin stalk broke upon contact. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. When the female disciple saw that the stem was broken, she raised her left hand and the golden lotus slowly flew over as if it had a mind of its own. The female disciple's movements were also very nimble. She immediately took out a large jade box from the bag on the ground and opened the lid with one hand. She waved her left hand and the golden lotus obediently flew into the jade box. The female disciple's face was tense the entire time. While she was putting away the golden lotus, she was also paying attention to her surroundings. When she put the golden lotus into the jade box and closed the lid, an uncontrollable joy appeared on her face. She then kept the jade box and picked up the bag. Using her qin gong, she headed down the mountain. It was as if she did not want to stay any longer. When the female disciple went down the mountain and was far away, Zhang Xiaohua popped his head out from the ground. He rubbed his nose and looked at the female disciple's back. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. He muttered to himself, "Sigh, it's so sad to be so uncultured." After speaking, he walked in front of the magma and formed a hand seal. The fire and earth escape technique was activated. The human figure immediately disappeared from the ground and went straight into the magma. When he reached the magma, he saw that the thin stalk that the female disciple had broken was swaying in the magma. Below the thin stalk, there was a fist-sized seed. On the other side of the seed, there was another thin stalk that was only 3 inches long. On this stalk, there were 2 small protrusions that looked exactly like the Bingdi lotus. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. He took out an exquisite jade box and carefully inscribed a few seals into it. After thinking for a while, he used his right hand to inscribe a few complicated seals on the tinder golden lotus. Then, he reached out with his right hand and grabbed the tinder golden lotus seed as well as the surrounding magma into the jade box. He held the jade box in his left hand and kept the seed and the magma. The magma wrapped around the seed was floating in the middle of the jade box, and it was rotating subtly. Zhang Xiaohua closed the jade box and formed a series of restrictions around the jade box. When the jade box emitted a white light, it covered all sides of the jade box. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief and keep the jade box into his money bag. The tinder golden lotus, as the name suggested, was a golden lotus that grew in fire. The golden lotus and the 7-colored lotus seed were mysterious. Although the 100 Herb Compendium did not mention the use of this ancient treasure, it was clear that the most precious part of the tinder golden lotus was its seed. It was a seed that could grow in fire. This seed had a special feature. It was heavy in fire, but it could float in the fire. As long as there was enough fire, it could grow into a golden lotus. On the other side of the tinder golden lotus that Zhang Xiaohua obtained was the tinder golden lotus. This tinder golden lotus could only survive in fire. If it was forcefully taken out of the fire, it would turn into ashes the moment it left the fire. Presumably, the records of the tinder golden lotus had been lost long ago. The female disciple did not know about it and only took the beautiful lotus and the lotus seed. She did not pay attention to the tender golden lotus in the magma. This was why Zhang Xiaohua was able to get such a good deal. Fortunately, I did not kill anyone to steal the treasure. This young master's character is really indescribable. Zhang Xiaohua was secretly proud of his character. He thought to himself, is this the ancient saying, buy the casket and return the pearl? The incense cult did not teach this tender golden lotus to their disciples. Instead, they gave it to me. Ha ha ha. He almost fell into the magma laughing. In fact, this guy had forgotten that the female disciple of the cult of fragrance might not have the strength to pull the golden fire lotus out of the magma. Even if she did, wouldn't the golden fire lotus turn into nothingness? Perhaps the incense cult's record of the tender golden lotus was about taking the tender golden lotus. After taking the tender golden lotus, Zhang Xiaohua was still not satisfied. He moved back and forth in the magma, wanting to find more luminous pearl. After all, he did not bring many. Unfortunately, after searching for a long time, he did not find even one. He could not help but feel sad. However, he did not understand the reason. Maybe I have used up all my luck. Let's save a few people first. Zhang Xiaohua thought. This was not Zhang Xiaohua's fault. The 100 Herb Compendium had forgotten to record that the luminous pearl was formed from the essence of the magma. The tender golden lotus grew by absorbing the essence of the fire. If the tender golden lotus grew in the magma on this mountain, there probably would not be any more essence left. Perhaps in a few decades, or even 100 years, when Zhang Xiaohua participated in the orchid evening refinement, the magma would have a luminous pearl. Seeing that the search for the luminous pearl was fruitless, and that there was nothing good in the magma, Zhang Xiaohua directly flew out. He looked around the still quiet mountain and was about to fly away. Suddenly, he thought of something. He walked to the side of the fire lion and cut off its tail. If he did not cut it off, it would be a waste. He might as well use it as a souvenir. When Zhang Xiaohua flew back to the Qihua forest, it was already dark. Landing from the sky, Zhang Xiaohua slowly walked back to the camp. Before he reached the tent, he heard a long sigh from inside. It was Lu Chaoxian's aged voice. Sai junior brother Ren died young. What a pity. I thought he could be the second Lu Lihong. When these words entered her ears, Zhang Xiaohua almost fell to the ground. Big brother, although I didn't accompany you to gather herbs, you don't have to curse me like this, right? Chapter 647. Zhang Xiaohua was about to speak when another voice came from the tent. It was senior brother Wang. Junior brother Ren is a kind-hearted person. He should live a long life. There won't be any accidents. Another voice said, senior brother Wang is wrong. Good people don't live long. You shouldn't split the herbs in half. Ren Xiaoyao can't accept your kindness. You. Senior brother Wang was furious and wanted to refute. Another person said, Shidi's words are rough, but they are extremely right. Wang Xixiang, let's give our share to Lu Xixiang. Although Ren Xiaoyao promised very well before and vowed to protect us, when we arrived at the strange birch forest, he ran away first. He didn't even pick a single medicinal herb. How could he play a role as the leader? Now we have to give some of our herbs to him and let him take them back to the pill expansion hall. Isn't this a bit unfair? Junior brother Fan, you're wrong. You said before that you would give him a share of the herbs. How can you go back on your word? Senior brother Wang said angrily. Junior brother Fan ignored him and retorted, if he protected us, would naturally keep my promise. But he didn't even stay by our side. He just left a sentence and said not to leave the tent at night. Is this the so-called protection? If that's the case, how can I just give away the herbs that I worked so hard to pick to him? Look at the other disciples. 3 arhats are guarding them. Even flies can't get close. That's called protection. Then he added, even if you want to say this, you have to wait until Ren Xiaoyao comes back alive. Lu Chaoxian dissuaded him, it's still a long time before the end of the trial. Maybe junior brother Ren went too far and didn't have time to return to the strange birch forest. Actually, junior brother Fan also knows that junior brother Ren had no choice but to go. If it wasn't for the ice spirit grass, he would have stayed with us. Maybe junior brother Ren will come back tomorrow. Tomorrow? Junior brother Fan mocked, tomorrow will come? When tomorrow comes, tomorrow will become today. Lu Chaoxian was speechless. I've already told the other senior brothers that I'll be with them tonight. I've already packed my things. Senior brother Lu, please don't blame me. You've also said that you're our leader in name. Since you don't want these herbs, I didn't take out your share. Lu Chaoxian smiled bitterly and shook his head, not saying anything. Senior martial brother Wang was even more furious. He said, junior brother Ren's life is still uncertain. Before he could finish his sentence, a lazy voice sounded from outside the tent. Who is it? Who is cursing me? When Lu Chaoxian, senior brother Wang, and the others heard this, they were stunned. Then, their faces lit up and they ran out. Wasn't the person standing outside the tent Zhang Xiaohua? Senior martial brother Wang walked over and pulled Zhang Xiaohua to the left and to the right. He said, junior brother Ren, why did you only learn it now? I haven't seen you for a few days. You seem normal. Zhang Xiaohua raised her hand and turned it left and right. She said, of course I'm good. I'm not missing any arms or legs. It's very stable. Haha, good. Lu Chaoxian also laughed. It's good that you're back safely. But, how's your ice soul grass? It's almost there. There shouldn't be any problems. I've already found its tracks. But the beast guarding it is very powerful. I have to think of a way. Zhang Xiaohua began to talk nonsense again. Senior martial brother Wang said, that's good, that's good. But, safety first. The punishment in the hall isn't very severe. Don't lose your life because of this. The punishment isn't severe? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly to herself. Thinking of the dungeon on Bayua Peak of the Pill Tower Hall, and then thinking of Vice Hall leader Su's inexplicable ruthlessness, Zhang Xiaohua could only take these words as consolation. The other disciples were also happy. They went up and said a few words, then clustered around Zhang Xiaohua and walked into the tent. They all sat down. Senior martial brother Wang looked around and suddenly said, where's junior martial brother Fan? He was complaining here just now. How come he's gone now? Zhang Xiaohua smiled. When you came out just now, a senior martial brother went out with a bunch of things. Is it that Fan? It's him. Senior martial brother Wang insisted and told her what happened. Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and said to the other disciples, senior martial brothers, I'm ashamed to say that I promised to protect you all. But I still haven't gotten the ice soul grass. I just came back to tell you that I'm safe. In a while, when it gets dark, I still have to go out. In this birch forest, I really can't protect you all. You don't have to give me the herbs you promised earlier. Also, if you're like senior martial brother Fan, you can go find someone else to rely on. I won't stop you. Lu Chaoxian and senior martial brother Wang were needless to say. Zhang Xiaohua didn't even look at them. The other 6 disciples looked at each other. One of them also cupped his hands and said, junior martial brother Ren, we've already seen your martial arts during the battle. You're willing to trade your pills for our herbs. It's enough to show your benevolence. Also, didn't you say that as long as we follow you, you'll protect us? Even when you said not to leave the tent at night, we've firmly remembered that. Now, how can we not follow you? Lu Chaoxian and senior martial brother Wang also said, Junior Marshal Brother Ren, these Junior Marshal brothers don't have any complaints. We can guarantee that. You don't have to say such things. Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands and smiled. That's good. Since you all trust me, I'll definitely protect you all. That's right, I don't want the herbs that you all worked so hard to pick. Senior Marshal Brother Wang was anxious and wanted to interrupt again. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand. Senior Marshal Brother Wang, don't say anything. Let me finish. I found some very rare herbs on the other side of the river. They're very old and are more than enough to complete the task. Your herbs are no longer worthy of my attention. Lu Chaoxian was overjoyed when he heard this. Congratulations, Junior Marshal Brother Ren. Your luck is really good. You're really the second Lu Lihong. Since that's the case, we brothers won't be polite. We'll keep the herbs for ourselves. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua secretly rolled her eyes. Of all people to compare with, why did you have to compare yourself with that bastard? Isn't my character 1,000 times better than his? At this time, Lu Chaoxian moved closer and asked mysteriously, Junior Marshal Brother Ren, what are the herbs? Can you tell us? Or, can we go with you? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Seeing everyone's expectant expression, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. This. Senior Marshal Brothers, although the herbs are good, it's better to be alive. Didn't someone say that just now? The other side of the river is really dangerous. I've seen white bears, fire lions, and the like. If it weren't for my good Qing Gong, I wouldn't have seen you all. Hearing the fierce names of these fierce beasts, everyone's expression changed. They had already given up on the idea. Zhang Xiaohua said, if Junior Marshal Brother can find something cheap, I'll give it to you all. What do you think? Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this. They were all very grateful. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said in her heart, it seems that I'll have to go out and look tomorrow. Any old ones will do. I don't care about these, but these Senior Marshal Brothers really need them. Then, she said, Junior Marshal Brother will rest first. When it's late, I'll go out and try my luck. Everyone, I'll say the same thing. Don't go out at night. The wild beasts are fierce. All the disciples laughed and walked away. Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged and closed her eyes to comprehend the heavenly Tao that she had just communicated with. At this time, the heavenly Tao, in Zhang Xiaohua's heart, was a little more intimate. When it was close to midnight, Zhang Xiaohua once again set up restrictions around the tent. Then, she escaped to the cave that she usually used and closed her eyes to cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra. Tonight was a moonless night. Thick clouds covered the entire sky, and the wind was very strong, causing the grass and leaves to rustle. During the day, the beasts were all asleep, and some of them were still drinking from the various pools. At night, the beasts were also active, hunting for food and making a living. The entire Yulon Grand Canyon was the same as the night for countless years. It was peaceful, but also not peaceful. However, this night was destined to be a special night. It was a night that no one would ever forget. Inside the cave, Zhang Xiaohua was wrapped in an almost colorless cocoon of light. Her speed of absorbing starlight and vitality had increased to a new level. Suddenly, from the far east, there was a roar. Although this roar was not very loud, it was actually able to spread throughout the entire Yulon Grand Canyon. All the fierce beasts in the Yulon Grand Canyon were awakened. No matter if they were sleeping or hunting, they all immediately stood up. All the disciples of the aroma cult who were in the trial also woke up from their sleep or meditation. Strangely, they tilted their ears to listen, not knowing what this sound was. Immediately, the roar came one after another. It was like waves hitting the shore, attacking the ears of everyone and the beasts. All the fierce beasts began to become irritable and restless. Everyone also stood up in panic. This situation seemed to have never happened in the records of the aroma cult over the years. Suddenly, the roar began to become hoarse. Some were pleading, some were sorrowful. In the end, it actually connected together and gradually became powerless. All the ferocious beasts had already started running towards the extreme east, as if something was summoning them there. Just as all the ferocious beasts were sprinting, the roar from the far east rang out again. This time, it was different from before. It actually split the sky and was extremely ear-piercing. The entire roar was solemn and stirring. However, just as the roar reached the 9 heavens, it immediately stopped. Immediately after, from the extreme north, a sharp screech that sounded like metal and stone rang out. That roar was actually moving extremely quickly, heading east. All of the running beasts immediately stopped when they heard the last sound. Their eyes turned red as they roared and rushed towards the entire Yulon Grand Canyon like a tide. The entire Yulon Grand Canyon was in an uproar. Be it humans or beasts, only Zhang Xiaohua, who was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the starlight, remained calm. Chapter 648. The entire Yulon Grand Canyon was boiling with beast blood. At the bottom of a steep cliff, hundreds of Shuyu Hall disciples were standing outside the tents in a panic. Some of them were holding swords and some were holding digging tools. They looked at the dark night sky with fear, not knowing what was going on here. At this moment, they suddenly heard a mountain-like tremor. It was as if someone was using a huge hammer to hit the ground. The tremor was getting closer and closer, so close that it made people feel uneasy. A few disciples who were skilled in martial arts held long swords in their hands and used their qin gong to look forward. Before they could walk a few feet, they heard a ga sound. In the dark night sky, there seemed to be a few thicker dark clouds floating over. These dark clouds quickly approached. The disciple who was standing on the tree saw it clearly and couldn't help but cry out, "Diamond Crow? Why are they here?" After saying that, he was about to jump down from the tree. But at this moment, 3 strange crows flew out from the dark clouds like lightning. Their wings were a size bigger than ordinary crows, and their beaks were also a size bigger. Without waiting for the disciple to move, they cried out, "Ga," and pounced on his face. The disciple saw that he didn't have time to jump down, so he quickly raised his sword to meet the crows. Who knew that the crows didn't dodge at all and were stabbed by the sword? However, at the moment of the stab, sparks seemed to fly out. The crows were only hit diagonally, but they turned in the air and flew back. The disciple's sword was shaken askew. Before he could retrieve it, the other 2 golden crows had already flown in front of him. They nimbly opened their beaks and pecked out the disciple's 2 eyes. The disciple screamed and dropped his sword. He covered his eyes with both hands and his whole body was unsteady. Then, the golden crows behind rushed up and pecked at the disciple's body. The disciple screamed in pain and fell down from the tree. The crows didn't let him go and chased him down. After a while, the disciple's screams stopped. He was pecked to death. The other disciples had the opportunity to jump down from the tree, but before they could stand firm, the mountain-like vibration had already arrived in front of them. They looked up and saw that there were all kinds of beasts mixed together and rushing over. The disciples wanted to raise their legs, but the swift cheetahs in front of them didn't give them any chance. They bit their chests. When the disciples were about to draw their swords, the red-eyed Pai Yang next to them pushed its horn against the swords. A few clang sounds were drowned out by the running beasts. They didn't even have the chance to fight back before their throats were bitten by the cheetahs. The disciples with martial arts were like this, not to mention the other ordinary disciples. The ferocious beasts of the night had long subverted their understanding. The docile piang and elk, the cute squirrels and obedient rabbits, all pounced on them with envy, using their teeth, claws, and horns as if they were their irreconcilable natural enemies. Their natural enemies, such as the thunder tiger, the white bear, and the fire lion, all pounced on them together, tearing them apart, biting them to pieces, and eating them into their stomachs. In a grotesque stone forest, the outer disciples of Wuming Hall held their weapons and jumped to the top of the stone pillars. In the periphery of the stone forest, the same disciples were standing on top of each other. They looked at the dark grassland. Although they were scared, they didn't panic. Suddenly, a series of shwa-shwa sounds came from all directions, and clusters of black shadows slowly appeared not far away. However, the shwa-shwa sounds clearly came from the front of these black shadows. At this time, a disciple screamed, "Ouch, snake!" Then, there was no sound. The disciples next to him woke up and hurriedly looked at the ground. They couldn't help but be shocked and lose their previous calmness. Red stork snake. 5-colored snake. Corpse-spotted snake. Oh my God, how did they come here? Immediately, all the disciples retreated into the stone forest in a panic. A few disciples who couldn't escape in time were immediately entangled by dozens of poisonous snakes. They didn't even have time to wield their long swords before they were poisoned and fell to the ground. However, not long after they leaped onto the stone pillar, those poisonous snakes had already covered the entire stone forest. Not far away, the black figures had also walked to the surroundings of the stone forest. With a long roar, all the black figures stopped. Blood wolf. Only then did the disciples of Wuming Hall realize that the ferocious beasts that surrounded them were blood wolves. Moreover, the one that stood on the high ground and howled at the sky was a blood wolf king that was 3 times larger than an ordinary blood wolf. Seeing the poisonous snakes that covered the entire trial stone forest, the outer court disciples were already scared witless. Then looking at the thousands of blood wolves in all directions, the hearts of the outer court disciples sank to the bottom. At this time, there was a sudden change. The poisonous snakes all over the stone forest crawled up the stone pillars with their forked tongues. Those that couldn't climb up the stone pillars also coiled up, accumulating strength to shoot at the stone pillars. Not long after, a few huge pythons climbed up the stone pillars. The outer disciples of Wuming Hall were also capable. They used their own unique skills and cut off a few snake heads, temporarily saving their lives. Seeing that they couldn't succeed, the snakes slithered to the big trees in the stone forest. Many poisonous snakes wanted to attack the disciples of Wuming Hall from the big trees beside them. After a while, a few disciples who didn't have time to defend themselves were pounced on by the numerous poisonous snakes. Before they could scream, they lost their lives. However, these disciples were only a minority. Most of the disciples stayed on the stone pillars peacefully. Just when the disciples were a little relieved and wanted to rely on the stone pillars to wait until dawn, they saw a gap in the encirclement of the blood wolves. From the gap, a pair of huge beasts ran out. Mad elephant. Mad mammoth. White bear. The huge figure immediately made it easy for the disciples to recognize it. The consequence of recognizing it was that their hearts no longer dared to have any extravagant hope. Sure enough, the huge mad mammoth rushed to the front of the stone pillar and rammed its head into the stone pillar. The stone pillar shook slightly from side to side, but it didn't fall down. The mad mammoth was just like its name. It kept ramming until its head was bleeding. It didn't stop until the stone pillar was knocked down. The disciples on the stone pillar were forced to jump to other stone pillars before it stopped. After a short rest, it immediately rushed to other stone pillars. It didn't take long for half of the stone pillar to be knocked down. Seeing this situation, the leading senior brother shouted, "Fellow junior brothers, let's join forces and rush to the south. Whoever can make it out alive should hurry to the Yulon Grand Canyon and inform the hall of this news." After he finished speaking, he took the lead and used his qin gong to rush into the blood wolves. When the other disciples heard this, they felt that it was reasonable. They jumped over the poisonous snakes and rushed into the blood wolves. The tall blood wolf king seemed to have known that this would happen. It roared towards the sky, and the other blood wolves also roared and rushed forward. The outer court disciples weren't as good as the Shuyu Hall disciples. Their martial arts were superior. In the beginning, they had some success and killed a lot of blood wolves. However, there were thousands of blood wolves surrounding them. The blood wolf king's roar attracted a lot of blood wolves. Not long after, the outer court disciples began to suffer casualties. Since there were casualties, on the Yulon Prairie, many elite outer court disciples were fighting on their own. At first, although they had the upper hand, they didn't suffer any casualties. However, as more and more ferocious beasts surged, they also began to suffer casualties. Moreover, the casualties gradually became heavy. Thus, they began to think about gathering together to break out of the encirclement. However, in this pitch-black night, even if they wanted to release a smoke signal, they couldn't. In the extreme north, an inner court disciple in palace attire held a long sword. He was very relaxed under the siege of the blood wolves as he slowly moved towards the south. As he walked, he muttered to himself, "What's going on?" First there were howls, then there was the blood wolf king. Could it be that something strange happened? These blood wolves are too much. They know that they are no match for me, but they still insist on fighting. Do they think they can keep me here with numbers? I've killed more than 100, but it seems that there are hundreds more. I haven't seen a single one in the past few days. Why did they all come out tonight? Forget it, I'd better go out first. I'll look at the other sisters and ask them what's going on. Just as she made a decision and was about to use her qigong to leave, a gust of wind suddenly blew from her left hand. She couldn't see clearly in the pitch-black night. Just when she felt that something was wrong, a shadow flashed in front of her eyes. This is... Before she could react, she felt a pain in her throat and a touch of red came out of her body. The disciple touched the wound on her throat and her eyes were full of horror. Then, she went limp on the spot and said unconfidently, "Yellow wind?" Immediately, a group of blood wolves split into two. The shadow like the wind didn't stop and continued to blow towards the far east. Chihua Forest, the camp of Pill Opening Hall. Like Shuyu Hall and Qiankuan Hall, it was also attacked by the blood wolves. The three arhats were bitten to death by the thunder tigers and dismembered by the blood wolves. The bare-handed Pill Opening Hall disciples were like fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered by the blood wolves. However, in the corner of the campsite, in front of a huge tent, a dozen different ferocious beasts were roaring angrily. They wanted to charge into the tent, but they were blocked by an invisible object as soon as they approached the tent. No matter how hard they tried, they were blocked by something soft and soft. Inside the tent, 8 people were lying on the ground, trembling non-stop. They could only watch helplessly as the man-eating beasts kept charging in. Only their teeth were left to chatter with a "gee" sound. Suddenly, a disciple covered in blood crawled over, trembling as he tried to rush in, but he was still blocked outside. He heard the disciple shout, "Junior brother Ren, I was wrong, save me." It was senior brother Fan, who had just arrived at the tent that night and discovered the abnormality of the tent. Before senior brother Fan could finish his words, Thunder Tiger chased after him and bit his neck. There was a crack sound, and then there was no more movement. Seeing this frightening scene, everyone in the tent immediately closed their eyes. Their only wish was, "Junior brother Ren, can you not let us hear your voice?" Chapter 649. Somewhere in the Yulon Grand Canyon, there was a remote area with sparse vegetation and strange stones all over the ground. Under the curtain of night, there was a slightly flat open space behind the huge stone. In front of a dozen tents, there were dozens of men and women quietly standing. Only to hear the trembling voice of a woman at the front, "Junior brother, you say, what is going on?" The tall man next to her also frowned. Looking at the huge stone in front of him, he said in a low voice, "Senior sister, I don't know either." However, listening to the roar of the beast, it seems to be in pain. Although we are lost here and can't see any beasts, we still have to be careful. It's still a long time before the Yulon dusk refinement ends, it's better to hide first. Well, last night I saw a few hidden caves on the mountain behind us. Why don't we hide there first? The man waved his hand and said, "Good. Disciples, quickly pack up and don't leave any traces behind. Quickly hide in the caves." The disciples behind him looked at each other in dismay. They really couldn't figure out why they were so serious. Among them, a younger male disciple walked towards a slim female disciple not far away. That female disciple also looked in their direction. Although there was no light at night, the two seemed to be able to see each other's eyes and read the panic in each other's heart. Next to the female disciple was another petite girl. She shrunk her shoulders and pulled the girl's hand. She lowered her voice and said, "Senior sister, let's go to the caves quickly. I'm scared here." The female disciple retracted her gaze and gently patted the girl's hand to comfort her. Then, she packed up with the others. When there was a faint light on the horizon, there were no traces behind the huge stone. It seemed that no one had ever been here. In the easternmost land, in the strange canyon, Chen Chen and Wuxia walked out under the white light. They said while walking, "Junior sister apprentice, this canyon is really strange. We got rid of the poisonous bees after a few turns." Then, he stretched and yawned, "Last night I slept well. When I was adjusting my breathing, I seemed to hear the roar of a beast. I wonder what happened." Wuxia smiled and said, "Little sister also heard it, and it seemed to have cried out many times. Who knows, this Yulon Grand Canyon is filled with ferocious beasts, it would be strange if it didn't cry out." Chen Chen nodded and looked at the entrance of the valley in the distance. He said, "The poisonous bees may not be guarding the entrance of the valley. I wonder if we can meet them when we go out." Wuxia knew that Chen Chen just said it casually and didn't care about her answer. She smiled and said, "Yesterday, I panicked and didn't make any preparations. Today, Senior Sister Apprentice has made preparations early. Even if we meet again, there won't be any problem." Then, he looked at the bright valley entrance and said, "We aren't any flowers or plants. Why would the poisonous bees guard us to death?" As the two of them talked, they walked into the valley entrance. When they turned a corner, they were stunned on the spot. There was indeed no black mass of poisonous bees in the sky, but on the ground, there was a black mass of ferocious beasts. From the teeth-eating rat, carnivorous beast, and human-faced monkey in the front, to the blood wolf, thunder tiger, and giant ape in the middle, as well as the fire lion, white bear, giant elephant, mammoth beast, and so on. Almost all the ferocious beasts that could be seen in the Yulon Grand Canyon were gathered here. Seeing this, Chen Chen's expression changed. Before Wuxia could react, he grabbed her hand and immediately flew to the side of the exit. Wuxia didn't dare to be negligent. She also operated her internal energy and used Qinggong to follow. When the group of beasts saw the two of them escaping, they all roared and immediately chased after them. Although Chen Chen was not afraid of these ferocious beasts, there were too many of them. Moreover, he was carrying Wuxia, whose martial arts were not very strong. Therefore, he could only rely on Qinggong to go to places where the beasts could not chase. It was not until the sky was bright that they gradually escaped the pursuit of the group of beasts. However, just when he was about to rest, he suddenly heard a clear voice in front of him. Chen Chen frowned and walked quickly for a moment. He jumped down a mountain stream and saw a woman in red holding a long sword, fighting a dozen thunder tigers and giant apes. Chen Chen did not dare to delay. He pulled Xia and jumped into the circle. Both of them held long swords and joined up with the female disciple. They killed the beasts together. When the female disciple saw that Chen Chen and Xia had come to help, she felt relieved and her swordsmanship became sharper. The three of them worked together and before long, they had killed most of the beasts. However, the remaining beasts still did not know fear and desperately surrounded the three of them. In the distance, there were even more beasts rushing over. When Chen Chen saw this, he knew that something was wrong and shouted, "Junior sister, let's go. We'll rush to the exit of the Yulon Grand Canyon and meet up with the other junior sisters along the way." After saying that, he waved his long sword and killed a few thunder tigers. He pulled Xia and rushed out. The other female disciple did not dare to stay behind and used Qin Gong to rush out. The three of them rushed to the Yulon Grand Prairie like shooting stars. Behind them were countless beasts, roaring as they chased after them. At this time, on the eastern horizon, the blood-red sun gradually peeked out. When the first ray of sunlight shone into the cave, Zhang Xiaohua, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. The starlight that shrouded the surroundings flashed and disappeared. Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the cave and took a breath of the sun's essence. His heart suddenly jumped and he seemed to be a little vigilant. However, when he looked around, there was nothing different. His divine sense was also normal. So, he shrugged and practiced the Big Dipper magical fist as usual. However, when he finished practicing the fist technique, he frowned and found that there was something different. In this ordinary morning, there was always a mess of crisp bird calls. However, today, it was dead silent. Not even a bird's cry could be heard. What happened? Zhang Xiaohua secretly asked. However, looking from afar, the Pill Tower Hall's camp was also quiet and there was nothing different from usual. Maybe I'm thinking too much. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head. There were many strange things in this Yulon Grand Canyon. This strange thing was nothing. However, when Zhang Xiaohua used his Qin Gong to return to the camp, everything in front of him made him dumbstruck. Yes, no words could describe his current state of mind. He saw that the entire camp was like a slaughterhouse. The solidified brown blood was splattered all over the ground. Occasionally, some pieces of flesh would stick to the tent. The entire camp was filled with the pungent smell of blood. However, when his divine sense swept through, other than a few pieces of bitten bones and some pieces of flesh, there was not even half a person's shadow in sight. Even the horses that were pulling the carriages were nowhere to be seen. What the hell happened? Could it be that we met? Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to think deeper. At this time, suddenly, from not far away, several blood wolves quietly scuttled out. They surrounded Zhang Xiaohua from all directions. The corners of these blood wolves' mouths were still stained with blood. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was furious. He took out Chasing Dream from his bosom and threw it into the air. With a hand seal, Chasing Dream rushed towards the blood wolves. Although the blood wolves were ferocious, how could they be a match for the furious Zhang Xiaohua? In just a moment, their throats were pierced by Zhang Xiaohua and they died. Zhang Xiaohua recalled Chasing Dream and used his Qin Gong to return to his tent. After a few leaps and bounds, he saw the blood wolves quietly squatting in front of his tent. Zhang Xiaohua's heart was slightly relieved. After all, his restriction was still effective. If he could save a senior, then he was a senior. As he slowly walked towards his tent, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Looking at the miserable state of the campsite, he knew that the hundreds of lives in the Pill Repository Hall had been lost in the strange birch forest. They had all been eaten by the ferocious beasts. Not even a complete corpse was left behind. This was the first time he had seen Bai Yefeng, Jing Shanfeng, and 3 Reeds Peak. Even though they were Bai Yefeng's seniors, he did not have much interaction with them. Other than the 8 people in his tent, he had not even spoken to the others. However, at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua felt a sense of guilt. If he had stayed in the campsite last night, perhaps this tragedy could have been avoided. Even if he had to risk his identity as an immortal Dao cultivator being exposed, he would have saved the lives of these hundreds of people. However, right after that, Zhang Xiaohua sighed again. Even if I stayed behind, would I be able to save them? Although he wanted to protect their safety, he didn't have the ability to protect the entire campsite with a formation. Even if he put a restriction on each of the tents, not to mention whether he had enough jade talismans, just the requirement of not letting them out of the tents would make him a laughingstock. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua immediately thought of Senior Fan, who had just left the tent last night. He had followed him for a few days, but in the end, he did not even spare him a glance, let alone the other seniors who followed behind the 3 arhats. Sigh. I'll just do my best. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head slightly. The heavy feeling of a mountain was slightly relaxed. Zhang Xiaohua's qigong was superb. When he landed in front of the tent, the blood wolves and lightning tigers crouching in front of the tent did not notice him. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense entered the tent. When he saw that the 8 people were all safe and sound, he could not help but smile. Finally, the hard work he had put in every night to set up the formation had not been wasted. He had finally managed to save some disciples. At this moment, a lightning tiger discovered Zhang Xiaohua. With a roar, not only did it alert the surrounding beasts, even the people in the tent whose limbs were already numb opened their eyes in fright. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua walking towards the entrance of the tent, their eyes flashed with joy. Ever since they had been attacked by the beast tide last night, the only person they had been waiting for had finally appeared. However, when they saw a few blood wolves and thunder tigers running towards Zhang Xiaohua, their hearts immediately turned ice cold. Chapter 650. Seeing that everyone in the tent was looking at her, Zhang Xiaohua raised her hand and gestured with a confident smile. The smile was extremely faint, but in the eyes of Lu Chaoxian and the rest, it was an extremely strong confidence. In an instant, a firm belief rose in their hearts. They believed that this seemingly ordinary junior brother would definitely be able to give them an unexpected surprise. Sure enough, when Zhang Xiaohua leisurely walked towards the tent, 2 lightning tigers pounced on Zhang Xiaohua from both sides. However, Zhang Xiaohua was still as calm as before. She waved the short sword in her hand and in an instant, the lightning tiger's head was split open. Furthermore, she lifted her left leg and kicked the other lightning tiger's throat. Thump, the lightning tiger opened its mouth and fell to the ground. At this moment, the remaining lightning tigers and blood wolves rushed over from the side. Seeing so many ferocious beasts attacking at the same time, Lu Chaoxian couldn't help but close his eyes. He had already seen this kind of tragedy countless times last night and he really didn't want to be sad and fearful again. However, after a moment, he actually didn't hear any screams from Zhang Xiaohua. Instead, the screams of the ferocious beasts were heard. When did junior brother Ren become so brave? Lu Chaoxian couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Only when the screams outside the tent stopped, Lu Chaoxian couldn't help but open his eyes. As expected, several ferocious beasts were lying in a pool of blood and Zhang Xiaohua was still frowning as she walked towards the side of the tent. Lu Chaoxian was stunned. Could it be that there were more ferocious beasts at the side? But then, Zhang Xiaohua appeared at the entrance of the tent and walked in. The moment Zhang Xiaohua entered the tent, he was greeted with a nauseating stench. He looked at the floor and saw the vomit on the ground, as well as the horse's excrement in the corner of the tent. It made it impossible to enter the tent. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, "Senior brothers, it's safe now. You can come out now." Lu Chaoxian, senior brother Wang, and the rest of the 8 had long gotten used to the aura inside the tent. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua standing at the entrance, they all rushed over. However, none of them dared to take a step outside the tent. Lu Chaoxian held Zhang Xiaohua's hand and asked in a hoarse voice, "Junior brother Ren, you're finally back." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Yes, senior brother Lu, I'm sorry to trouble you." What is going on?" Upon hearing Zhang Xiaohua's question, everyone's eyes were filled with fear. No one was willing to say a word. Alas! Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said, "Come out and get some fresh air. There shouldn't be any ferocious beasts in the camp. Don't worry." Then, she turned her head to look at the miserable camp and said, "I'll go look around to see if there are any other survivors." When senior brother Wang heard that she was going to leave, he grabbed her sleeve and said, "Junior brother Ren, don't go." Zhang Xiaohua forced a smile on her face and said, "Senior brother Wang, I'd better go and take a look. Maybe there are still survivors." Then, she pushed his hand away and said, "If you're afraid, come with me." After that, she turned and walked to another place. When the others heard this, they all rushed to follow her. However, when they reached the entrance of the tent, they all stopped at the same time. The tent's function last night was really important. It saved the lives of the 8 people. Now that they were suddenly asked to leave, no one dared to take a step forward. Zhang Xiaohua didn't turn her head. She saw the actions of the 8 people with her divine sense and sighed inwardly. She didn't force them and directly walked to the tent at the side. This was the tent of an ordinary disciple of the Pill Tower Hall. The things inside were simple. There were only some bedding and a pile of jade boxes. There was also a carriage in the corner of the tent and the ground was covered in blood. Not even a bone was left. Zhang Xiaohua took a look and turned to leave. However, her heart skipped a beat and she looked at the pile of jade boxes on the ground. After pondering for a long time, she cupped her hands and said, "Senior brothers, you've been busy for a long time and only have these few herbs. It's a waste to leave them here. I'll take them today. If I meet any ferocious beasts on the way back, I'll kill them as revenge for you." After she finished speaking, she sighed and kept the jade boxes with the herbs into the belt around her waist. Sigh, if these herbs were left here, they might not be well preserved even if someone came back 5 years later. Furthermore, after the bloodbath at the Quiet Orchid Twilight Refinement, it was still unknown if the strange birch forest would be the next location. Zhang Xiaohua took the herbs herself and it was the best choice. However, only the heavens knew where the ferocious beasts that attacked the strange birch forest were. Zhang Xiaohua's wish was just a little peace of mind. The rest of the tents were like this one. There were only bloodstains on the ground and not even bones could be seen. How could there be any survivors? Zhang Xiaohua walked one round carefully. Her face was ashen and she didn't have the joy of obtaining so many spiritual herbs from before. When she returned to her tent, the 8 people finally came out. However, they were all half kneeling on the ground and vomiting. They had already vomited everything they ate last night. How could there be anything left for them to vomit? However, the miserable situation in front of them directly stimulated their eyes and their bodies. The overwhelming reaction in their bodies forced them to vomit yellow and green things. Zhang Xiaohua stood beside them and waited quietly. After a long while, Lu Chaoxian forced himself to stand up. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua who was as calm as a mountain, he couldn't help but ask with a trace of expectation, "Is there anyone else?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't answer and shook her head silently. Lu Chaoxian raised his eyes to look at the rising sun and muttered, "More than 500 people, just like that, all gone. Perhaps, it's not just that." Although Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand what had happened, after thinking about it, she already knew that this definitely wasn't just something that happened in the strange birch forest. Perhaps, Wuming Hall, Qiankuan Hall, Shuyu Hall and even the inner disciples were all unavoidable. Lu Chaoxian obviously didn't think so much. At this time, after hearing Zhang Xiaohua's words, his frightened brain gradually started to move. Junior brother Ren is saying, then wouldn't there be thousands of lives? At this time, senior brother Wang and the others also forced themselves to gather around. When they heard this, they almost couldn't believe it. Impossible. Only yellow wind and black lightning from hundreds of years ago caused such a big trouble. They were all worshipped by the inner disciples. However, when they said this, not only senior brother Wang, but also the others also remembered the terrifying roar that was directly reflected in their hearts last night. Instantly, the 8 people's originally pale faces were filled with fear. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to ask, but in this situation, how could she ask? After thinking for a while, she asked, "Senior brothers, there are no survivors in this entire camp. Even if there are no corpses left, I don't think this is a place to stay for long." "How about," Lu Chaoxian nodded, "Junior brother Ren is right. Let's hurry back to the Yulon Grand Canyon. Only by leaving from there, we can be safe." Everyone had already lost their sense of propriety. Without thinking about the dangers, they all immediately agreed. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "It's not appropriate to go out now. This strange birch forest was just attacked by fierce beasts. They probably won't come back in a short period of time. We can only stay here to be safe. Moreover, we don't know what happened outside the strange birch forest. It's not appropriate to go out rashly. Of course, we definitely can't stay in this camp. Junior brother has been spending the night in that cave for the past few days. Why don't we hide there for a few days and see the situation first?" Lu Chaoxian and the others all applauded and urged Zhang Xiaohua to lead the way. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly, "Senior brothers don't know Qinggong. If you don't have a horse, how can you reach the canyon? It's better to pack up and set up the carriage. It won't be too late to leave with junior brother." Lu Chaoxian and the others suddenly realized. They all secretly patted their heads and hurriedly led the frightened horses out of the tent. They put away the things in the tent, including the tent. Then, under Zhang Xiaohua's guidance, they came to the cave. The cave wasn't very big and could only accommodate a few people, let alone horses. Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to find a few caves nearby and settled everyone and the carriage properly. The few of them were mentally exhausted. They ate a little and felt drowsy. However, they were constantly alert and startled. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to give each of them a finger and hit their sleeping acupoints. Only then did they calm down. After settling Lu Chaoxian and the others, Zhang Xiaohua immediately flew to the camp. He released his divine sense and carefully checked again. He really hoped that he could save 1 or 2 people. However, he was still disappointed. After confirming that there were no living people in this camp, Zhang Xiaohua followed the direction of the bloodstains and went all the way. He saw that the bloodstains were heading in the direction of the Pill Expansion Hall's carriage. Along the way, torn bloody clothes were blown by the mountain wind and there were also some broken bones. As he went further, the bloodstains faded and gradually disappeared. When he reached the swamps and other places, the footprints of the beasts were also messy. He didn't know where they went. Raising his head and seeing that it was still early, Zhang Xiaohua took out some primeval stones and leaped into the air, flying towards Chui Hanliang Ridge. Zhang Xiaohua flew very low, wanting to take a closer look at the situation along the way. But along the way, other than the occasional bloodstains and tattered clothes, and the weapons that had been thrown to the side, he didn't see any other beasts. Looking at the blood-stained weapons, Zhang Xiaohua knew that those who had died in the mouths of the beasts must have been the outer sect disciples who had entered the trial. When Zhang Xiaohua lowered his head to check, he suddenly heard a bird's cry above his head. When he looked up, he saw a huge eagle crying and swooping towards him. Chapter 651. Seeing that they did not speak, Wuxia said, "Of course, we can't just stay here. If we do, we will only be besieged by more beasts. I don't know if our signal can contain other information. It's best to tell them our itinerary and let them draw closer to our route according to their own actual situation. Furthermore, by doing this, if the other disciples are still alive, they should be able to regroup with us inner disciples and have a higher chance of survival." Chen Chen thought for a moment and said, "Except for Wuxia, we all have a signal firework in our hands. You can write a few simple words in it. Let's do it this way. Let's first send a signal here, then send another signal to another place, and so on. I think the other junior sisters only need to use their brains a little to know our route, right?" Wuxia did not say anything. She turned to look at the other senior sisters. The other disciples looked at Wuxia and seemed to have something to say, but when they heard Chen Chen's words, they frowned slightly. One of them murmured, "Junior sister Wuxia is right. However, with our martial arts and lightness skills, it's not a problem for us to escape from danger. Once the signal is sent, there will be a lot of outer disciples and ordinary disciples coming. Their martial arts are average or even have no martial arts. At that time, they will be a burden to us. If something happens to them, do you think we should save them or not?" At this time, Wuxia said, "No matter if it's an inner disciple, an outer disciple, or an ordinary disciple, after all, we are all disciples of the fragrance cult. We should save as many as we can. Besides, we inner disciples are strong in martial arts. Shouldn't we help them?" The other female disciples looked at Chen Chen and did not speak. It seemed that only Wuxia, who had just entered the inner disciple, could say such words. Outer disciples? They were just the servants of the family. Who would worry about their life and death? Chen Chen was also out of ideas. She usually did not care about trifles. She was too lazy to take care of trivial things, let alone this kind of decision-making. Racking her brains had never been her strong point. She could not help but look at Wuxia's face again. Wuxia still carefully glanced at the other female disciples. Biting her lips, she advised, "Senior sister Chen, it's always right to have strength in numbers. If all the senior sisters gather together, we can take care of each other. Even if we encounter something difficult, we can work together. Saving an outer sect disciple is as easy as lifting a finger. It would be best if we could save them, but even if we can't, we'll still do our best. We can't let the outer sect hall masters go back and say that we're cold-blooded and heartless, right? These hall masters are all inner sect disciples of the older generation." Speaking of the outer sect's hall master, not only Chen Chen, but the other female disciples were also surprised. Although the outer sect disciples were nothing much, their hall masters were all inner sect disciples. They could directly participate in the affairs of the fragrant cult. Although they couldn't directly order the inner sect disciples around, when it came to the hierarch, it would always make the hierarch a little unhappy. Forget it. It's just a matter of extending a hand. It doesn't take much effort. At the critical moment, we still have to save our own lives. We've done our best. Who knows if we can do our best? The rest of the people thought so. So, Chen Chen nodded and said, "Well, then we'll do as junior sister Wuxia said. I'll go and release the signal." Everyone was stunned. "So fast? Don't you want to rest for a while?" "This." Chen Chen scratched his head and said, "Can't we do it now?" "Wuxia, when do you want to release the signal?" Wuxia rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "How about at night? These beasts have been causing trouble for a day and a night. They're probably tired at night. We can just do it. Moreover, the signal at night can see further and there will be more disciples who can find it." "Good, that's it." Chen Chen clapped his hands and said. The other disciples were speechless. Who was the senior sister? In another place of the Yulon Grand Canyon, inside a cave, several male and female disciples stood behind the entrance of the cave and looked at the occasional herd of beasts in the distance. The older female disciple said, "Junior brother Zhao, this situation doesn't seem right. A few days ago, we didn't encounter any beasts at all. How come there are so many beasts running in front of us in just half a day?" The male disciple also smiled bitterly, "Senior sister Xia, I don't understand. We chose a place with few people because we wanted to find some rare treasures. Looking at the situation, it seems like we're going to fail." Senior sister Xia sighed, "Man proposes, God disposes. Let's wait and see." After a long time, the sky was already completely dark. Suddenly, from somewhere in the Yulon Grand Canyon, a huge signal soared into the sky. The gorgeous colors illuminated half of the sky, and within the signal, there were two huge words, "Canyon Entrance." "Look, junior brother Zhao. This seems to be the signal used by the inner disciples during the trial on Lingering Fragrance Peak." "That's right, senior sister Xia. This is what the hall master told us before we set off. But, what does this signal mean? I heard that the inner disciples don't use any signals." Senior sister Xia nodded, "It seems like the situation here is very dangerous. Is the two words canyon entrance telling us to gather at the canyon entrance or hurry to the canyon entrance?" When junior brother Zhao heard this, he became anxious and said, How many days have we been in here? We haven't even picked anything yet. How can we get out so easily?" Senior sister Xia seemed to be in a difficult position. On another mountain peak, Zhang Xiaohua was also meditating with his eyes closed. He was comprehending the heavenly Tao in his heart. When the signal appeared in the sky, his heart was moved. He immediately opened his eyes and looked at the indistinct signal in the sky. He was stunned. What is this? Isn't the signal for help a smoke signal? However, he didn't dare to be negligent. He was afraid that he would miss something, so he jumped up and hurried to find Lu Chaoxian and the rest in the cave. After waking everyone up, Lu Chaoxian and the others had recovered quite a bit after a whole day of sleep. Seeing that it was already late, their hearts couldn't help but skip a beat. They hurriedly asked, "Junior brother Ren, did the ferocious beasts attack again?" Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and said, "No, the surroundings are very safe. I didn't see any ferocious beasts. Moreover, when you were sleeping, I went out to take a look. There are indeed many ferocious beasts in the surroundings. I don't know why they all ran out." Lu Chaoxian and the rest's faces changed. When they were about to ask again, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly stopped them and said, "Let's not talk about this first. Quickly come and take a look. What is this?" After he finished speaking, he led everyone out and pointed at the signal in the distance. When Lu Chaoxian saw it, he was also uncertain. He turned his head and asked, "Junior brother Wang, look. Is this the communication method of the inner disciples?" "This." Senior brother Wang was also uncertain. All the disciples beside him were also confused. In the end, Lu Chaoxian could only smile bitterly and say, "Junior brother Ren, we are also not sure about this. It seems to be a method that inner sect disciples use to communicate with each other. It's just that. I don't think the inner sect disciples have anything to do with us ordinary disciples. This signal is probably not directed at us." Senior brother Wang also said, "The communication of the inner disciples, we have only heard about it. We have never seen it with our own eyes. Moreover, they almost never communicate." "Is that so?" Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her chin thoughtfully. Lu Chaoxian immediately raised his eyebrows and said anxiously, "Could it be that the inner disciples were also attacked by the ferocious beasts, so they sent the message?" Everyone was also delighted. However, when they looked at the signal that was so far away that they couldn't reach it, their faces became gloomy. Yes, the signal was really too far away. It was already good that they could see it. If it was daytime, even if they wanted to see it, they wouldn't be able to see it clearly. Zhang Xiaohua was happy and said, "Senior brothers, why are you so depressed? Isn't this a good time for us to go out?" Lu Chaoxian was stunned and puzzled. The distance from here to the inner disciples is no less than 100 miles. We don't even know the high mountains and flowing rivers. How can we get there in time? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and didn't say anything. Senior brother Wang next to her whispered, "Junior brother Ren means that we can go back the same way tomorrow?" Lu Chaoxian was not stupid. He was just distracted by the signal. At this time, when he heard senior brother Wang's hint, he couldn't help but be happy. He clapped his hands and laughed. "Oh, I am," seeing this guy so happy that he forgot himself. Zhang Xiaohua quickly stopped him. "Senior brother Lu, lower your voice. Don't forget that there may be ferocious beasts nearby." Lu Chaoxian was shocked and quickly shut his mouth. He looked around at the darkness with lingering fear and then said in the smallest voice, "Junior brother Wang is right. The signal of the inner disciples can not only attract the disciples of the fragrance cult, but also the ferocious beasts of the entire canyon. I think this is a good opportunity. Let's go back the same way we came." At this time, everyone was shocked. Their faces were full of hope as they looked at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "I think it's better not to go back the same way. After all, the way in and out of the Spirit Orchid Prairie is a detour. When we came, we avoided the ferocious beasts. At this time, those ferocious beasts may not be there. Moreover, if we take a detour, we will definitely encounter more ferocious beasts. It's just that." Lu Chaoxian said, "Junior brother Ren's words are very reasonable." "It's just that what?" Zhang Xiaohua said shyly, "It's just that junior brother doesn't know the way. As for how to go, I still need senior brothers to lead the way." Everyone collapsed. After a while, Lu Chaoxian said, "Junior brother Ren, you don't have to worry about this problem. In fact, half of the journey is clearly marked. Only when we reach the Yulon Prairie can we walk in a straight line. At that time, we can go straight south." "That's good, that's good." Zhang Xiaohua nodded. "Since it's decided, pack up. We'll leave early tomorrow morning." "Tomorrow morning?" Senior brother Wang was stunned. He couldn't wait to leave this place as soon as possible. "That's right. You've all slept for a day, but I haven't rested yet. After I sleep well, we'll set off tomorrow." Zhang Xiaohua seemed to be very innocent. Chapter 652. The next morning, when Zhang Xiaohua woke up and walked out of the cave, she was surprised to find that the other 8 people had packed their horses and carriages and were all sitting in the carriages, waiting for her. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua come out, Lu Chaoxian, who was anxiously pacing left and right, hurriedly walked forward and pointed to the sky in the distance. "Junior brother Ren, look." In the wee hours of this morning, the inner court disciples sent out the same signal. However, we were too far away and couldn't see the content clearly. Zhang Xiaohua took a look and indeed, the signal from last night was still in mid-air, but it was much dimmer. The signal that was sent out just now was at a place far away from it. "What's going on?" Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled and asked, "Was it sent by 2 groups of people? Were they both attacked by ferocious beasts?" Senior brother Wang, who was beside, also walked forward. "Just now senior brother Lu and I have already thought about it. It could also be sent by the same person, or it could be indicating her route. Telling others the route, to lure the ferocious beasts to attack." Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled at first, but then she thought of something and nodded. "Perhaps it's the latter, this way it can also allow the surrounding disciples to rush over together. But this has nothing to do with us. Let's go, senior brothers, let's set off now." All the disciples had long been waiting for this sentence, and when they heard Zhang Xiaohua speak, they were all overjoyed. The 4 carriages under Lu Chaoxian's lead sped down the mountain slope. Zhang Xiaohua stood straight in front, the 7 disciples at the back looked on and their hearts were filled with a sense of security. The campsite in Qihua Forest was a place they had to pass by. As they walked past, Lu Chaoxian couldn't help but turn back and asked, "Junior brother Ren, there's really no one in this campsite?" Zhang Xiaohua was sad and said, "Yes, I've already checked carefully 3 times. Not to mention people, even the horses that pulled the carriages, not even their bones were left behind. Sai, let's go." Jia, Lu Chaoxian raised his whip high and with a crack, it was as if he wanted to dispel the sorrow in his heart. After passing through Qihua Forest and going up a gentle slope, it was the place that Zhang Xiaohua had explored yesterday. At this time, it was deserted, just like when they first arrived. There were no ferocious beasts, but Zhang Xiaohua still didn't dare to be careless. Standing in front of the carriage felt uneasy. With a leap, she reached the roof of the carriage. Lu Chaoxian didn't know that, when the disciples behind saw this, their hearts were calm. The mountain road was steep and uneven. Zhang Xiaohua was still able to stand steadily on the roof of the carriage. This was something that they couldn't even dream. However, was this just Zhang Xiaohua's reason to make them feel at ease? Everyone had other explanations in their hearts. Yesterday, Zhang Xiaohua was riding the wind, so naturally she was very fast. At this time, driving the carriage, it took her a whole morning to reach Chui Hanliang Ridge. This journey was considered stable, similar to the previous one. A few old and weak ferocious beasts were easily dealt with by Zhang Xiaohua. Even the giant crocodile beast that suddenly appeared in the swamp couldn't escape Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense. Just as the giant crocodile beast stuck its head out and wanted to attack the horses pulling the carriage, Zhang Xiaohua used the jade water sword to pierce one of its eyes, and it immediately fled back into the swamp, not daring to show its head again. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's courage, Lu Chaoxian, senior brother Wang and the others were more and more relieved, and their mood gradually relaxed. Seeing Chui Hanliang Ridge in front of them, Lu Chaoxian couldn't help but ask, "Junior brother Ren, how do you think we should get to Chui Hanliang Ridge? If we go now, we will have to find a place to sleep at night. Won't it be dangerous?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled, pointed to the continuous mountain range, and said, "Let's go, senior brother Lu. If there is danger, we can't avoid it even during the day, let alone at night." Although his voice wasn't loud, it was filled with confidence, causing everyone's courage to tremble. Everyone drove the carriage to Chui Hanliang Ridge. At this time, Chen Chen's team had expanded a lot, and there were more than 10 inner disciples who had rushed over to join them. In this way, Chen Chen's pressure was greatly reduced. After all, she saw her junior sister alive, and since there were no casualties, the strength they gathered was of course very powerful. There were quite a number of outer disciples who had rushed over after seeing the signal, but they were in a more miserable state. Almost half of them were injured and had barely managed to rush over. Seeing the miserable state of these disciples, Chen Chen was rather moved and felt that her decision was correct. However, just as she was feeling somewhat pleased with herself, she heard a disciple call out, "Senior sister Chen, look ahead." Chen Chen looked ahead, and saw that in the southern sky, there was a group of birds flying over like a dark cloud, and below the birds, there was a cloud of dust. It was a large group of ferocious beasts rushing over, but it was not clear how many there were and what kind of beasts they were. Chen Chen's face was cold, and she said with a cold smile, "Good, it seems that our signal is really useful. There are wild beasts that let us find them. Junior sisters, get ready, and let the outer disciples see the power of our inner disciples." The inner disciples were also calm, and they all smiled and said, "Yes, senior sister." Looking at their joyful expressions, it seemed that the birds and beasts that were pouncing towards them were just a game. The surrounding outer sect disciples who were chasing after them with their qin gong felt endless yearning in their hearts. What was their purpose in coming here? Wasn't it to fight for a spot that could allow them to enter the inner sect? And these inner disciples who were obviously much younger than them were about to show them the martial arts goal they were pursuing. The flying beasts came over quickly, and in a short while, they were in front of them. White-headed eagle. Lion roaring vulture. Golden eagle. Fire lion. Thunder leopard. Thunder tiger. The outer disciples were all dumbfounded. These were rare beasts, and now they had all appeared in front of them. If it was before today, they might have been happy, or perhaps they would have formed a group to besiege one of the beasts, and worked hard for a certain number of points. But now, besides being shocked, they could only pray that the inner disciples could kill these beasts so that they could escape with their lives. Senior Sister Chen, I'm here. Junior Sister, I'm here too. Just as the flying beasts were approaching, another 4 inner disciples came from the side. Seeing this, Chen was overjoyed and said, "Good, everyone get into position. Sisters of the inner disciples, use your best martial arts skills and kill the most powerful of these beasts. Disciples of the outer disciples, pick the beasts that you can deal with, kill as many as you can. Our feast has just begun." "Yes, Senior Sister Chen." The disciples roared, all of them holding swords and sabers, according to the prearranged formation, pushed forward, and collided with the incoming flying beasts. Chen, as the leader of the group, naturally walked at the front. The sword in her hand shook, and like a peacock, a foot-long sword light shot out. She tiptoed slightly and rushed into the air, directly stabbing at the white-headed eagle in front of her. The white-headed eagle was huge. When it saw someone rushing over, it flapped its wings that were a few feet long. A gust of wind blew, and it rushed towards Chen who was in the air. Along with the gust of wind, the white-headed eagle stretched out its beak and pecked at Chen's weak point. Unexpectedly, when Chen saw the white-headed eagle's wings flapping, not only did she not dodge, but she pulled her body up again. She gave up the front of the white-headed eagle and rushed towards its wings. When the white-headed eagle saw that it was rushing towards its wings, it seemed to be disdainful. The strongest part of the white-headed eagle was its wings. The feathers were like iron plates, and as long as an ordinary weapon touched them, they would be destroyed. Unfortunately, the white-headed eagle had only encountered an ordinary weapon. When the flashing sword light cut off the wings that it was so proud of like paper, the entire bird lost its balance and fell to the ground. It still didn't understand the reason behind it. Chen cut off half of the white-headed eagle's wings, but did not stop. She was about to stab forward again, but at this time, the internal force in her body stagnated and her body fell. Before she could take a breath, a golden eagle next to her seemed to see an opportunity. It swooped down and pecked at her waist. When Chen saw this, she sneered. She took a breath and waved the soft sword in her hand. It really hit the eagle's body, almost cutting it in half. Then she used the force to fly up again, and raised her sword to stab at another white-headed eagle. The white-headed eagle screeched, quickly dodged, and attacked another disciple. When Chen saw that her attack had failed, she did not pursue it. Her body changed again, and she stabbed at another large bird. When the dodging white-headed eagle was 3 feet away from the nearest disciple, the disciple waved her hand. The white-headed eagle seemed to have been hit in the air, and its wings flapped forward, trying to stop its body. Unfortunately, the disciple waved her hand, and the white-headed eagle involuntarily rushed forward. The disciple did not do anything, but a seemingly ordinary long sword stabbed out. With a light, poochie sound, it pierced the white-headed eagle's chest. The white-headed eagle let out a mournful cry and died. The female disciple waved her hand, and an invisible rope flew from the white-headed eagle's neck and returned to her hand. Seeing that Chen and the flock of birds had killed 2 ferocious beasts and forced one to dodge, and this white-headed eagle was also easily stabbed to death by their own junior sister, all the disciples' spirits were lifted. Each of them took out their own unique skills, and killed the birds in the sky and the beasts on the ground. In the sky going from west to east, a yellow figure that was almost invisible was flying towards the east like the wind. As that small figure flew, it tilted its ears, as if it was listening to something. Its extremely intelligent eyes flashed with anxiety and an indescribable sadness. In another place, inside a cave, senior sister Xia said anxiously, "Junior brother Zhao, the inner disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak have already gone far away. If we chase after them now, maybe we can still make it." Junior brother Zhao still shook his head. "Senior sister Xia, before we came, the hall master had already told us to listen to my arrangements. Although senior sister's considerations are reasonable, as the ancient saying goes, wealth comes from danger. Now that the inner disciples have lured away the ferocious beasts, it is a good opportunity for us to make a move. Don't you think so?" Chapter 653. This. Senior sister Xia frowned and didn't know how to answer. She had already tactfully expressed her thoughts, but junior brother Zhao was still stubborn. What else could she say? So, she could only ask, "Then according to junior brother Zhao, what should we do next?" "Wait." Junior brother Zhao said confidently, "Wait until they are far away, then we'll make our move. Senior sister Xia, I'll have to trouble you to inform the other brothers to rest at ease. When the time is right, we'll go down the mountain to search for treasures." "Alright," junior brother Zhao should also rest and recover his energy. Senior sister Xia helplessly walked out. Compared to the fierce beasts that Chen Chen and the others faced, Zhang Xiaohua was abnormally relaxed. A few vultures and badger pigs foraging for food in Hansue Ridge were just a warm-up dish for him. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua should still thank Chen Chen for the signal. If it wasn't for this signal that led the birds and beasts in Yulon Grand Canyon to their side, it would have been difficult for Zhang Xiaohua to protect the 9 people safely. Indeed, just like before, 4 badger pigs rushed toward the carriage at the same time. Although Zhang Xiaohua's figure was fast, he could only cut down 3 of them in a short time. The last one almost bit the last horse pulling the carriage. If Zhang Xiaohua hadn't been quick-witted and used the small sword as a hidden weapon, the last carriage would have had to be abandoned. At night, the stars twinkled and the full moon shone high in the sky. Zhang Xiaohua led everyone to a slightly wide mountain ridge and said with a smile, "Senior brother Lu, let's stop here for today. It's time to rest." "Huh?" Lu Chaoyun was a little surprised and said, "Junior brother Ren, our time is precious. If we don't need to rest, then don't rest. Let's take advantage of the night when there are no fierce beasts attacking and continue for a while." Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua didn't speak, he said, "Even if we need to rest, we still need to walk for a while. We're not tired now." Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said, "Senior martial brother Lu, you're not tired, but this little brother is. It's going to be midnight soon, so you should let this little brother have a good sleep before midnight, right?" When Lu Chaoxian heard this, he hurriedly jumped off the carriage and apologized, "Junior brother Ren, please don't blame me. I was only thinking about myself and forgot about you. You were exploring and protecting us during the day. You were really exhausted." When senior brother Wang and the others heard this, they hurriedly alighted from the carriage and directed the tents to be set up again. Looking at the tents that had been set up, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Senior brothers, just like before, all of you will stay in the tents and bring the horses in. I will help you guard outside. I guarantee that nothing will be able to hurt you." Lu Chaoxian nodded and said, "We naturally believe junior brother Ren's words. It's just that the outer sanctum's reputation is high. Won't junior brother be with us?" Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "There's no need. I can rest outside and keep watch at night. It's just right." Then, she looked at the other senior brothers who were about to enter the tents and said in a low voice, "Senior martial brother Lu, I'm sure you're all wondering why the ferocious beasts didn't enter the tents to eat you at night. When Senior Marshal Brother Lu heard this, he laughed and said, I won't hide it from Junior Marshal Brother. I was so scared last night that I didn't have time to think about anything. It was only when I escaped with my life that I thought about it. It's just that, the reason. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, you don't need to know the reason. What you all need to do now is to think of a foolproof plan to make our hall master believe that we didn't rely on this tent to escape the attack of the ferocious beasts. Then, her tone became stern. I saved everyone on account of the fact that we're all senior martial brothers of Tianmu Peak. I don't want anyone to repay kindness with enmity. Otherwise, even if I don't leave now, once we reach Tianmu Peak, with my methods, I'm sure Senior Marshal Brother Lu will know what will happen. Lu Chaoxian shuddered slightly. To be honest, he was finding it harder to see through this Junior Marshal Brother. Previously, he felt that he could be compared to Chen Fengxiao, Headmaster Chen. Then, he felt that he could be compared to Lu Lihong, Senior Marshal Brother Lu. But today, looking at him, he was not inferior to the outstanding outer disciples. Furthermore, he had a secret that could prevent the ferocious beasts from entering the tents. Who could he be compared to? Perhaps an inner disciple. But Lu Chaoxian didn't have the qualifications to meet an inner disciple. He couldn't make a direct comparison. Lu Chaoxian bowed deeply and said respectfully, Junior Marshal Brother Ren saved the lives of the 8 of us. Even if we're worse than pigs and dogs, we will definitely not reveal this matter. Well, I've thought about it on the way. I'll discuss it with them later and unify our statements. Tomorrow morning, I'll definitely give Junior Marshal Brother a satisfactory answer. Zhang Xiaohua didn't return the salute. She just smiled and said, well said, well said. I know Senior Marshal Brother Lu must have a good idea. After that, she invited Lu Chaoxian to return to the tent. She took out a rush cushion and sat cross-legged in front of the tent, closing her eyes and saying nothing. When it was almost midnight, Zhang Xiaohua cast a restriction on the tent and around her rush cushion. Then, she began to cultivate. The essence of the world in Hansue Ridge was more abundant than usual. The starlight was also dense. It was a great place for cultivation. In the place where Chen Chen and Zixia were, after an afternoon of hard fighting, the flock of birds and beasts were finally wiped out. There were no major casualties among the inner disciples. Only a few disciples were slightly injured. They had the Yuhuandan pill to heal their wounds, so the minor injuries were nothing. Although the outer disciples were in the inner circle and only dealt with ordinary beasts, there were still many disciples who lost their lives. It wasn't until night came that they could take a breather and tidy up their terrible mood. Night had fallen. The disciples of the fragrance cult gathered together. The inner disciples were in the inner circle, quietly adjusting their breathing. The fighting during the day was very shameful. Although it consumed a lot of internal energy, it also had an impact on the improvement of their martial arts. They recovered their physical strength and internal energy while absorbing and digesting what they had gained today. It had to be said that it was also a way of cultivation. The outer disciples were on guard outside. The campsite was surrounded by bonfires. Their whereabouts had been exposed, so they didn't have to worry about being discovered by the birds and beasts. The light of the fire would make it easier for the other disciples to find them. At midnight, another 4 inner court disciples and 10 outer court disciples arrived. In another place, in the dark, a voice asked, Junior Marshal Brother Zhao, why did you call me here? Junior Marshal Brother Zhao smiled and said, it's late. I'm sorry to disturb Senior Marshal Sister Xia's rest. It's okay. I rested enough during the day. I'm just meditating and cultivating now. Are the other disciples the same? Yes, they've all been cooped up in the cave for the whole day. They shouldn't be sleepy. That's good. Senior Marshal Sister Xia, we've been hiding here for the whole day. It's time to change our location. Moreover, it's less likely that we'll be discovered at night. What do you think? Okay, I'll listen to Junior Marshal Brother Zhao's instructions. I just don't know which direction we should go this time. Junior Marshal Brother Zhao thought for a moment and said, let's go east. Only the inner disciples have been there before. There should be treasures there. Okay, I'll wake them up and let's go immediately. Seeing Senior Marshal Sister Xia, Junior Marshal Brother Zhao's face immediately showed a trace of a smile. In the night sky, the yellow shadow finally stopped and landed on a mountain. The spring water on the mountain dripped down. In the bushes, there was a scarlet fruit trembling slightly in the wind. When the yellow shadow saw it, its eyes lit up and it flew forward like a gust of wind. At this moment, a huge shadow appeared from the side. It was the monster that was guarding the spirit fruit. However, when the monster saw the yellow shadow, it immediately lowered its huge head as if it had seen its king. Following which, it let out a few low growls as if it was greeting its king. The small shadow let out a low cry and responded with a few cries. Then, it flew to the front of the spirit fruit and opened its mouth. The vermilion spirit fruit seemed to be pulled by something as it was thrown straight into the shadow's mouth. Then, the yellow shadow raised its head and looked at the bright moon in the sky. It seemed to be cultivating as it inhaled and exhaled an invisible moonlight. The huge monster stood obediently not far away and looked around vigilantly. It was actually guarding the yellow shadow. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes and finished her daily routine. Only then did she remove the restriction outside the tent. When she went in to take a look, she saw that everyone had already packed up and were waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to come in. Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her nose and smiled. Good morning, Senior Marshal Brothers. It seems like you slept well last night. When Lu Chao saw that Zhang Xiaohua was in a good mood, he was also happy and said, with Junior Brother Ren guarding the outer sect, we naturally slept soundly. It has been hard on Junior Marshal Brother. Everyone agreed. Zhang Xiaohua smiled but did not say anything. When Senior Marshal Brother Wang saw this, he stepped forward and said, Junior Brother Ren's kindness to us is as heavy as a mountain. Especially me, I have already saved him twice. As the saying goes, a drop of water should be repaid with a spring. I don't dare to say how much I can repay Junior Marshal Brother, but regarding Junior Marshal Brother's instructions, I will definitely do it. When he finished, he immediately swore a poison oath. Zhang Xiaohua nodded slightly. What else could he ask for? The person who would not reveal a secret the most was a dead person. But she wanted to save them, how could she do it? Since that was the case, she could only choose to believe. The other 7 people, including Lu Chao, also swore a poison oath. In the end, Lu Chao said, last night we had a discussion. Actually, it's easy to deal with. We can say that we were helping Junior Brother Ren to pick the 100-year-old ice soul grass, so we didn't stay at the campsite and only stayed in the cave. Anyway, the Senior Marshal Brothers who came are all gone. Whatever we say, won't it be up to us? Senior Marshal Brother Wang continued, moreover, in the entire pill-expanding hall, perhaps only the 9 of us will return. We are considered heroes to have survived the beast's attack. The hall master can't wait to care for us, why would he investigate further? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, that's true. If he blindly interrogates, it will definitely disappoint the brothers. Alright, we will listen to Senior Marshal Brothers. Let's hurry and set off. Chapter 654. Hansue Ridge was very happy. The one-line sky that was blocked at that time had not changed. The boulder thrown by Zhang Xiaohua on the side of the road was still standing in the wind. When the carriage passed by, Lu Chaoxian sighed and said, these beasts are so fierce, but I don't know if the disciples who helped us at that time are still safe. I hope they won't be eaten by the beasts. Bad luck. Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her nose and kept complaining in her heart, Xiaoxia, have saved you many times. Why don't you want me to be well? She had to say, they are good at martial arts. They will be fine. That's not necessarily true. Lu Chaoxian looked like an expert and said, this boulder only means that they have strength, but it doesn't mean that they are good at martial arts. What's the use of having strength when facing so many beasts? Damn! Zhang Xiaohua stood on the roof of the carriage and almost fell down. She said secretly, well, I won't say anything, okay? At this time, she heard Lu Chaoxian say with a smile, if those disciples are as good as junior brother Ren's martial arts, they may be able to get away. Alas, I was defeated. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and stopped talking. After all, they were the same person. At this time, Chen Chen and others also got up and were ready to go. Chen Chen asked in a low voice, Junior Sister Zixia, do you think we should send the signal again today? Zixia said softly, of course, Senior Sister Chen. On the one hand, we should let the senior sisters who didn't come see our route. On the other hand, we should tell them that we are very safe here. Okay. I'll listen to you. After Chen Chen finished speaking, he took a signal from another female disciple and held it in his right hand. He took out a finger-sized stone from his arms with his left hand and held it in his hand. Then he used his internal strength in his left hand to draw something with difficulty. When his face was a little red, his left hand stopped trembling and pointed at the signal. With a whoosh, the signal rushed to the sky with a long tail behind it and then exploded. Two huge valley entrances also appeared in the sky. Go! With a wave of his hand, Chen Chen did not even bother to adjust his internal energy. He simply scooped the small stone into his arms and led everyone toward the entrance of the valley. In the distance, the yellow figure that was meditating gradually opened its eyes. It looked at the giant beast that was waiting beside it and screamed a few words. The giant beast nodded its head respectfully and sank into the water beside it. The yellow figure raised its head and saw the already small signal in the sky. A trace of anger flashed in its eyes and it immediately moved. Like the wind, it flew towards the east. However, just as it got up, its small figure rolled over and a trace of bitterness appeared on its face. Its two small claws slowly touched its stomach. That stomach was slightly bulging. The figure paused in the air for a moment before flying forward at a slightly slower speed. Dragon-scale fruit, cold night grass, thousand souls wood, near a low shrub in the east, a group of male and female disciples looked at the mountains and rivers in front of them in disbelief. There were all kinds of spiritual herbs growing there and they exclaimed in surprise, this. What is this place? Why are there so many herbs growing there? Junior brother Zhao, your decision is correct. We've just arrived and we've already found so many rare herbs. If we go deeper, there will be even more. Senior Sister Xia is too polite. This is the result of our joint efforts. Moreover, I've already roughly looked around and there aren't any fierce beasts here. They must have been lured away by the signal of the inner disciples. We can rest assured and collect them. At this moment, a disciple pointed to the sky in the distance and said, Senior Sister Xia, look, the inner disciples of Lingxiang Peak have sent another signal. Senior Sister Xia and Junior Brother Zhao both raised their heads. At this time, the signal was already far away and they couldn't see anything clearly. However, this already showed that the inner disciples and most of the surviving disciples were already very far away. Senior Sister Xia had some hesitation on her face, but after estimating the distance, she could only discard her hesitation. She turned her head and said, the inner disciples have already gone far away. Even the fierce beasts here have also chased after them. It's time for us to harvest. Once we fill up the carriages, those fierce beasts will probably return. We'll hide for a few more days and go back the way we came. There shouldn't be any danger, right, junior brother Zhao? Junior brother Zhao nodded and said, senior sister is right. This is exactly what I was thinking. He then said to the disciples, hurry up and harvest. We still have other places to go. There aren't any fierce beasts in this Yulon Grand Canyon. It's really a great opportunity for us. Zhang Xiaohua and the others naturally saw the signal as well. Lu Chaoxian smiled and said, this signal must be heading towards the exit in the south. It's getting closer day by day. Fortunately, they left from the east while we left from the west. It's cheap. Zhang Xiaohua nodded, that's right. However, we can't be careless. We should hurry up and get out before them. Otherwise, if they go out, the group of beasts might stay at the exit. We won't be able to get out even if we want to. Lu Chaoxian's expression turned cold as he said, junior brother Ren is right. After that, he spurred the horse and hurriedly drove the carriage to hurry up. However, even if they hurried, they only arrived at the Yulon rainforest in the afternoon. Looking at the somewhat gloomy rainforest and the dark clouds that were moving above the rainforest, Lu Chaoxian was somewhat hesitant. Before entering the Yulon Grand Canyon, he had already heard from his senior brother that although the Yulon rainforest was unpredictable, it could only be passed through during sunny days. The soil there was dry and there were few fierce beasts. It was the safest place. The last time he came here, it was raining and there was also the protection of the Wuming Hall's disciples. Even so, junior brother Wang was bitten by the five-colored snake and almost lost his life. At this time, it was about to rain. Some of the small beasts in the rainforest were active. It would be difficult to pass through without any accidents. Seeing Lu Chaoxian hesitating, Zhang Xiaohua asked and found out that there was a taboo in the Yulon rainforest. However, looking at the signal of the inner disciples, he still said, let's go, senior brother Lu. We are racing against the inner disciples. Their qinggong is good, but the distance is far. Our distance is shorter, but our speed is slower. If we delay any longer, we will be blocked by the fierce beasts at the entrance of the canyon. Lu Chaoxian was speechless and secretly said, if I knew this, why would I rest at night? Let's just hurry. However, he could only accept Zhang Xiaohua's arrangement. He took out the straw raincoat and other things from the carriage and handed them to Zhang Xiaohua. He, you are quite well prepared. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and put them on. Then, the carriage rushed into the rainforest. Just as the carriage entered the rainforest, the raindrops fell and the ground gradually became wet and slippery. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly shouted, stop the carriage. Lu Chaoxian was shocked and immediately stopped the carriage. Zhang Xiaohua jumped and landed 3 feet in front of the carriage. She took out a short sword and directly stabbed it into the ground. Then, the ground rolled like waves and stopped after a while. Zhang Xiaohua stood up and said with a smile, senior brother Lu, please take a detour. This underground must have been dug out by the carnivorous beast. Lu Chaoxian was stunned and secretly said, how did this junior brother Ren know that there are carnivorous beasts underground? Can he see through the ground? Lu Chaoxian hurriedly turned the horse around and asked. Zhang Xiaohua only smiled and said, when one's inner strength is cultivated to a certain level, they will be able to react to the movements in their surroundings. Although these carnivorous beasts are underground, I can still roughly hear them. Before she finished speaking, her figure immediately shot to the back of the carriage. The jade water sword in her hand repeatedly stabbed 4 or 5 five-colored snakes that shot out from the grass. Zhang Xiaohua's movements were very fast. When she skewered the 5-colored snakes on the jade water sword, the few people behind saw it and couldn't help but tremble in fear. Then, Zhang Xiaohua jumped back into the carriage and said to Lu Chaoxian, for example, I can feel these 5-colored snakes when they shot out. 5-colored snakes? Lu Chaoxian was stunned. When he turned back to look, he almost jumped off the carriage and shouted, where did you get them? Zhang Xiaohua spread out her hands and said, it was just now. Lu Chaoxian sat down again. He was a little confused. He didn't seem to have heard of an outer disciple with such high martial arts. The raindrops continued to fall and seemed to be getting heavier. The carriage traveled for a while and there weren't many accidents. It seemed that the beasts here were all going to stop the inner disciples. Suddenly, the horse pulling the carriage neighed a few times and snorted, refusing to move forward. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. There didn't seem to be anything strange within 10 feet and there wasn't any warning from her divine sense. Could it be that there was some danger ahead that she didn't notice? Lu Chaoxian turned back to ask Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head slightly, indicating that they should wait first. After a while, they heard a series of pa-ta sounds in front of them. There was actually a group of beasts walking towards them. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and felt a little strange. Why didn't her divine sense anything? But when the group of beasts came closer, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized that this group of beasts seemed to be familiar with each other. In front of them were a few short human-faced monkeys and behind them were more than 10 tall giant apes. Seeing the group of beasts gradually approaching, Lu Chaoxian and the rest were already trembling. After all, the giant apes were beasts that could tear apart lions and tigers. Even outer disciples would have a headache if they saw them. Cough cough, it had to be said that Lu Chaoxian always associated the beasts with outer disciples. Their level could only be so low. Zhang Xiaohua, on the other hand, did not panic at all. He crossed his arms and stood quietly in the carriage. When the giant ape and the human-faced monkeys in front of it saw the carriage appear in front of them, they were all enraged. The human-faced monkeys almost jumped up and were about to charge forward. However, they had just charged 3 feet when they saw Zhang Xiaohua standing high up on the carriage shed. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.